Hello, and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Keeping 13 by Chloe Walsh, Part 2. Hope you enjoy.
26. Boom, boom, fucking boom, buddy. Johnny. Look, it's Mr. Bombastic himself, Hughie Biggs called out, when I rounded the courtyard and found the lads standing around the front entrance of the main building. How's the Venga boy? Patrick Feely offered, clapping me on the back. Congrats on the marriage. You're a dark horse, I'll say. Hughie laughed. Any babies yet, lad? Sail any boats? Arching a brow, I turned to Gibbsy, who was leaning against the wall. He had a cigarette hidden under his sleeve, which I thought was pretty fucking pointless, given the smoke that was wafting around him. You told him? I told everyone. Gibbsy shot back with an unapologetic grin. He slid his free hand under his school jumper and began to slap his hand against his chest. Boom, boom, fucking boom, buddy. Jesus. Is she here yet? Ignoring their ribbing, I kept my eyes on Gibbsy. Have you seen her? Feely frowned. Who? Shannon Lynch. Hughie filled in, sounding amused. I'm guessing. Are you with her now? I turned to look at Patrick. What? Shannon? He repeated. Are you with her now? Well, he was with her in Dublin, Gibbsy piped up, and at this house last weekend. I heard about what happened, Hughie said, eyes laced with sympathy. Yeah, I bet he had. The people in this town were unfucking believable for gossiping. Is she okay? He pressed. I don't know, because I haven't seen her in a week. I wanted to roar, but I held it back. She's grand. He hasn't seen her since Mammy Kay went to town on her mother. Gibbsy laughed. Feely's brow shut up. They had a fight? She went for her. Gibbsy chuckled. Cav had to drag her away. Christ! Hughie blew out the breath, sounding impressed. Go, Mammy Kay! You're a dirty rat, I growled, narrowing my eyes at my best friend. After all the shite I kept under wrap for you. Calm down, you big vagina, Gibbsy laughed. She'll be here, so just calm your tits. He exhaled a puff of smoke and rolled a butt of a cigarette between his fingers. His brows furrowed, and he gave me a peculiar look. You're acting all... He paused to wave a hand in front of himself before saying, needy. I gaped at him. Needy? Needy and clingy, Gigsy confirmed solemnly. You might want to tone it down a tad. Cheers for the advice, Gibbs, I bit out. I'll be sure to take it. You're welcome, he shot back. And speaking of appreciation, thank your dad again for getting me off the hook with Toomey. Sighing, he added, it was bad enough last week. I would have been miserable at home without you for another one. I rolled my eyes. I'm glad you're not suspended too, lad. Am I allowed home? He asked. Can you have me back yet? Feely arched a brow. You've been separated. Temporarily, Gibbsy replied, sounding defensive. It won't last. Feely chuckled. What did you do? The usual. Gibbsy shrugged and waved a hand around aimlessly. Broke the rules, stole a girl, got in some shit. Feely shook his head. I don't know about you two. I honestly don't. I didn't steal her, I corrected, temper rising. She came, willingly. Shannon? Who else? Gibbsy sniggered. Well, it's good to see you back on your feet, Cap, Hughie said wisely, veering the subject away from Shannon before I had an aneurysm. but you need to get your ass back to training as soon as possible. Barrettsfield RFC hammered Ballylagan into the ground at the weekend. And just like that, my bad mood worsened. Barrettsfield? My voice was laced with disgust, not masking my horror. Jesus, lad, they were second division. He doesn't need to worry about it, Gibbsy interjected, tone serious for once in his life. It's just a game, lads. What can I say? Hughie sighed, ignoring Gibbsy's words. We were lacking in the back line and down a captain. Guilt filled my body. Final score? Hughie grimaced before saying 48-26. Jesus! Anxiety churned inside of me. How was your kicking form? 16 points, he replied. 2 conversions and 4 penalties. Oh, fair play, lad. I slapped his shoulder. You kept him in it. Hughie smiled. I tried. How did the check-up go? Feely asked then, holding the door open for me. Yeah, Gibbsy grinned, and took another deep drag of a cigarette before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Did the good doctor give you your green card? Nope. Too pissed off to give him a lecture on his lungs, I stepped inside. As predicted. Bad luck, lad, Feely said, as both he and Hughie followed me into the school. Ah, it's not all doom and gloom. Taking one last drag of his smoke, Gibbsy tossed the butt away and fell into step beside us. At least you're down to the one crutch. Go me, I bit out, ignoring every smile, wave and hey Cav and how's it going, Johnny, as I stalked through the hallway on my way to my locker. Just give yourself time, Feely replied calmly. Everything will work out. Exactly, Hughie added, patting my shoulder. Rome wasn't built in a day. Yeah, well, Rome needs to hurry the fuck up, lads, I muttered, leaning heavily on the crutch in my left hand, because I'm a little short on time. You still have 2 months, Cap. I have 46 days, I corrected, agitated, and counting. At least they're letting you work out again, Hughie offered, tone optimistic. Upper body only, I muttered. That'll be handy when I need to run a fucking drill, won't it? Jesus, you're a moody bastard, Gibbsy quipped. There's no pleasing you. Well, lad, if you spent your morning with 3 old dolls feeding you up while your dad was in the room, you wouldn't exactly be shitting rainbows, Gibbsy scoffed. If I had 3 women filling me up this morning, I can guarantee that I would be shitting rainbows. Hughie and Feely laughed. Trust me, you wouldn't, I grumbled. Gibbs arched a brow. When you say old, I mean generic old, I barked, stopping in the middle of the hall to glare at them. Mrs. Lavelle old. Gibbsy paled. Lad. Encouraged by the sympathy in their eyes, I continued with my sorrowful rant. Think up the best possible sexy Norse fantasy you have. He grinned. Got it? I nodded in approval. Now swap that Norse with your granny. All 3 of my friends groaned in sympathy. Fuck. Yeah, I confirmed grimly, walking again. Fuck is right. Did you at least get your cum card? Gibbsy asked then, and not quietly, when we reached the 5th year locker area. Surely you got the green light for. You had to do it, didn't you? Hughie sighed, resting against the locker next to mine. You always have to go that little bit too far, Gibbs. I'm worried, Gibbsy shot back, huffily. I'm being a concerned friend. You're being a freak, Feely offered, dryly. I got the cum card, Gibbs, I decided to say, knowing that if I didn't tell the idiot, he wouldn't give me a minute's peace. It's all good. You did? His eyes danced with excitement. Then what the fuck are you doing at school, Johnny? Exactly that, I shot back. Because I have skill. He arched a brow. I'm still waiting for an actual reason, lad. Because I could hardly tell my dad to take me home so I can fuck myself. I sneered sarcastically. Get a handle of yourself. Gibbsy stared blankly back at me. I see no problem with that. Don't encourage him, I snapped, glaring at Hughie and Feely, who were snickering. You're the one who needs to get a handle of yourself, Gibbsy countered, still staring at me in disbelief. With both hands. Give me strength. Jaw ticking. I turned my attention back to my locker and yanked the metal door open. Only to gag when I was hit by a god-awful smell. All four of us jerked away from the locker, simultaneously. Jesus! Hughie choked out. Oh, lad! Feely groaned. That's bad! You dirty bastard! Gibbsy strangled out, his words muffled as he covered his mouth with his hand. Jesus Christ, Johnny! Glaring at my locker, like it was his mortal enemy, he hissed. Ever heard of a rubbish bin? I forgot it was in there, I laughed, retrieving the plastic container that was now growing four. Didn't exactly have time to clear out my locker for the holidays. Holding it as far away from my body as possible, I walked over to the waste bin and tossed it in before turning back to the lads. Grinning sheepishly, I asked, what do you think it once was? Chicken? All three lads groaned in unison. Hey, Johnny! The bane of my existence, voice peppered through the air then, as irritating and unwelcome as always, and taking with it any semblance of humour. Now, I was the one to shudder in pure, unadulterated repulsion as I watched Bella Wilkinson swagger towards me, all hips and tits, and pain in my hole. How are you feeling? Keep walking, I instructed coldly, hackles rising. Dick, move or not. I made a beeline for the lads, finding sanctuary and safety in numbers. I've nothing to say to you. Come on, Johnny. I just want to. I'm not doing this with you again, I grumbled, interrupting her. We've had this talk a million fucking times. It's done with. We're done with. So just walk away. So what? I can't even talk to you? She shot back, looking wounded. I can't ask how you're feeling? I'm fine. I deadpanned. Thanks for asking. Now leave me alone. Her breath hitched in her throat. Johnny! You heard the man, Gibbsy ordered. Good mood forgotten, as he pointed a finger toward the hallway. Just keep on walking. Fuck you, Gibbsy, Bella growled, before turning her gaze on me. Batting her blue eyes, she smiled up at me, expression hopeful. I know things ended badly between us, but I was so worried about you. I'm sure you were, Hughie mused, and I bet Cormac really eased the worrying for you. Just stop. Exhausted from months of back and forth with the gourd, I scrubbed my face wearily and said, I don't want to fight with you. I'm done, okay? So please just walk away. Bella cast a scathing look towards Hughie, before looking back to me. I was just hoping that we could talk for 5 minutes. And I was hoping to win the lotto at the weekend, Gibbsy interjected, and then frowned. But it didn't work out that way, because I forgot to buy a quick pick. Feely snorted. You're under 18. Who's going to serve you? Gibbsy waggled his brow. I have connections. Feely rolled his eyes. D? Gibbsy winked. Maybe. What's your point here, Gibbsy? Bella demanded, glowering at my best friend. My point is, fuck off, Bella, Gibbsy told her. Fuck right off. If you want me to get technical. Far, far away to the land of Johnny doesn't want to be with you, so get a life. You can't talk to me like that, she challenged, shaking now. Gibbsy arched a brow. And why not? Because, she spat, flustered. Because I have a dick, and you have a pussy, he offered, knowingly. Oh, please. I'm a 21st century guy. I support equal rights for everyone, which includes the rights for me, a dick owner, to tell a stalkerish female such as yourself to fuck off. That was impressive, Jimmy mused. I'm an impressive guy, Gibbs shot back with a smirk. Jesus, I muttered, cringing when tears filled her eyes. 8 months, Johnny, she sobbed, looking up at me. And it's like this. Biting my knuckles, I resisted the urge to scream. Listen, I finally said, striving for patience. This is pointless. I don't have anything to say to you, and you have nothing I want to hear. I'm not interested. I wasn't even interested when I was supposed to be interested. So just, please, I am begging you to just leave me alone, Bella. Please. Really? Yes. And that's what you want? For me to just walk away? Dear God. Yes. Fine, she screamed, crocodile tears miraculously gone now as she glared up at me. You want me out of your life, Johnny Kavanagh? Fine. Consider me gone. I released a huge sigh and sagged in relief. Thank you. Obviously, I didn't give Bella the reaction she wanted, because she narrowed her eyes and kicked my crutch out of my hand, causing me to stagger backwards. Thanks for that too, I bit out, catching a hold of Feely to balance myself. I hope you're crippled, she spat. I hope the academy drops your ass, and you never play rugby again. Sneering, she added, in fact, I hope I never see your face again. Lovely. Unlikely, Feely said dryly. Aside from stating the obvious, that you go to the same school with him. Gibbsy filled in, stating the bleeding obvious. Yes, Gibbs, Feely sighed. Aside from school, I'm sure you'll see him again in the summer. Shrugging, he added, you know, when he's on the telly, playing for his country, and you're sitting at home watching from your couch. With Cormac, Hughie added, mildly. Ah, yes, Gibbsy mused. How is Judas Iskry, cunt? The 4 of you could all go to hell, she screamed, before turning on her heels and storming away. Assholes! We'll see you there, devil pussy, Gibbsy called after her, as he bent down and retrieved my crutch and leaned it against the locker. We'll see you there. Jesus, Robbie Mac whistled, stepping aside for Bella, as she barrelled past him, Pierce, and half of the team. What's her hurry? She needs to get home before the sun comes up. Gibbsy said loudly. You know how vampires tend to burst into ash at the first sign of daylight? Fuck you, Jared Gibson! Bella screamed over her shoulder. Not on your life, princess! Gibbsy roared after her. I wouldn't touch you with McGarry's dick. Stop, I groaned, holding a hand up towards Gibbs. Just let it go, lad. You're a bad bastard. Feely chuckled. That was savage, Gibbs. Gibbsy shrugged. Sometimes you have to be a bad bastard when you're dealing with a bad bitch. Robbie, Pierce and the lads from the team surrounded us then, each taking turns slapping me on the back and welcoming me back and asking questions I would never in my wildest dreams give them genuine answers to. Lads, let Cap's misfortune be a warning to us all of the dangers that lurk behind a decent pair of tits, Gibbsy announced. When in doubt, rub one out. His comments drew a laugh from everyone, myself included. You're a lucky boy, Pierce agreed with a shudder. Dangerous pussy, Robbie offered. I'll fucking say, I muttered, rubbing my temples. And you guys give me shit for getting with Katie in second year? Hughie mused, sounding awfully fucking smug, as he pushed off the lockers and puffed his chest. Steady and sensible doesn't look so bad now, does it? After that outburst, you're not looking so bad, Gibbsy offered. Hughie grinned, while the rest of us sighed heavily. Don't take the bait, Hughie. You're walking yourself into it. Are you saying that you want my dick, Gibbs? Hughie teased. I'm saying I want your sister's pussy, Gibbsy shot back, waggling his brows. There it is. Around my cock, Gibbsy continued. Gibbs, I warned. On my face, Gibbsy. Feely groaned. All over me. The smile on Hughie's face morphed into a furious scowl. Take it back. No. Take it back, asshole. No. Just take it fucking back. Just accept it. Gibbsy laughed, bouncing back on his feet when Hughie took a swing at him. It's going to happen, brother-in-law. Over my dead body, Hughie snarled, lunging. She's too good for you. Don't be an idiot, Gibbs, I snapped, grabbing the back of Hughie's jumper and dragging him back to me. Ignore him, Hugh. He's only messing with you. He's not messing. Furious, Hughie glowered at Gibbs. He's been obsessed with her since junior fucking infants. Tell him you're messing, I growled. Tell him, Gibbs. I'm really not, Gibbsy laughed. And so it's just her pussy I want. Although, that's high on the list. I want the whole lot of her, lad. And she wants me back. He grinned, devilishly. Badly? My sister doesn't want you, Hughie sneered. Claire can't stand you. She only puts up with you because you're friends with me. She wasn't saying that last night, he replied, completely unfazed. When I was... Filter, Gibbs, I barked. Jesus Christ, lad, filter. You better keep your filthy cock on your own side of the road, Hughie hissed, jabbing a finger in Gibbsy's direction. Sister fucker. Not yet, Gibbsy snickered, thoroughly enjoying Hughie's discomfort. But I'll take that title soon enough. I'm going to kill you. Pack it in, the pair of you, I snapped, keeping a hold of Hughie's jumper as I gave my best friend a withering look. And use your bleeding brain before you speak, Gibbs, Not everything you think in that fucked up head of yours needs to be verbalised. I'm joking. Gibbsy laughed when Hughie broke free of my hold and tackled him to the floor. Rolling onto his back, he held his hands up, still laughing. I haven't touched her. You fucking better not have, Hughie snarled, bitch slapping him. There's a code that you don't break. You don't mess around with your friend's sisters. I thought that rule was about our mothers. Gibbsy shot back, laughing too hard to defend himself. Isn't that right, Kev? Watch it, I warned, glaring at them. It's the clothes, Feely sighed wistfully. And the hair, Pierce agreed. She's the best cook, Gibbs offered. And she's always smells fantastic, Robbie interjected. And that body. That's my mother, you sick bastards, I snapped, bristling. You don't hear me talking about any of your mas like that. Because none of our mothers look like your mother, Gibbsy snickered. Mammy K. He sighed dramatically. Jesus, yeah. Hughie paused, mid-strangling. To be fair, Cap, your mother is a pure roid. Finish that sentence, and I'll shove my crutch up the highest part of your hole. Turning to Gibbsy, I said, You know what? Go ahead and fuck all their sisters, Gibbs. In fact, go fuck yourselves while you're at it. I don't want their sisters. No offence, lads. I'm sure they're all lovely girls. Gibbsy snickered. I only want his sister. See? Hughie barked, before turning his focus back to Gibbsy. I was only messing about your mother. This prick is serious about my sister. I think you're looking at this all wrong, lad. Gibbsy continued to gouge while Hughie resumed his throttling. I'm loyal. I'm beautiful. I'm told I give a 5-star oral. I'm a solid bet. You're a solid whore, is what you are, Gibbsy snarled. Don't forget, I've known you your whole life, asshole, which means I know all about where your cock has been. I was just biding my time, and practice makes perfect. Gibbsy laughed, and then groaned when Hughie's fist connected with his jaw. Lad, not the face. Your sister likes me pretty. Hughie's face turned a deep shade of purple. She's innocent, and good, and fucking pure, damn it. So, you just keep your goddamn hands off. Ah, Johnny, Feely muttered, tapping my shoulder. We have company. Tearing my eyes off the two Egypts rolling around on the ground, I glanced over Robbie and Pierce's heads, just in time to catch a glimpse of Shannon as she hurried away. From me? Oh, hell fucking no. Shoving my way past the lads, I stalked after her, feeling the burn shoot up my thighs as I moved, but too worked up to slow my pace or turn back for my crutch. Shannon! My heart slammed against my chest bone so fucking hard that I thought it would leave a bruise as I called after her. Shannon like the river! Come back here!
27. Are you with me? Shannon. When Darren pulled into the car park at Tommen a little after 8:45 a.m, I felt like a creepy stalker as I wordlessly sought out the familiar Audi A3, only to come up empty. My heart plummeted into my stomach, and I felt myself shrinking into the seat, wishing for nothing more than to just vanish into thin air and float away. What do you think Tig would like for his birthday? Darren asked as he drove around in circles looking for a parking spot. It's this coming Friday, and I've no idea what to get him. I don't know. Numb, I stared out my window and felt my anxiety grow with every Thomond student that filed into the main building. Ask Tig. I'm asking you, he replied quietly. Football boots, I mumbled, feeling too sick to pay attention. It's not like he'll be expecting anything. My stomach was rolling, my palms clammy. It almost felt like someone was holding an ice cube to the back of my neck. Good idea. Breathe, Shannon. Just keep breathing. Do you want me to walk in with you? Darren asked when he finally found a parking spot in the maze. Killing the engine, he unfastened his seatbelt and turned to look at me. 'Cause I will. No problem. My head snapped back to him and my eyes widened in horror. Do you remember secondary school? I'm not that old, he quipped. Then you would know that the last thing anyone wants is their big brother walking them into school, I strangled out. Like ever. He smiled. I eyed him warily. What? You called me your big brother. Yeah. Well, I sighed and leaned my head back. That's what you are. It was just nice to hear you say it. His words hung heavily in the air, like dead weight around my neck. I couldn't do this with him. Not this morning, not when I was this close to begging him to turn the car around and take me home. I should go, I whispered, feeling resigned, eyes still glued to the swarm of students all piling into various buildings. You can do this. You can absolutely do this. I'll be here at 4, Darren said when I pushed the car door open and stepped into the rain. I'll try and get a parking spot close to this one, okay? Nodding, I grabbed my bag. Thanks for the spin. Shannon? Yeah? Good luck. I'm going to need it. Swinging the car door shut, I slipped my bag onto my shoulders and made my way towards the courtyard, body rigid and mind reeling. The closer I got to the main building, the harder it was to keep my breathing regulated and even. I was anxious, and with every step I took, I slipped closer to a full-blown panic attack. Mentally chanting tiny affirmations to myself, I put my head down, ignored all the stares and whispers, and hurried inside. I felt off-centred and disorientated, and not even the heat wafting from the radiators inside the main building could thaw the ice in my veins as I hurried down the hallway, desperately trying to scope out Claire and Lizzie. Hi, Shan! A familiar voice called out from behind me. I spun around to find Shelley, one of the girls in my class, waving at me from the bathroom doorway. The smile on her face quickly slipped when her eyes landed on mine. Oh, God, she hissed, pointing at my face. It's really true, isn't it? Probably, I mumbled, feeling anxious. I just thought, when I heard the girls talking about it in the bathroom, I just presumed. She snapped her mouth shut and just stared at me for a long moment. Damn, girl, she finally breathed. I'm so sorry. Do you know where Claire is? I asked, voice small. Or Lizzie? Office with Mr. Toomey. He called them both in when they arrived. They've been in there for ages. Shelley grimaced. It's probably about you. Oh. I stood there for several moments, debating what to say to that before deciding there was nothing to say and hurrying away. I planned on escaping to the third-year common room and hiding there until first class commenced, but my feet had other plans. My pulse raced as I wandered off the beaten track, travelling down corridors I never used to the fifth-year wing of the school. I heard her before I saw her. Get the fuck out of my way, whore! Shoving me roughly out of her way, Bella barreled down the hallway, coming as close to running as I'd ever seen a girl in 6-inch heels move. staggering sideways from the impact. I braced the wove with my hand, breathing hard, and stared after her. "This is all your fault," she tossed out over her shoulder before disappearing down another corridor. "You ruined my life." In some sick and extremely unhealthy way, I almost felt better, like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders, temporarily at least. Because I knew this altercation was coming. I knew she was going to do something to me. Girls like Bella Wilkinson were all the same. They were bitter and angry at the world and could never let a single thing go. The thing in Bella's case was Johnny, and the look she gave me on the bus that day assured me that I was in the firing line. "You've survived far worse than a mean girl," a small voice in the back of my head reminded me. "In 3 years' time, she'll be a blip on your radar." It was with this knowledge that I steeled my spine and made my way down to the 5th-year wing. I had a whole speech thought up, one that fell out of my head the moment I locked eyes on him, leaning against his locker with his arms folded across his chest, surrounded by a small army of fellow students. Beside him, resting against the lockers, was one lone crutch. I instantly recognized 4 of the boys with him as Gibbsy, Patrick Feely, Pierce O'Neill, and Huey Biggs. Others I recognized from the bus. His teammates, I noted. They were all laughing at something Gibbsy was saying. Johnny's smile was a full, double-dimpled one, and I could only imagine what Gibbsy had said to draw that reaction out of him as he waved his hands around animatedly in usual Gibbsy fashion. His dark hair was styled in that deliciously dishevelled look I was fairly sure, no, I knew, he woke up in the morning with, and his eyes were dancing with amusement. Gibbsy and Huey began to play fight then, with Huey tackling Gibbsy to the floor and rolling around while the others looked on and laughed. Riveted to the spot, I watched him interact, taking in how carefree he looked with his teammates and friends, and it made me sad. He never looks like that with you because you don't make him happy. You never could. All you are is a complication. A niggling voice of doubt conjured up in my mind. Get used to watching him from a distance, Shannon, because he's going away soon. He's going to be a star. Look at him. He already shines so bright it's blinding. With my bravery abandoning me in a shaky breath, I swiftly turned on my heels, hell-bent on getting away, and putting some much-needed space between my heart and the boy who owned it. It was too much. My feelings, the crowds, this school, my life. Shannon. Keep going, it might not be him. Shannon, like the river, come back here. Busted. Freezing in the middle of the corridor with my back to him, I debated my options. Pretend I hadn't heard him the first time, or just keep running. The coward in me favoured option 2, but I forced myself to just stay, breathe, and think this through. You don't want to run away from Johnny, I silently commanded myself. This is silly, you're not scared of him. Were you going to ignore me? His voice was closer now, achingly closer. When I felt his fingers brush against my shoulder blade, an involuntary shiver rolled through me. Inhaling a deep, steadying breath, I turned around and slapped on the brightest smile I could muster. Hi, Johnny. Johnny's face was set in a deep frown, blue eyes full of confusion as they swept over me. God, he was beautiful. It was hard to focus when my eyes kept drifting to his mouth, to his lips I knew on an intimate basis. Hi, Shannon, he replied, not smiling. How are you? I asked, nervous. Fine. How are you feeling? I'm okay. My smile slipped as I took in his thunderous expression. What's wrong? You were running, Johnny replied, looking hurt. From me? Oh no, I was just... I needed to... yeah, I thought I should... Exhaling a ragged breath, I let my shoulders sag. Yeah. His eyes softened. Yeah, as in you were, or you weren't? I'm... I grimaced, feeling acutely exposed in this moment. He was putting me on the spot in that direct way of his. I'm not really sure. A faint smile ghosted his full lips. You're not sure of what? Whether you wanted me to come over to you just there. I mean, I didn't know if you wanted to see me, or talk. After what happened with my mum, I wasn't sure if you wanted to talk to me any more. I blew out a shaky breath, self-loathing strong as I slipped and stumbled over my words. I didn't know what you wanted. Exhaling heavily, I dropped my head. I don't know, I amended quietly, my voice barely more than a whisper. What you want? Ask me. Forcing down the urge to run and hide, I forced my chin up and looked at him. Huh? If you want to know what I want, then ask me, Johnny repeated, closing the space between us. All you have to do is ask me. His hand came down, gently cupping my elbow, and I'll tell you. I felt dizzy when I croaked out, What do you want, Johnny? For a start, I want you to look me in the eyes when you talk to me, Johnny replied, blue eyes burning holes so deeply inside of me, I doubted they could ever be repaired. Second, I want you to stop worrying about things you can't control, like Darren and your ma. But you didn't come back, I blurted out, and then reddened before quickly backpedaling. My heart was racing wildly, my body shaking with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that you had to come back or anything like that, and I wasn't expecting you to just drop everything for me. I know you're busy and you have a lot of rehab sessions. I didn't come back because I couldn't, Shannon. Not because I was told not to by your ma, and not because I didn't want to see you, Johnny explained, sounding pained. I didn't come back because I physically couldn't get to you. I still can't drive, and my ma wouldn't let me out of her sight. They even took Gibbsy off me, for Christ's sake. But I wanted to. He exhaled a shaky breath. I really fucking wanted to see you. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted from my shoulders. For the last week I hadn't slept, had barely eaten anything, and all because I was literally drowning in my feelings and my uncertainty. The unknown was a terrifying thing for me. Not knowing where I stood with Johnny was even worse. Oh. I tried to call you, he added gruffly. I texted you every day. Your battery died, I explained, feeling lightheaded. I couldn't charge it. Dead battery. Johnny sighed in what looked like relief. Makes sense. Does she hate me? I asked then, feeling a little faint. Your mother? No, Shan, she doesn't hate you, he replied, voice torn. I don't think there's a person on this planet who could hate you. What? He grimaced. My ma's just... She's just what? My pulse quickened as I waited in fear for what he would say next. Worried, he finally replied. My parents don't want me going over to your place. They think it's a bad idea. My heart sank. Oh, God, you're a bad idea. His parents think you're a bad idea for him, Shannon. I worried my bottom lip, biting down so hard I was surprised not to taste blood. I'm sorry. Feeling at a loss, I clasped my hands together, a nervous treat, and sighed. For all of it. Johnny reached up and tucked my hair behind my ear. Can you do me a favour? Nodding, I stopped myself from leaning my cheek into his touch. Of course. Can you not climb back inside that shell of yours every time we're not together for a few days? I swallowed deeply, eyes locked on his. My shell? Your shell, he confirmed. Don't do that to me, Shannon. Don't block me out. Don't give me you last weekend and then take it away again. I'm the same me from that night in my house. I'm the same me from every other time we've been together. So don't put a wall up between us. Not when you've already let me climb over it. I didn't realize I was doing that, I admitted. You're doing it now, he confirmed gruffly. You do it all the time. Shaking my head, I shrugged helplessly. Sorry? Don't say sorry, he replied. Just start trusting me, okay? I do trust you, Johnny, I strangled out, nodding eagerly, desperate for him to know that. But you're probably right, I added, feeling a crippling wave of uncertainty flood me. Your parents, I mean. Blowing out a breath, I touched my forehead with my hand and mumbled, about it being a bad idea. They're wrong, Johnny corrected, sounding so confident and sure in this moment that it was comforting to hear. I'm right. Right about what? I'm right about you. Oh, God. But I am a bad idea for you, Johnny, I replied shakily, needing him to hear me, giving him the out that, if he had the sense, he would take. I'm a lot of trouble. I like your trouble, he countered, stepping closer. My life is complicated. I want your complications. My breath escaped me in a rush. I do? He nodded slowly. You asked me what I wanted. There's a lot of things, but in a nutshell, I just want you. Shrugging, he added, and I'm kinda hoping that you're going to say that you want me too. He laughed nervously. Or else I've just made a complete spanner of myself in the middle of the school hall. I do back, I blurted out and then cringed. You, as well. Shaking my head, I blew out a breath and tried again. I want you too. Yeah? He beamed, shoulders sagging in relief. Thank fuck for that. And I missed you. I strangled out the words, forcing them out of my head and into his because, at the very least, I needed him to know that I missed him. Terribly, I added, offering up another piece of trust to him. Like, so much. Yeah. Tightening his hold on my elbow, Johnny tugged me closer until I was flush against him. How much? Like, a crazy fucking amount, I whispered. A crazy fucking amount. Smirking, he tilted his head to one side. That sounds dangerous. It is. I nodded eagerly. Very. Grinning, Johnny dipped his face, closing the space between us. I think I'll take my chances, he whispered, and then brushed his lips against mine. Once, feather light. Twice, a little firmer. And then, oh God. His tongue swept into my mouth, stroking against mine, and my breath hitched, my eyelids fluttering closed. My hands shot out of their own accord, fingers knotting in his navy school jumper as I kissed him back with everything I had in me. Whatever I had in this moment, I gave it all up to him, both unable and unwilling to hold back the feelings bursting out of me that were all aimed solely at him. I knew people could see us. We were standing in the middle of the corridor with his teammates less than 10 feet away, but I just didn't care anymore. I could hear the bell sounding for class. I could hear voices around us, people calling his name and wolf whistling, but I couldn't find the willpower required to tear myself away. I couldn't find it in my heart to worry. Johnny kept one hand on my elbow, holding me roughly against his chest, while his free hand tangled in my hair, holding me in place, letting me know with every thrust of his tongue that he really did like my trouble. Oh, God. The bell sounded again, and then we were cloaked in a sudden silence. Trembling, I clung to him, struggling to handle the heat rising up inside of me. The pressure in my chest was almost too much, and I gasped into his mouth, needing more and needing him to stop all in one breath. Because I couldn't contain the feeling erupting inside of me. I couldn't stop my heart from railroading off course and charging straight for him. Wait. Breaking the kiss, Johnny stared down at me, breathing hard. You're my girlfriend now, right? Feeling slightly dazed, I craned my neck and stared up at him. Huh? My girlfriend? He repeated, looking nervous. Are you? Because I've never done this before. He glanced around the empty corridor before turning his attention back to me, and I need to know where I stand with you. Oh, I shrugged helplessly. Neither have I. Shite, yeah, sorry. He blew out another nervous breath, looking achingly vulnerable. So, are you? Was he asking me to confirm I was his girlfriend, or was he asking me to be his girlfriend? Or was he asking me if I thought I was? Oh, God, I didn't know, and my mind was reeling, my heart too cautious to make the assumption for fear I was reading this whole thing wrong. I don't know, I finally replied, heart racing wildly. Am I? Johnny touched my cheek, his knuckles grazing over my skin with a feather-light touch. I really fucking hope so. Yeah? A deep sense of relief washed through me, and I whispered, Me too. And I'm yours. Grinning, his hand slipped through my elbow to my ass, giving me a little squeeze before stepping back and releasing me. Just so you know where you stand. My heart slammed so hard against my chest that I felt a little faint. Oh, okay. He then proceeded to tug his shirt out from the waistband to conceal the very impressive bulge in his grey school trousers. I'm supposed to be in double accounting with Doyle, and I've no fucking clue how I'm going to concentrate on spreadsheets. He explained with a grimace. What are you late for? I'm, Shaking my head, I tried to clear my thoughts, but my gaze kept returning to his blatant erection. I'm supposed to be in maths. When he caught me staring, Johnny shrugged sheepishly. It's, yeah, that's probably going to happen a lot when I'm with you, he explained with a small shake of his head. But just know that I'm not getting any notions, okay? Just ignore it and it'll go away. What if I don't want to ignore it? Okay, I agreed, tone breathy. I understand. Feeling like my world had once again shifted beneath me, I watched as Johnny walked stiffly back to his locker, slung his school bag over his shoulder, and then grabbed his crutch before returning to me. Shouldn't you be leaning on that? I asked when he slung an arm around my shoulder and led me back towards the third-year wing, aimlessly twisting the metal stick around in his hand like a baton twirler. Slows me down, he admitted, drawing me closer to his side. For good reason, I replied quietly, stopping outside my designated classroom. Because you're supposed to slow down, Johnny. So this is what having a girlfriend's going to be like, he teased, but thankfully set his crutch down. You bossing me around the place and telling me what to do? No, I blushed. I'm just saying that you were given a crutch for a good reason. Yeah, I know. Sighing, he released his hold on me and turned to face me. So, listen, I wanted to ask you about how things were going at home, but I got all caught up in the moment. At the mention of home, I felt the tension build back up inside of me. My dad's still gone, I said quietly, if that's what you meant. No sight of him. I shrugged. Not by the Gardaí. Shite. Johnny expelled a frustrated growl. It's been more than 2 weeks. How the hell have they not found him by now? It's okay. I shrugged, feeling myself grow more rigid at the thought of my father. I'm not expecting any miracles. No, it's not okay. He shot back in a passionate tone. But you will be. Yeah. Shivering, I stepped into his embrace, pressing my forehead to his chest. Maybe I will. Can we do something after school today? He asked then, nuzzling my hair with his cheek. Can you come home with me? God, I wish. No. No? He stared down at me. If this is because you think my folks don't want you at the house, then you're wrong, Shan. Darren's picking me up, I reluctantly told him. Apparently, he'll be driving me to and from school from here on out. Growling, he dropped a hand on my lower back and pulled me closer. I fucking hate this. Closing my eyes, I just sagged against him, body coiled tight with tension. I'm sorry. Don't say sorry, he said, smoothing a hand down my back. It'll be okay. I'm getting stronger. I've been doing all my physio and shite. Once I get my car back next week and I'm back on the road, it'll be easier. He growled when he said, I'll be breathing down their necks like their worst fucking nightmare. I'm sorry about how they spoke to you, I blurted out. It was so wrong. Shan, he sighed. Don't even worry about it. But I am worried about it. I know you're scared, but I'm not, and I'm not worried either, he replied gruffly. I don't care if your entire family doesn't like me. Let them. I'm only interested in you liking me because I only care about you. Joey likes you? I croaked out. Johnny smirked. Yeah? I nodded. And he doesn't like anyone. Good to know I have Big Brother's approval. Johnny chuckled. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Shoving a hand into his pocket, he dragged out a pricey-looking mobile phone, and aside from being pink in colour, it was identical to his black one. Do you have my phone? He asked, tapping on the screen of the pink one in his hands. Oh. Slipping my hand under my jumper, I removed his dead phone from the breast pocket of my shirt and held it out to him. Yeah, sorry, thank you again for letting me use it. Johnny took his phone and slid it into his pocket before placing the pink one in my hand. I stared blankly at the device. What's this? It's yours, he replied. Slipping his school bag off his shoulder, he pulled a charger out of the front pocket and then proceeded to slide it into my bag. What are you doing? It's yours, he repeated, blue eyes locked on mine. It's got a built-in MP3, and I loaded up with a ton of songs for you. It's topped up with credit, and I put mine, Claire, Joey, and Gibsie's numbers in, but you're going to have to add the rest of your contacts yourself. My mouth fell open as I gaped at him. You bought me a phone? You needed a phone, and I missed your birthday. He shrugged, like it wasn't the gigantic deal it was, and said, Made sense. You gave me dinner for my birthday, I whispered, embarrassed. I gave you fucking Cheerios, he grumbled, looking annoyed with himself. And a toasted sandwich, I hurried to add. Don't remind me, he groaned. When did you buy it? The other day, after physio, he replied, watching me warily. Are you mad at me for it? No, I'm not mad, I strangled out, feeling lightheaded. But I can't accept it. I dropped my gaze to the phone that I knew full well had to have cost at least a couple of €100. It's too much. I blew out a shaky breath. Too expensive. It's yours, he said, so just put it in your pocket and don't try and send me home with a pink phone. Smirking, he added, Gibbs will never let me hear the end of it. But you didn't have to do this for me. I'm going to do a lot of things for you, Shannon. Taking the phone from my hand, Johnny reached into my jumper and slid the phone into my shirt pocket. His fingers grazed my chest and I shivered. And I'm going to buy you a lot of stuff. He took a step back, never taking his eyes off me, and shrugged unapologetically. Fair warning. But I don't need presents. I pressed my hand to my forehead, feeling flustered and stressed as the weight of the phone in my pocket hung heavily on my conscience. I'm not one of those girls who's out for what they can get from you, Johnny. I'm not Bella, I added, imploring him with my eyes to believe me. I just need you. I know that, Shannon, he replied, frowning. Christ, don't even think like that. I can't give you anything back, I choked out, telling him the same thing I told him last week, praying he would hear me. I have nothing to give you in return. You can give me a call. A call? He smirked. And you can text me. Be serious, I begged. I am. He stepped closer. I am so fucking serious about you. Oh, God. I need to be able to talk to you. Dropping a hand to my hip, he tugged me closer. To know you're okay. Exhaling shakily, he flexed his fingers, making me burn with unfamiliar need. I can't be at home not knowing what's happening in your life. His eyes darkened when he said, in your house. Johnny, I can't handle it, Shannon. He whispered, you have no idea how fucked up in the head it makes me, not knowing if he's back or whether or not you're safe. Every time I think about you in that house, I go into blind panic. I literally drive myself insane thinking all the worst-case scenarios until I see you again. But I'm okay now, I hurried to soothe. I am. Maybe, he replied quietly, but I still need the link. Of a phone, I filled in. Yeah. He shifted from foot to foot, looking uncomfortable. I suppose now's a good time to tell you that I get a little obsessed with the things I love, huh? There was that word again. It's okay, I strangled out. But it's not, he countered gruffly. 'Cause it was bad enough before when I was fighting it, but now I'm just... He blew out a pained sigh. I just want to be with you. He shrugged almost helplessly. All the fucking time. That might change, I breathed, shaking from the impact of his words. I wouldn't hold your breath, he replied. Don't worry, I'm not. Once I get my car back, we can spend more time together, outside of school, and maybe I won't be so fucking paranoid. He continued, you can come over to my place and kick my ass on the PlayStation, or we can go to Biddy's. Whatever you want. I really don't think your parents will want me going over to your house, I confessed, biting down on my lip hard. I know you think otherwise, but I honestly can't see them wanting you to hang around with me. I sighed. And I don't blame them, Johnny. I'm not hanging around with you, Shannon. I'm with you. He shot back, gruffly. And I promise that my parents have no problem with you. Yeah, right. I'm serious, Shan, he added, tipping my chin up to meet his eyes. They really like you. I didn't believe that. Not one word, but I refrained from telling him. Instead, I mumbled a half-hearted, they're good people. You're good people. Johnny shot back, blue eyes scorching me. You, Shannon, you're good. And my parents and everyone else knows that, especially me. So don't be letting that head of yours tell you any different. A shiver rolled through me. God, Johnny, I just wish we could... Come on, Shaggy. Gibbsie's voice perforated through the air, startling me and causing me to jerk away. Seconds later, he appeared from the lower staircase, bounding up the steps like an overexcited Labrador. Oh, hey, little Shannon. Hi, Gibbs. I replied shyly before looking up at Johnny. Shaggy? Johnny sighed wearily. Don't ask. Oh, I frowned. Okay. You're looking well, girl, Gibbsy acknowledged with a friendly smile, before swiftly swiping Johnny's bag off his shoulder and hoisting it onto his own. Hate to cut the reunion short, but your boy here needs to get his ass to class. His eyes were dancing with excitement when he said, Lad, you won't fucking believe it, but Mrs. Moore took my suggestion. Johnny stared at Gibbsy for a long beat before awareness dawned on him and his jaw fell open. You're joking. I'm so fucking serious right now. Gibbsy literally bounced on his feet. I asked for it months ago, and I just presumed they overlooked me for that shitty past pupil talk before Christmas. But I was wrong. They listened to me, lad. It's all set up and everything. I swear this is the best day. They seriously brought them in for the senior talk. Johnny pushed. Gibbsy nodded eagerly. You're welcome. Jesus, Johnny groaned. The school's going to shite. What suggestion? I heard myself ask. Johnny glanced nervously at me. You're really better off not knowing. 3 of them, lad, Gibbsy added, clearly delighted with himself. 3, Johnny, fucking 3. 3 what? I asked, curious. Nurses, Johnny muttered, rubbing his jaw. My brows furrowed. Nurses? Johnny opened his mouth to reply, but Gibbsy got in there first. Not just any nurses. Sex nurses. Winking, he added, and they look nothing like the ones touching your balls this morning. My eyes widened. Huh? Christ, it's not what it sounds like. Johnny's bewildered expression mirrored mine. And they're not sex nurses, you bollocks, he added, flustered. Running a hand through his hair, he narrowed his eyes and said, They're regular nurses who just happen to work at the sexual health clinic. I know, Gibbsy replied joyously. Bitter again. Johnny arched a brow. Do you even know what the sexual health clinic is used for? I know they're handing out free condoms, lollipops and bottles of lube, Gibbsy said gleefully. That's all I need to know. Slapping Johnny on the shoulder, he hurried back towards the staircase, calling out, Come on, I've emptied my school bag. We're going to save a fucking fortune today. I glanced up at Johnny, who was staring after Gibbsy with a mildly horrified expression etched on his face. What do you think it's like in his head? A happy place? I offered with a weak shrug. Frowning, Johnny turned back to me. Listen, do you want to just blow off the rest of... Come on, Johnny! Gibbsy roared at the top of his lungs. You're missing the presentation, damn it! Jesus. Grimacing, Johnny leaned down and pressed a kiss to my cheek. I better go and rein him in. Of course. I nodded, cheeks reddening as I watched him chase after his friend. Bye, Johnny. Bye, Shannon, he called over his shoulder as he battled with the staircase. I'll see you at lunch, okay? Yeah, I blew out a breath. I'll see you then. I'm not, by the way, he called out, pausing mid-step on the staircase to swing around. So don't worry. You're not what? Filling my school bag. I opened my mouth to say something, but I only ended up letting my jaw hang open. Chuckling softly to himself, Johnny disappeared down the steps, leaving me standing there, catching flies with my mouth. I must have stood there still as a statue, staring after him for a solid 5 minutes, because when I finally snapped out of it, my body felt stiff, my legs like jelly. Reluctantly, I turned on my heels, gripped the straps of my school bag, and forced myself to walk to class.
28. Wrap it up. Johnny. Nice of you to join us, lads. Coach Mullicky barked when Gibbsy and I stumbled into the jam-packed classroom filled with both 5th and 6th year students. You're only 15 minutes late. Leaning against a desk at the front of the room, he folded his arms and gave us a no-nonsense nod. Find a seat wherever you can, and be quick about it. Our visitors want to get the presentation underway. Hey there, Gibbsy paired, winking at the three seriously attractive women standing next to Coach. I just want to let you lovely ladies know that I'm 17, I'm single, and I'm 100% willing to be a guinea pig for any hands-on demonstration. Get away from the ladies, Gibbsy, Coach snapped, ignoring the loud snickering around us. Go to the back of the classroom, and not with Kavanagh, Biggs, or Feely. Go sit with someone else. Shaking my head, I spotted an empty desk 5 rows back on the left, and moved for it, ignoring the curious stares as I went. Fucking idiots. You swear they never saw a crutch in their lives. I talk to everyone, sir, Gibbsy shot back with a chuckle. And the back row is full. Waggling his brows, he added, Looks like I'm going to have to sit up front with you. Like hell you are. Eyeing the back row of desks, Coach pointed a finger. Bella, move up to the 5th row with Kavanagh. Gibbsy, take her seat. No. Why, God, why? Fine, Gibbsy sulked. But I'm taking these, he added, grabbing a box of tissues off the desk as he stalked to the back of the classroom and proceeded to wipe down a chair before slumping down. Can't be too careful these days. Are you all right there, Kavanagh? Coach Mulcahy asked, as I tried to manoeuvre my way down the narrow rows of desks, ignoring the glowering girl sitting at my fucking desk. Do you need a cushion to sit on? No, sir, I bit out, as gingerly lowered myself onto my seat, careful not to brush against her. My arse is grand. Are you sure? Coach asked, watching me wearily. Do you need a hand? Loud snickering came from Hughie and Feely, who had perched at the back of the class. 2 seats from them, Gibbsy was doubled over his desk laughing, twisting round. I not so discreetly give him the finger. Gibbsy returned the gesture by shoving his hand under his desk and pretending to wank himself, toppling a stack of books off the desk with his over-enthusiastic performance. Lovely. Just fucking lovely. Or a mouth? A familiar voice sneered in my ear. Disgusted, I turned to glare at Bella. What did you say to me? She rolled her eyes. It was a joke, Johnny. You think because you're a girl it's okay to say shite like that to me? I hissed. Relax, she spat, drumming her long nails on the desk. I was just making conversation. I deadpanned. Yeah, I got that. Fucking double standards. But here's me making conversation. Don't fucking talk to me. You're an asshole, Bella growled, purposefully poking me with her elbow. I presume she meant to hurt me, but it was just plain irritating. So what's going on with you and the Lynch girl? Clenching my jaw, I leaned back in my chair and folded my arms across my chest, dutifully ignoring her. Don't feed the crazy. Don't feed the crazy. Answer me, she whispered, hissed. Give me strength. You might as well answer me, because I'm going to keep she's my girlfriend. I spat, losing my cool. Now stop fucking talking to me. Bella's expression fell. Your girlfriend? I nodded stiffly and turned my attention back to the nurse listing off types of STDs on the projector machine at the top of the class. "You've lost your mind," Bella growled. "What are you going to do with a girlfriend? You're leaving in a couple of months." You don't fight with girls. You don't fight with girls. "Ah, now, I get it," she mused. "You feel sorry for her." That got my attention, and I snapped my head round to glare at her. "Excuse me?" "Shannon," Bella replied with a smirk. "She's all fucked up, with a broken home and a bad daddy. And you're a sucker for a sob story," she added. "Just look at Gib." "Don't even go there," I warned, hands balling into fists. "You feel bad about it, so you're keeping this charade up," she continued. I knew there had to be something more to this. It made no sense for you to look sideways at the likes of her. "Someone swap seats with me," I roared, causing the nurse who was addressing the class to jump and everyone else to turn and look at me. "Am I a piece of art?" I snapped, standing up stiffly. "Stop fucking looking at me and start moving seats, now." "Kavanagh," Coach said, looking confused. "What's wrong?" "Either move her away from me, or find me another seat," I hissed through clenched teeth, "because I'm going to lose my shit." Coach obviously took me seriously, because he didn't hesitate when he said, "Bella, move seats with Gibbsy." "Hoo-hoo!" Gibbsy hooted from the back of the room. "Why do I have to move?" Bella growled. "He's the one with the problem." "Because I told you to," Coach shot back, tirelessly. "Now move." "Preferential treatment, because he's your star boy," Bella sneered, as she shoved her chair back and stood. "Enjoy your pity relationship," she hissed in my ear, as she roughly shoved her chair into my leg. "Cripple." "Move along," Coach warned. "Now, Bella," biting back a growl as a wave of pain shot up my leg. I remained stoically silent as she stepped around me, not trusting myself not to explode on her. "You heard the man," Gibbsy sneered, leaning against the desk. "Move along, devil pussy." "Fuck off, Gibbsy," she snarled as she stalked to the back of the class. "You all right, lad?" Slapping a hand on my shoulder, Gibbsy slipped around me and sank down on the inside seat. "Did she hurt you?" "Nah, I'm grand." Sinking back down, I stretched my legs out and breathed easily for the first time since walking into class. "She's just batshit." "That she is," he mused. "Now listen, I have a plan." Settling his elbows on the desk, he clasped his hands together and looked attentively to the front of the classroom. "When they come around with the freebies, I'll hold the bag open, and you just pour the whole tub in, okay?" "You're an idiot," I chuckled. "I'm serious," he shot back, keeping his eyes trained on the large container of condoms on the desk. I studied his face. "Jesus, you are serious?" "They're mine," he replied, grinning devilishly. "And I'm taking them all." "You have no bleeding tact," I growled. "I'm my best friend from across the lunch table." The sexual health talk that Gibbsy unintentionally orchestrated rolled into the 3 classes. And small break, due to the fact that some big blonde idiot wouldn't stop asking questions. I had French and history straight after, and I swear my blood sugar levels had dipped from the lack of food. "You say I'm the tactless one, but you?" dropping my gaze to the plastic container in front of me. I stabbed the chicken breast with my fork and tore into it. You are in another league of your own, lad. His eyes shot up. Me? Yes, you, I shot back, nodding to his overflowing bag of supplies that he had emptied onto the table the minute we sat down for lunch. I swallowed every morsel of meat and veg in my lunchbox before continuing. What do you plan to do with all of those? Make water balloons? Because you're not going to use them all. It's physiologically impossible. Physiological? He scoffed. You need to get your head out of those books, lad. Or at least, that's what I thought he said. It was kind of hard to work out what he was saying with half a dozen lollipops hanging out of his mouth. How many are you planning on wearing at once? I shot back, unscrewing the cap on my water bottle. Half a dozen? Because there's no other reason to fill your bag to the fucking brim, Gibbs. Shaking my head, I pressed my bottle to my lips and drained the contents in 4 long gulps. They'll be out of date in a year, and then what? Say what you want, but I'm being practical, he replied, slurping loudly on his lollipops, as he perused his freebies proudly. And sensible. Sifting through what he had to be a minimum of 80 different coloured condom wrappers, he compiled a neat pile to the left of his sandwich. One of us has to be. One of us has to be. I narrowed my eyes. Are you serious? You honestly think you're the sensible one in this relationship? Well, where are your condoms, Johnny? I narrowed my eyes. I'm not having sex, so I don't need any. Sure. He, in turn, rolled his eyes to the heavens. Famous last words, lad. You look like a gobshite, I stated. Pack it all away, will you? Why? Because everyone can see you. And I care because? He shot back, unfazed. Fuck them all. Grinning, he waggled his brows. You're just afraid your girlfriend is going to see. Snickering, he shook his head and continued to make small piles. Lad, I can't believe you signed yourself off. He sighed dramatically. I guess it's down to me and Feely now, since you and Hugh both fucked yourselves over. Dear Jesus, please give me strength to deal with this crazy today. Leaning back in my chair, I gripped my water bottle and practiced the art of not strangling my best friend to death. You need to put that shite away, I bit out when I felt calm enough to speak again. I glanced around the room, looking for Shannon, and coming up empty. I'm serious, Gibbs. It's all foreign, he mused, inspecting the label. I can't read the instructions. What's to explain? I shot back. Roll it over your dick when you're ready, and roll it off when you're done. I'd say the whole process is fairly self-explanatory, lad. Well, this pile's for you, he offered, since you were too pussy to get your own. I already told you that I don't need any condoms, I bit out, aggravated. I don't need the temptation. And if I do, I'll get them, because, believe it or not, Gibbs, I am more than capable of getting shite for myself. I've been keeping myself out of trouble for years now. True, he shrugged, unfazed. But that was before you went and got yourself shacked up. Yeah, it was safe to say I bulldozed this morning. But I had no regrets. For the first time in months, I felt like I had some clarity over the feelings, like something in my life was falling into place. Did I push her too hard too fast? Probably. Should I have taken it slower? More than likely. Either way, I wasn't about to take it back. It's not like that with her, I snapped, dragging myself from my thoughts. So just put them away before she comes in here and you freak her out. No, it's not like that with Shannon, he agreed. It's a lot worse, and a lot more dangerous, because you went and caught yourself some big fat feelings, didn't you, lover boy? And I'm telling you now that this valiant act won't mean shit when you find yourself caught in the moment, bollocks naked, and drowning in tight virgin pussy. Just ask every poor bastard our age with a baby on his hip, or on a food run to Dunnes Stores for cravings. Pushing a pile of condoms towards me, like he was hustling poker chips, he added, I'm only looking out for you, so here, big boy one's for you. I can't deal with you today, Gibbs, I growled, throwing my hands up in sheer fucking despair. I honestly can't. Take them. No. Take them. No. Yes. Did they adjust your medication? Not lately. Now take them. Jesus, Gibbs. Take the condoms, or I'll make a scene. Fine. Grabbing 2 fistfuls of foil packets, I shoved them into my pockets and glared at them. Happy now? He grinned widely. You will be, when you're not caught out in a moment. Fine. Thank you, Gibbs, for keeping my dick protected. Now, will you put it away? I practically begged. Nodding, he started to sweep everything back into his bag, and I sagged in relief, because the very last thing I needed was Shannon walking in while we're trading Trojans like Pokemon cards. So, he mused, tone slightly more serious now. How are you feeling? I flexed my jaw. Fine. You're in pain, aren't you? His eyes landed on mine, full of concern. Lad, if you need to go home, that's okay. I'm just stiff, Gibbs, I muttered. Everything's locking up on me. Fisting a handful of condoms, he said, We should go for a swim after school. Yeah, I nodded. I know. But you won't. Smirking, he dropped the wrappers back down and leaned forward. Because you have other plans? He waggled his brows. Shannon plans? I don't know, lad. Exhaling heavily, I leaned forward and dropped my elbows on the table. It's all fucked up. Already? His brow shut up. Christ, Johnny, you made short work of that, lad. Not Shannon, I muttered, feeling my body grow hot with temper. But her family hates me. Dropping my head in my hands, I bit back a growl. It's so messy, Gibbs. Messy? Messy, I confirmed grimly, glancing back up at him. You saw the way her brother reacted to me last week. I'm telling you, that was nothing compared to how her ma was with me. Joey the hurler doesn't have a problem with you, he offered. Well, no more than the rest of the world. 1 out of 7, lad, I mumbled. I'm on a winner, aren't I? I don't get it, he mused, catching his jaw. I honestly don't. Yeah, well, you and me both, lad. Maybe they find you threatening. If I was a threat, they'd be scared, I countered. They're not scared, lad. They're just out for my blood. My blood. My shoulders sagged in defeat. I can't catch a bleeding break. It'll balance out eventually, he told me. Life has its own built-in weighing scales. He shrugged. It can't be all bad all the time, the same as it can't be all good. Something's got to give. Yeah, I grimaced. I hope you're right, lad. You're ridiculous, Hughie said then, as he and Feely joined us at the table, bringing an abrupt end to our conversation. Slapping a tinfoil-covered sandwich down on the table, Hughie sank down on his usual chair to my right and roughly scraped the legs of his chair forward, never taking his eyes off Gibbsy. Put that shit away before Katie comes over. Gibbsy stared at Hughie and then me before sighing dramatically. I don't know where I went wrong with the two of you. Packing away the last of his supplies, Gibbsy tossed his school bag on the floor and huffed loudly. I really don't. Let it go, Hugh. Feely, who had positioned himself next to Gibbsy, said with a sigh. It was a joke. About my sister, Hughie bit out, glowering. Morbidly curious, I turned to look at Hughie's face and... Oh shit, he was still peppering over this morning. You're still pissed off with me? Gibbsy accused, sounding amused. That was hours ago, lad. Damn straight, I'm still pissed off with you. Hughie seethed. Hey, Johnny, Katie Horgan, Hughie's tiny red-haired girlfriend, said, as she slipped around the back of my chair. All right, Katie, I replied, offering her a nod. Hope you're feeling better, she added, giving my shoulder a small squeeze before moving straight for her fella. You're overreacting, Gibbsy said, smiling at Hughie. First about your sister, and now the condoms. Sighing, he added, You'd swear you never saw a pair of tits the way you're carrying on. If you want to see a pair of tits, Gibbs, pausing mid-rant, Hughie murmured, Hey, babe, to his girlfriend, dragging Katie down on his lap. He pressed a quick kiss to her cheek before turning his glare back at Gibbsy. You need only to look in the mirror. What's wrong? Katie asked, curling an arm round Hughie's neck. Babe? Him? Wrapping an arm round her waist, Hughie drew her closer to his chest and pointed across the table at Gibbsy. That little fucker. Lad? Gibbsy threw his head back and laughed, much to Hughie's dismay. I'm 2 inches taller than you. Shoving his chair back, he pulled his jumper and shirt up, revealing his bare chest, and grinned. And are these the tits you're talking about? He taunted, flexing his pecs. Fine pair, aren't they? You're an idiot, I muttered, wearily. An idiot with great tits, apparently, he shot back with a wink. I can't believe you pierced your nipples, Katie chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. What if they get ripped off in a match? Don't look at his nipples, baby, Hughie huffed. Look at my fucking nipples. Deciding to eject myself from the storm brewing around me, I leaned back in my chair, zoned out of their conversation, and waited for Shannon. Checking my watch for the 15th time in the last 15 minutes, I felt a pang of agitation surge through me. Where was she? We only had an hour for a big lunch, and I wanted to spend those 60 minutes with her, because let's face it, it was the only time I was going to get with her. Glancing around again, I spotted 2 blonde heads in the reflection of the glass floor-to-ceiling window. Twisting round in my seat, my eyes landed on Claire and Lizzie just beyond the archway of the hall. They were clearly arguing with one another, and standing in between them, several inches closer to the ground, was Shannon. My heart slammed against my chest bone, and I took a moment to just soak in the sight of her. She was tugging on her sleeves, pulling them away from the archway, looking all flustered and wide-eyed. As soon as she slipped out of view, my brain kicked into gear, and my feet started moving.
29. The rugby table. Shannon. Shannon? Lizzie Young's voice filled my ears as I sat on the closed-lid toilet inside one of the stalls in the girls' changing rooms in the PE hall with my uneaten sandwich on my lap. Are you in here? I'd skipped maths this morning. In fact, I'd skipped all 6 classes before big lunch. I'd gotten all the way to the classroom door this morning. I'd even put my hand on the door handle, but I just couldn't make myself go inside and face everyone. I just couldn't do it. At first, I had debated just leaving school entirely and going home, but when I got to the main entrance gates, I had an unmerciful panic attack, my father's face at the forepoint of my anguish. Spinning on my heels, I'd hurried out of the rain into the PE hall and hadn't left since. "Hey," a voice said from somewhere above me then, causing me to almost jump out of my own skin. Oh my God! Glancing up, my eyes landed on Lizzie, who was leaning over the top of the cubicle partition with a mildly amused expression on her face. "Lizzie, you almost gave me a heart attack." She arched a finely plucked brow. "Cosy down there." "Shan!" Claire's face popped up from the other side of the cubicle partition. "What are you doing in here?" "Hiding," I admitted, red-faced. "From what?" "School," I offered with a weary sigh as I stood up and unlocked the door. "The people in it." Stepping out of the cubicle, I walked over to the sinks, leaned against one of the cold porcelain basins and sighed. "Life." "Well, that's a shitty thing to do," Lizzie shot back. Hopping down from the toilet bowl she had been balancing on, she wiped her hands on her school skirt and stalked towards me. Her dark blonde hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her lips were painted a scarlet-red colour, making her look even more beautiful than normal. "We were worried to death about you," she added, before pulling me into a hug. "You little dope." "It's true," Claire offered, scrambling down from the toilet bowl she had been standing on. "Not the dope part," she added, coming to join us in a hug. "That was mean and unnecessary, Lizzie. We've talked about this. But the worried to death part," she nodded. "We were definitely halfway there." "Sorry, guys," I whispered, feeling swamped by my friends. Both girls were tall, both were blonde, and both were looking at me like I had the answers to all their questions, and maybe I did, but that didn't mean I could ever tell them. I needed a minute, Lizzie offered with a knowing smile. "Yeah, I think you're owed a few of those." "Am I in trouble for skipping my classes?" "No." Claire shook her head firmly. "Mr. Toomey's just worried about you. He sent us to look for you, actually. We've literally been out of class all day roaming the school for you." "And it's a big school," Lizzie offered dryly. "And you're a tiny person." "I was just in here," I confessed, feeling terrible now. "Yeah, the PE hall," Lizzie laughed softly. "Was honestly the last place either of us expected you to be." "He called us to the office first thing, too," Claire added. "They all want to help, Shan." "I don't want to talk to him or any of the teachers," I strangled out. "I told Darren to tell them that I didn't want to talk." I shook my head, feeling a little faint at the thought. "I don't want to talk to anyone." "I know," Claire soothed, "and you don't have to." "That's why he called us in," Lizzie offered calmly. "Yeah," Claire nodded. "He wanted to make sure that we were looking out for you." "Like he even had to ask," Lizzie scoffed. "Come on." Claire said as she grabbed my school bag off the slippery tiles and slung it over her shoulder. We're going to lunch. And then we're going to class, Lizzie added as she pushed me out of the bathroom. Together. I'm scared, I blurted out, feeling that familiar pang of panic claw its way up my throat as we walked out of the hall and down the steep steps. We know, Claire replied, wrapping an arm around me as we headed through the courtyard. But it's going to be okay. Yes, it is, Lizzie agreed, folding a loose lock of her blonde hair behind her ear. Because you're not alone in this. I'm sorry, guys, I muttered, feeling terrible. I'm a pain in the ass. Yeah, but you're our pain in the ass, Lizzie continued, and we happen to be sort of fond of you. Thanks, I chuckled. I think. By the way, Lizzie paused mid-step to look at me. Do you want to talk about what happened? No, I croaked out. You sure? Just be normal with me, Liz, I pleaded quietly. That's all I need. Fair enough. Lizzie nodded and continued towards the main building. Just know that we're here. Speaking of normal, Claire injected, thankfully changing the subject. Are you going to be normal in here? She asked Lizzie. Yanking open the glass door, she gestured to us to file in. No arguments, okay? We walked inside, and Claire hurried in after us. No bitching at Gerard or any of the boys. Lizzie shrugged, noncommittally, striding off in the direction of the lunch hall. If Thor and his gang of gimps steer clear of our table, we won't have a problem. Eh? My brother's in that gang of gimps, Claire huffed. You know what they say, Claire? If you lie with dogs, you get fleas. Then you must be riddled with them, Claire shot back, since all you seem to be doing lately is lying under Pierce O'Neill. Lizzie's cheeks turned pink and Claire arched a perfectly shaped brow. Nothing to say? Uh-huh, that's what I thought. Guys, don't fight, I puffed out as I hurried to keep up with their long strides, only to freeze on the mortal spot when we reached the archway. My heart jackknifed in my chest when my eyes landed on Johnny. He was sitting at his usual spot at the end of the banquet-like table with his back to me. He had his feet propped up on a chair and his arms folded behind his head. His hair was all mussed up, looking like he'd spent the morning dragging his hands through it. Several of the girls sitting at nearby tables were all staring at him with the same hungry expression I'd seen him provoke from girls in the hallways. The same hungry expression he provoked from me. He wasn't paying an ounce of attention to the girls, or anyone else for that matter. He was staring straight ahead, attention glued to the table I usually sat at with the girls. I cleared my throat, feeling nervous. I have something to tell you. Catching a hold of their sleeves, I tugged the girls away from the archway, feeling my heart race at 1,000,000 miles an hour as my gaze soaked him in. It's about Johnny, I added, tearing my gaze away from him. And me. Oh, God. Lizzie narrowed her eyes. What did you do with Captain Fantastic? Yes? Claire's eyes widened in excitement. What did you do? I could feel my cheeks turning red. Well, see, he's my... and I'm his... Flustered, I broke off and pressed a hand to my forehead. He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. Shut the front door, Claire squealed, clapping and bouncing excitedly. Oh my God! Oh my God! I gave her a weak smile. Yeah. You're his girlfriend? Lizzie frowned in confusion. But he doesn't do the whole girlfriend thing. Well, he does now, Claire hooted, still bouncing like a playful kitten. I swear this is the best day. You know, I don't even know why I'm surprised. Lizzie grumbled. This has been brewing for months. It really has, Claire replied, still grinning as she nodded in agreement. Months and months. It literally just happened today. I told them. Yeah, sure, because Johnny Kavanagh blows a head gasket for every girl in this school. Lizzie shot back, sarcastically. I knew that day before Easter break, when you ran out of school and went all batshit in the courtyard, that something was going on between you. Hell, even before that, he was always watching you like a creeper. They were kissing, Claire chimed in his bedroom. Claire, I hissed. And in Dublin. I narrowed my eyes. Thanks for that. Well, you were, she laughed, because he loves you. Stop it, I blushed bright red. Are you sure this is what you want? Lizzie asked then, watching me carefully. You really want this, Shan? I'm sure that I want him, I admitted with a wistful sigh. Badly. Oh, God, I can't. I'm so happy right now. Wiggling around like a bunny on speed, Claire swept me up in a hug that was so tight, my lungs burned in protest. Oh, God, Lizzie groaned. I suppose you could do worse than Johnny. She cast a sideways glance towards Claire. At least he's better than the other one. Claire! Spluttering, I pushed at her shoulders, flinching when a sharp jolt of pain ricocheted through my ribcage. Loosen up. Oops, sorry. Releasing me immediately, she took a step back and grinned sheepishly. The fields had me a little carried away there. The fields? Lizzie arched a brow. Girl, you are too much sunshine for one person. And you are too much grey cloud, Claire quipped. Turning to me, she cooed, and Shan here is our pretty little silver lining. Shaking her head, Lizzie turned her attention back to me. Okay, Shan, I'm only going to say this once, and then you can do whatever you want. Claire rolled her eyes. Here we go. Take your time, Lizzie said, tone serious. There's no rush, okay? If you want to be with him, then that's great. If he makes you happy, then fuck it, I'm all for it. But don't feel like you have to do anything you're not ready for. He's older than you and has a hell of a lot more experience with the world, so just take it at your own pace, not Johnny's. And if he pressures you even a little bit, then you kick his stupid rugby ass to the curb because... A familiar voice asked from behind me. Startled and excited, I spun around and came face to chest with Johnny. He was, once again, crutchless, but he was minus his school jumper this time. His red tie was just about hanging in there, tied loosely in a half-hearted knot against his white school shirt, a shirt that he filled to the point of stretching the material. A trickle of fear shot up my spine as I took in the sight of his muscular arms, his muscular everything. God, the boy really was all there. All right, girls, Johnny acknowledged gruffly, and then he turned his heated gaze on me. Hi, Shannon. Hi, Johnny, I breathed, heart racing wildly. Flustered, I balled my hands into fists at my sides, not confident enough to touch him first. Don't retract, Shannon. Be brave. Do something. Smiling brightly, I asked, How are you? Ugh, better than nothing. A small smile ghosted his lips. I'm good. I'm good, thanks, I blurted out, and then immediately cringed when I realized he hadn't asked. I mean... Come here. He chuckled, grabbing my hand and pulling me flush to his chest. I missed you, he whispered, before lowering his face to mine. I felt his hands come around my waist, and then his lips were on mine. Holding onto his arms, I leaned up on my tiptoes and kissed him back, feeling at a serious height disadvantage and struggling to reach him. Smiling against my lips, Johnny stooped down to hook an arm around my back, and then I was... Oh God, I was being lifted off my feet as he drew himself back up to his full height. Snaking my arms around his neck, I melted into the kiss, feeling every ounce of tension drain away as my body grew lax and pliant against his. I missed you back, I breathed against his lips. He smiled against my lips. Good to know. It was a soft, tender kiss that was over before it started, but it felt achingly intimate and left my whole body tingling. If you ditch your brother and come home with me instead, we can do that without an audience, Johnny told me, tone laced with amusement, as he set me back down on my feet. Huh? He inclined his head towards Claire and Lizzie, who were both watching us, open-mouthed. Well, Lizzie said, composing herself first, you just went right on in there, didn't you? Oh, Claire gushed, clutching her chest with both hands. I love them together. She fain swooned before adding, it's like a Great Dane and a Chihuahua trying to mate, but they somehow make it work. Jesus, Lizzie grumbled, swatting her arm. You are so bloody tactless, Claire. He picked her up, Liz, Claire squealed as Lizzie dragged her away. Did you see that? Yeah, I saw it. Now let's go, whore. Keeping her hands on Claire's shoulders, Lizzie pushed her in the direction of the office. We need to tell Mr. Toohey that we found her. But Liz, he picked her up to kiss her. Yeah, Claire, I know I have eyes too. Stop being such a weirdo. Mortified, I stared after the girls until they had vanished into the lunch hall, and then I groaned loudly before burying my face in Johnny's chest. I'm so embarrassed. Found you? Johnny tipped my chin up and stared down at me in confusion. Did you need to be found? I, kinda skipped class. His brows furrowed. All day? Yeah, I couldn't face it, I admitted quietly, taking a step back to regain my composure. Do you think you can face it now? I shrugged. I sort of have to, don't I? Having to be ready and being ready are two very different things, he offered softly. Have you been to the office to talk to Toomey? No. I exhaled heavily and rubbed my temples. But I know that I'm going to have to do it eventually. Listen, I know you don't want to, but if you just get it over with, it'll be one less thing to worry about. I just don't know what to say if they ask me about it, I confessed, feeling unarmed and exposed. I'm not used to talking about it. Do you want me to come with you? Johnny blew my mind by asking. We could go now, get it over and done with. My eyes widened. You would do that? Of course, he replied gruffly. Would you be allowed in there with me? I'd like to see him stop me. He shot back, and then with a grin added, and if he asks you about anything you don't want to talk about, I'll take a leaf out of my dad's book and jump in with a, my client reserves the right to not answer that question. Smiling, I wrapped my hands around my waist and nodded. Okay, I'll do it after lunch. Yeah? His eyes burnt with tenderness. Well, shite. I'm kind of persuasive when I want to be. You have no idea just how much. Is that okay? I heard myself ask, unsure. Can you come with me then? I mean, it won't mess with your classes. I'll be there. He cut me off by saying, don't even worry about it. But I just... Stop worrying. Taking my hand in his, he entwined our fingers and tugged me towards the archway. I've got your back. Oh, God. My heart... Inhaling a steadying breath, I steeled my spine and walked into the lunch hall room with Johnny, holding onto his hand for dear life and praying for a little invisibility, even though I knew it was no use. If I wanted to go undiscovered, I was holding the hand of the wrong boy. I wasn't letting go of him, though, not for all the tea in China. Whatever this was, I knew I would hold on with both hands for as long as I could, because the prospect of dealing with everything in my life and not having him to look forward to was incomprehensible now. It was all so fresh and new and unknown. Usually I was terrified of the unknown, but with him I had a burning curiosity. I was excited, terrified to my core, but excited. Silence greeted us the moment we stepped inside, and what felt like 1,000 pairs of curious eyes landed on us, causing my body to seize up with dread. Meanwhile, Johnny looked completely unfazed. Seriously, he either didn't see them staring or he didn't care, because his posture remained relaxed, his smile still firmly etched on his face as he led us over to his table. "Johnny," I strangled out, tightening my hold on his hand. "Everyone is looking at us." "Let them look," he replied, giving my fingers a reassuring squeeze. "They'll get bored eventually." "Will you?" The words were at the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them down, deciding on battling the social demon for now. I could worry myself to sleep with the insecure demon tonight. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Bella watching from her perch at the top end of the rugby table, where she was sitting on Cormac Ryan's lap. The minute our eyes locked, she narrowed hers in a menacing glare, and I instantly felt the weight of her fury. It was sharp, potent, and directed entirely towards me. Dropping my gaze to my shoes, I debated letting go of Johnny's hand, but stopped myself. "No," I mentally chastised myself, "you're not afraid of her." "Who are you fooling?" Another voice taunted. "You're terrified of her." "Push up," Johnny ordered when we reached the table, distracting me from my frantic thoughts. Feeling flighty, I locked my muscles into place, forcing my feet to stay firmly on the ground, and watched as a line of lads, starting with Hughie Biggs, all obligingly scooted up a seat in the row. "Listen up," Johnny said then, drawing the attention of his friends. "This is Shannon, my girlfriend. She's going to be sitting here from now on, so get used to seeing her around the place." He moved to sit down, but quickly stopped himself and straightened back up. "Oh, and fuck with her and I'll bury ye all." He cast a meaningful look around the table before adding, "Are we clear?" Oh my God. "Yeah, lad, no bother. We already know, Cap. Heard it all before, Cav." "Good." Surprising me, Johnny took the seat that Hughie and his girlfriend had vacated and pulled out his usual chair at the end of the row for me. "Just wanted to clear that up." He patted the seat beside him then, and I practically flopped into it, wanting nothing more than to hide under the table. If Tommen was a jungle, and the students here were animals, then this table was the lion's den. I was a stray gazelle, surrounded by the most dangerous of apex predators, all watching me with curiosity. Luckily for me, I was a gazelle that the king of this particular jungle, and leader of the pack, had taken a shining to. I wouldn't be eaten up. Not today, at least. I hoped. Johnny's arm came around me then, cocooning me in a blanket of comfort that common sense told me was unsafe and temporary. "Just relax, okay?" he whispered, leaning so close to me that his lips brushed my ear. "You're safe with me." Shivering from the contact, I nodded and suppressed the urge to bury myself inside this boy and never come back up for air. 'Cause I was falling too hard, depending too much, and growing entirely too attached to him. Red flags were shooting up all around me, and still I remained exactly where I was, exactly where I wanted to be. With him. Setting my hands on my lap beneath the table, I tucked my chin downwards and cracked my knuckles. To my immense relief, when I looked up again, the only person still staring at me was Gibbsy, who was sitting exactly opposite me at the ginormous table and grinning like the cat that got the cream. "Hey, little Shannon." "Hi, Gibbsy," I squeezed out, forcing myself to keep eye contact. How are you?" all good in the hood. Pulling a lollipop out of his mouth, he twirled it around aimlessly as his mischievous eyes danced between me and Johnny. I can see you're doing good too. I blushed, and Johnny snapped his head towards him. Rein it in, Gibbs, he instructed in a warning tone. Whatever you're thinking about saying, don't say it. I wasn't going to say anything, Gibbsy laughed good-naturedly. I was making friendly conversation with your girlfriend. Johnny arched a brow, eyes locked on Gibbsy. Keep it that way. How's your brother? Gibbsy asked then, turning his attention back to me. Is he doing better? Yeah, I mumbled, tucking my hair behind my ears. Well, he's home and he went back to school today. I hope. So he's doing a lot better. Gibbsy smiled warmly at me. Good. Claire and Lizzie arrived at the table then, making me sag in visible relief. Lizzie stalked right past the boys with her nose cocked in the air, smacking the back of Gibbsy's head as she passed, not stopping until she was halfway up the table and dragging out an empty chair beside her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Pierce. Hey! What was that in aid of? Gibbsy called after her. Because you're a dickhead, Lizzie shot back. And you're a viper, Gibbsy muttered under his breath, rubbing the back of his head. Jesus! Claire slumped into the chair beside Gibbsy then, much to Hughie's dismay as he glared, red-faced, at the pair of them. Hey, Claire Bear, Gibbsy said, smiling again. How's it going? Hey, Jared, she sighed, sounding sad and looking nothing like the bundle of energy she'd been a few minutes ago. Rolling up her sleeves, she placed her elbows on the table and dropped her head in her hands. I'm so sad. Why? Gibbsy stiffened. What happened? His eyes narrowed. Was someone at you? D happened, she grumbled. Again. Gibbsy's mouth fell open, and Johnny muttered something unintelligible under his breath before shifting closer to me. D? I scrunched my brows together. The school secretary. That's the one, Claire replied, and then huffed out a pained breath. I swear that woman hates me for no reason, Shan. Gibbsy choked on his lollipop, and several of the lads sitting round the table snickered. Meanwhile, Johnny stared dutifully out the window, looking anywhere but at Claire, while Hughie glowered darkly at Gibbsy. Leaning over the table, I gently touched her wrist to get her attention. What did she do? I have a hockey match in Thurles tomorrow, she replied, brown eyes full of sadness. Somehow, my forms have vanished, and now Mr. Toomey is saying that I can't go. Pouting, she folded her arms across her chest and added, Dee told him that I never handed them into the office when I was supposed to, which is a complete lie, because I specifically remember handing them to her the Tuesday before we went on Easter break. Why would she do that? I asked. Yeah, Hughie bit out through clenched teeth. I wonder why she would do that. Lolly? Gibbsy offered then, pulling a lollipop stick from his mouth and holding it out to her. Claire stared at it for a moment before shrugging, swiping it out of his hand and then popping it into her mouth. Sherbet? She arched a brow. You hate sherbet. Got it for you, he shot back with a wink. I know it's your favourite. Don't put that in your mouth. Hughie practically spat. You don't know where it's been, Claire. Claire shrugged again, like it was a normal thing to be swapping lollipop saliva with him. It's good. Jesus Christ. Hughie hissed in despair. I don't know why I bother. Anyway, I can't play tomorrow, Claire continued to say around the pop she was sucking on, which is a complete disaster since Jenny Kelleher is out injured and Saoirse Doyle is still in France with her parents. It was a really important game for Tommen. She sighed heavily, pulled the lolly out of her mouth and handed it back to Gibbsy. Here, I'm done. Yeah, me too, Gibbsy muttered as he shoved the lollipop back in his mouth and jerked to his feet. I have to go do something. Yeah, you do, Hughie spat. Sorted. Huh? Frowning, Claire stared after him. Jared, where are you going? What about your lunch? I just need to... He let his words trail off as he pointed towards the archway and then proceeded to dart out of the room. Johnny, who was watching their interaction, shook his head in clear dismay before scrubbing his face with his hand. What's going on? I whispered, turning my face into his neck. The smell of his cologne wafted into my nose and I shivered. He always smelled so good. Where's he going? I asked, pulling back so I could concentrate. With a heavy sigh, Johnny dropped a hand to my thigh and squeezed. Trust me, Shan, he said in a low tone, leaning close to my ear. When it comes to Gibbs, you're really better off not knowing. That was the second time today that he had spoken those words, and for the second time today, I thought he might be right. 30. Misunderstandings. Shannon. After lunch, I went to the office to speak with Principal Toomey and my year head, Miss Nyan. True to his word, Johnny came with me. Of course, Mr. Toomey didn't want him there and tried to shoo him out of the office, but Johnny didn't budge. It was quite comical to see our 5'8" aging principal with his balding hairline and paunchy middle-aged spread belly shoo a 6'3" rugby player. What was even funnier was Johnny's what the fuck expression when Mr. Toomey patted on his chest. Well, I was sure he was pushing on Johnny's chest, not patting it, but he had that little of an effect on Johnny that it kind of reminded me of a blue-bottle fly buzzing around a bear. When Mr. Toomey conceded and gestured for us both to sit down, Johnny took the seat beside me, and while he didn't hold my hand, just having him sit beside me gave me this weird form of courage. I couldn't explain it, but I felt braver when I was with him. Or maybe I just felt safer. It was strange considering I never felt more off balance than I did when I was with him. But it was a good type of off balance, and excited, sick to my stomach, about to keel over at any moment, but don't stop touching me because my heart's going to burst in my chest and I need to feel you everywhere or I'll explode, kind of off balance. I answered all of the standard mandatory questions doled out to me by Mr. Toomey and Miss Nyan, and accepted all the "I'm so sorry this happened to you, and don't be afraid to talk to us" small talk, and then I went on my way, forcing myself to sit through my last 3 classes. Surprisingly, I coped very well with the stares and hushed whispers from my classmates and the sympathetic gazes from my teachers. I guess it helped that Lizzie had melded herself to my side and was emanating some pretty serious "fuck with me and I'll cut your heart out" vibes. When the final bell rang at 4 p.m, signalling the end of our school day, I was feeling warily optimistic. Like maybe I could do this after all. Like maybe I could actually get my life back on track. "Do you want to come over to my place?" Claire asked, leaning against my desk, watching as I piled my books back into my school bag after our last class. Aside from Miss Moore, who was sitting at her desk, we were the last 2 people in the classroom, with everyone running for the hills the moment the bell sounded, including Lizzie, who had dashed off to meet Pierce, muttering something about a personal crisis. "Even for an hour?" "I'd love to," I replied, zipping my bag closed before standing up. "But Darren's probably waiting outside for me already." Grabbing my chair, I hoisted it onto the table and turned to face her. "I'm being monitored." "Ah!" Claire scrunched her nose up in distaste. "Your family is beyond messed up." "Yep." Hoisting my bag onto my back, I gave her a solemn nod. Couldn't agree more. "Do you want to just come anyway?" she asked as we walked out of the classroom and into the hallway. "Like, ditch Darren?" Grinning mischievously, she fell into step alongside me as we headed for the main entrance. "Jared has the car, and I know he'd give us both a spin back to my house." What was going on with him at break? I asked, curious. tightening my grasp on my shoulder straps, I walked briskly to keep up. He just ran out at lunch and never came back. I don't know, Shan, and sometimes I think I'm better off that way. Sighing, she added, Something tells me that if I knew, it would be painful. Claire. I looked at her sad expression. Are you okay? She nodded and offered me a watery smile. I'm fine. Why don't you just tell him how you feel? I asked gently. It's obvious that he feels the same way. He doesn't, she mumbled. It's all about the chase for him. If I give in now, he'll get bored. I pondered her words for a moment before saying, He might surprise you. And I might disappoint him, she mumbled. I stopped walking. What do you mean? She turned back to face me, but didn't respond. I studied her pained expression and blew out a breath. Claire, you couldn't disappoint anyone if you tried. Yeah, I mean it, I pushed. And least of all Gibbsy. He adores you. It's as plain as the nose on his face that he's mad about you. Because he can't have me, she muttered, because I'm the one girl who hasn't given in to him. I don't think that's it, I replied slowly. Not in the slightest. Listen, this isn't a new thing, Shan. You know that. Gerard and I have been like this since as far back as my memory goes. He's always wanted me, and I've always played it down. Her words broke off, and she groaned, like talking about this physically pained her. Because I don't believe him. You don't? No, I don't. Her brown eyes burned with vulnerability as she spoke. I know Gerard Gibson better than anyone on this planet. Hell, I know him better than he knows himself. And trust me when I tell you, that boy can't pay attention to anything for longer than a day. I've seen it, the way he is with girls. He'll give a girl everything for one day, and then he's on to the next one. I don't even think he can help it. I know he doesn't do it on purpose. Her cheeks flushed bright pink. But I can't be just another day to him, just another girl. I don't want to pour my heart out to him only for him to turn right around and realise that the chase was more fun than the catch. Shrugging helplessly, she added, I think it would break me. Have you talked to Lizzie about this? I asked. What did she say? I haven't told anyone, she whispered. Just you. My heart cracked. Oh my God, Claire! It's fine, she hurried to say, slapping on a bright smile. I'm fine. Breaking into a brisk walk that had me jogging to keep up, Claire yanked open the glass door of the main building and ushered me out first. Everything is fine. It clearly wasn't. I'll come over, I blurted out breathlessly, struggling to keep up with her long strides as she trudged through the courtyard. If you think it'll be okay with your parents. You will? Her whole expression brightened. Of course, my parents love you. I nodded and continued to run. Okay, just let me tell Darren and slow down, I'm not a racehorse. Sorry, she giggled, slowing her pace to what I considered a brisk walk. Thank you for doing this. No problem, I replied, swallowing back a groan at the thought of facing Darren. Any time. When we reached the car park and my eyes landed on Darren's blue Volvo, I missed my step and stumbled a little. I stumbled even further when I noticed the silver Ford Focus parked 3 spots up, not to mention the 4 boys leaning against the side of said Focus, with their heads down, deep in conversation. Righting myself before I face-planted the gravel, I straightened my shoulders, took a deep breath, and walked over to the Volvo. The smile my brother was wearing slowly slipped when he registered that I was moving towards the driver's side of the car, rather than the passenger side. What are you doing? Darren asked, winding down the window when I tapped on it. Climb in. I've got to get the boys home for training. Glancing into the back seat, I smiled at my 3 little brothers. "Hey, guys." Ollie and Sean smiled back at me, but Tig ignored me, keeping his glowering stare fixed on the back of Darren's head. "What's going on?" Darren asked, dragging my attention back to him. "I'm going to go to Claire's house for an hour," I said, forcing back the words, "if that's okay." He was my brother. I didn't need his permission. I didn't. "I'll be home later, okay?" "Shannon, we talked about this." Darren's expression darkened. "You need to come home straight after school." "No." I shook my head and tightened my grasp on the shoulder straps of my school bag. "You and Ma'am talked about this. I never agreed to stay inside 24/7. "She's going to have a coronary if you don't come home," he bit out. "You know the way she gets. I can't handle her like that, so I need you to come home and help me." "I don't care," I shot back, and surprisingly, I meant it. I didn't care. Not anymore. "I'm going to spend some time with my friend like a normal teenager, and then I'll come home." "We're not dealing with normal circumstances," he ground out, jaw clenched. Didn't I know it? "You can say whatever you want, but I'm still going with Claire." He narrowed his eyes. "Get in the car." I held my ground. "No. Get in the car, Shannon." Anxiety flared to life inside of me. "No." Unfastening his seatbelt, Darren shoved the car door open and climbed out. "Get in the fucking car." Gripping the door with white knuckles, he hissed, "Now, Shannon." "Back off, buddy," Claire warned, coming to stand beside me. "I have a weapon." She pointed over Darren's shoulder. "He's right over there, and I'm not afraid to call him." "I'm not going to hurt her," Darren shot back, looking appalled. "I just need her to get in the car and come home." "There's no problem, Darren," Claire shot back. "Shannon's going to come over to my house. We're going to eat some junk, watch TV, and then my mom or Huey will drop her home. No harm done." "I'm supposed to bring you home," Darren stated, ignoring Claire. "You can go over to your friend's house some other day, when I've spoken to her parents first." Shaking his head, he placed a hand on my shoulder and steered me towards the passenger side of the car. "Just cut me some slack here and get in the car." "No," I choked out, digging my heels into the concrete. "I'm not going home." "Shannon." Exhaling a heavy sigh, Darren placed both hands on my shoulders and looked down at me. "It's not safe for you to be out." "She doesn't want to go with you," Claire screamed at the top of her lungs. "She said no." Stunned, I looked back at my friend, wondering why she had suddenly raised her voice. Darren hadn't hurt me, not physically at least. But when I spotted Johnny, Gibbsy, Huey and Feely all watching us with thunderous expressions on their faces, I quickly realized why. She was calling for reinforcements. Oh, God. "Don't do it," Gibbsy was shouting. "Don't fucking do it, Cav." "Hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" Johnny demanded as he shoved past his friends, limp forgotten. "Get your fucking hands off her," he roared. "Now." "I can't catch a break today." Releasing a pained groan, Gibbsy tipped his head back, not bothering to try and stop the potential carnage. "Have at it, bulldozer, and don't forget your crutch." "Don't give him that," Feely snapped, snatching the metal stick out of Gibbsy's hand before Johnny could. "It's a weapon." "Have you seen the size of him?" Huey offered, with a despondent sigh. "He's the fucking weapon." "Jesus Christ," Darren grumbled, spinning around to look at the boys. "Stay out of it, Kavanagh." "If you want to keep your arm, I would listen to him," Gibbsy called out as he intercepted Johnny before he reached us. Slamming both hands against Johnny's chest, he tried to push him away from the car. Because he's a little testy right now, and I'm not wholeheartedly invested in keeping you alive if he breaks free. Shrugging, he added, "Just saying." "It's okay." Jumping into action for once in my life, I slipped under his arm and backed away. "He wasn't doing anything." "He was touching you," Johnny snarled, glaring at my brother with an expression that was borderline feral. "He was trying to put you in the car." "And she said no," Claire poked the bear by adding, "1,000,000 times." "I wasn't hurting her," Darren sneered. "I'm not that guy." "He's not," I was quick to defend. "He wouldn't do that to me." "I don't believe you, Shannon," Johnny shot back, livid. "You lied to me before." He narrowed his eyes on my brother. "And I don't believe him." "Are you accusing me of abusing my sister?" Darren asked, voice deathly cold. "Because you've got it all wrong." "Kind of like how your mother got it all wrong when she accused me of being a rapist," Johnny shot back without missing a beat. "Difference is, I saw you put your hands on her, Darren." Narrowing his eyes, he spat, "So, if I were you, I'd climb back into that car and get the fuck out of here before I do something we'll all regret." Darren stared hard at Johnny for several long, palpable moments before throwing his hands up. "You know what, Shannon?" he said, laughing humorously. "Mam might be fucked in the head, but she's dead on the money about him being like our old man." Stalking around to the driver's side of the car, he opened his door. "But hey, you do whatever the hell you want." With that, he climbed in and slammed the door shut. Revving the engine, Darren pulled out of the parking spot and tore off without so much as a backwards glance. I watched the three small faces staring out the back window of the car until it faded out of sight. "Well," Gibbsy said in a cheerful tone, breaking the frigid silence, "that escalated quickly." "Yeah," I breathed. Understatement of the century.
31. Take my advice, or not. Johnny. I bulldozed. I didn't need Gibbsy or anyone to tell me what I already knew. Shannon was stone cold silent the entire drive to Claire's house, keeping a full seat of space between us, letting me know in no uncertain terms that I had indeed fucked up. Furious with myself, I didn't say a word when I watched her walk into Claire's house, terrified of making a bad situation worse. Even now, as I heaved my body up and down on the chin-up bar fitted in Gibbsy's ensuite bathroom doorway, I couldn't relax. I couldn't breathe easy, because I knew in my heart I'd made things 1,000,000 times worse for her. Shannon was only across the street, but it could have been 1,000,000 miles away for all the good it would do me. I was so fucking mad at myself. I could taste it. I should go over there, I announced, for the 15th time in the space of 2 hours, and for the 15th time, Gibbsy responded with, "No, you shouldn't." He was sprawled out on his bedroom floor with a pen and ruler in hand, surrounded by half a dozen textbooks, and frowning in deep concentration as he used that weird yellow paper that helped him focus and make sense of his own writing. "What's that word?" he asked, holding up his history textbook to me. "Renown." Locking my arms into place, I squinted at the text on the page before saying, "No, lad, that's Renaissance." "Renaissance?" he repeated, churning the word around. "What a stupid fucking word." I shrugged and continued pulling my body up feeding off the pain in my muscles as they burned in protest. "Can I ask you a question?" "I already told you that I'd give you my history notes, lad," I replied. "You don't have to ask again." "No, it's not about school," he said. "It's about rugby." "Oh?" I frowned. Interest piqued. "What about it?" "What do you think my chances are of getting one of those academy contracts?" I paused, mid-chin up, with my arms locked tight, and studied his face. "You serious, lad?" He looked serious. "You're not messing?" "I'm not going to go down to college with Johnny. I can barely handle school as it is." He shrugged. "Mam's been on my case about what I want to do after school, and I like rugby." Sighing, he added, "If I don't make a plan, I'm going to end up in the bakery with her." "You're good at rugby," I agreed. "You know the academy were interested in you a couple of years back." He sighed. "Yeah, I know, and I fucked it." "You're still only in 5th year," I reminded him. "You have another year to turn it round." "You think I can?" he asked, grey eyes locked on mine. "I think you have the potential to do anything you set your mind to," I told him. "You got the talent, and that's 10% of what it takes." "And the rest?" "Determination, dedication, and consistency," I replied. "The 30-30-30 effect." "I might need a hand with that," he muttered. "What do you need from me?" "To pull me into line," he admitted. "I think I can do it, Johnny." "I know you can," I replied. "I've always said that." "I know, but I didn't want it before." "And you do now." "I'm wasting my life," he said. "I'm letting all the opportunities slip through my fingers." "Yeah, well, I've been saying that for years too." "So, what do I need to do?" "Quit smoking, cut back on the drink, and meet me at my house at 5:30 tomorrow." "That's a bit late in the evening to start." "Who said anything about evening?" I arched a brow. 5:30 a.m, Gibbs. The early bird catches the worm." "Oh, shit," he groaned. "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" I shrugged. "If you're serious, and you want it, then you'll get your ass out of that bed." "Lock your legs," Gibbsy said, then turning his attention back to his book. "I can't," I bit out, breathing hard. "It's too sore." "Well, if you went home and rubbed one out, you'd feel better," he shouted back, not missing a beat. "And you'd be able to close your legs." "What would you have done, Gibbs?" I asked, ignoring his dig. "If you were me back there." "Giving what you know about her family?" "Yeah," I grunted, breathless. "Exactly the same thing," he replied, confirming that I wasn't alone in my madness. "But I would have stemmed the threats of violence." He tossed his pen down and sat up. "That's her brother, lad." I arched a brow and gave him a "don't bullshit me" look. "Fair enough," he chuckled before admitting. "I would have killed him." I nodded stiffly. "Thank you." "But I'm not saying that's the right thing," he added, climbing to his feet. Do you think she's still pissed? I asked, gaze flickering to his bedroom window. Am I in trouble? You're always in trouble, he mused. It's like your thing. You know what I mean, I grumbled. I don't know, he replied, tone light. I've never had a girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what the relationship etiquette in this situation should be. Grinning, he added, I usually solve my problems with my tongue. Gibbs, I'm serious, he added. Mad at me? Have a lick out? Hurt your feelings? Let me eat you out? He shrugged. It's all I know, lad. Is that what you did today? I narrowed my eyes. Use your tongue. The sort clear shit. He stared blankly at me. I groaned. Tell me you didn't. I'm not telling you anything, he shot back. Let's just concentrate on your fuck-ups for today. Fair point. One day, I groaned, dropping my head. One bleeding day, and I made a hash of it. Yep, he laughed. It's a new record for you. Fuck it. Lowering myself back down, I rolled out my shoulders, groaning in relief when my muscles clicked and popped back into place. I'm going over there. Good, he agreed. About time. My mouth fell open. But you said I shouldn't. Hey. Gibbsy held his hands up and grinned. I'm the last person you should be taking advice from. Shrugging, he added, I'm following your lead, lad. Jesus, we're fucked, I muttered. That we are, buddy. That we are, he replied, slapping my back. But seriously, you really should know better than to take my advice to heart, since I've clearly dug myself into a hole I can't get the fuck back out of. What's going on here, lad? I asked, frowning. Does they have something on you? Nah, he shook his head. Nothing I can't handle? You sure? Absolutely. A trickle of unease ran down my spine. Gibbs, if you're in trouble, you can talk to me. Appreciate the concern. But you're the one whose girlfriend is on the other side of the street, Johnny. He chuckled. And besides, I have a plan. I narrowed my eyes. What kind of plan? On how to keep my dick in my pants, he told me. What, and out of the school secretary? Yep. He nodded. I'm injured now. Out of action for the next 6 to 8 weeks. He gave me 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. She can't touch me any more. You're injured? Where? How? What the? I shook my head and gave to them. You're going to have to elaborate a little more for me here, lad, because if you're using a picture of my cock and pretending it's yours. He dropped his pants, and I sucked in a sharp breath. Holy shite! Gaping in horror, my hand automatically moved to cup my own dick. What the fuck were you thinking? I was thinking, I need a way to keep my dick out of the school secretary. He shot back, holding his dick in his hand. When did you do this to yourself? I demanded, outraged. During the Easter holidays, he replied. I told you I was bored. I balked. So, you went out and got your dick pierced? He shrugged. It's actually kind of genius if you think about it. Gibbs, you voluntarily allowed someone to stick a needle through your penis? I deadpanned, gaping at the piercing on the underside of his shaft. "That's not genius, lad. That's lunacy." "It's not so bad," he said in an upbeat tone, stroking the crown of his dick. "It's almost healed, and it looks a lot better when I'm hard." "Don't you dare pull your dick in front of me," I warned him. "What the hell is wrong with you? I don't want to see you hard." "You wanted to know my plan?" he huffed, tucking himself back into his jocks. "So, I showed you my Frenham Pearson." Shaking my head, I hissed, "Frenham?" "Yeah." He nodded eagerly. "Like a Jacob's ladder, without a ladder." "What? How?" I gaped at him. "Are you planning on adding to it?" "No," he replied. "Not for a while, at least." "You're fucking insane," I choked out. "Deranged, even. And you've scarred me for life." "I scarred you for life? Yeah, sure," he scoffed. "I showed you a piece of body art, lad. You showed me your gangrened ball sack." "For the last time, I didn't have fucking gangrene," I snapped. "I had a torn abductor." "Whatever you say, lad." Laughing, Gibbsy sauntered out of his room, with me trailing after him, still visually traumatised. "But those were the most discoloured balls I'd ever seen in my life." "I hate you," I grumbled, hobbling down the staircase after him. "I hope you know that." "And I love you too," he sniggered. "Is it sore?" I asked, still grimacing at the thought. "Nah, it's just heavier. It takes a bit of getting used to." "Ah, shite. Boys, have a bit of respect," Gibbsy's mother ordered, when we thundered into the sitting room to say goodbye to her. "The Angelus is on." Grimacing, Gibbsy and I both blessed ourselves, and mumbled off the prayers embedded inside of us since birth, as the familiar church bells rang loudly on the television. Sarah Allen was a religious woman, and for one solid minute there would be no talking in the Gibson household while we waited, head bowed, for the signal of the 6:01 news to come on. "Now," Mrs. Allen said, muting the television when the news came on, walking towards us with her giant white Persian cat in her arms. She smiled brightly. "How was school?" "Fine," we both replied in unison. "Johnny," she flashed me a warm smile, "how are you feeling since Dublin, pet?" "I'm grand, thanks," I replied, offering a smile. I stepped forward to give Brian a rub while Gibbsy lunged away from the cat. "I'm getting back on track." "Your poor mother must have been beside herself with worry." "Yeah." Grimacing, I gently scratched Brian under the chin. "You could say that." "Where's Fa?" Gibbsy asked, using the pet name for his stepfather, Keith Allen. He'd been in Gibbsy's life since the age of 8. It was short for father, a term of endearment and sign of respect to the man who had helped raise him. The man who wasn't quite his father, but much more than just Keith. Fa was the middle line, and Gibbsy had called Keith that for as long as I'd known him. "I thought he'd be back by now." "He's still on the building site, pet. There was a delay with the delivery, but he'll be home tonight." Mrs. Allen stepped closer to Gibbsy, and he comically dived backwards. "Keep that beast away from me," he strangled out, eyeing Brian wearily. "I don't trust him, ma'am." "Ah, he's harmless." Mrs. Allen laughed. "You wouldn't hurt a fly, would you, Brian?" "No, the flies are grand, because his issue is with me, Gibbsy grumbled. Isn't it, Brian? The cat hissed, and Gibbsy leapt behind me. You're going to have to do something about his behaviour, he warned his mother. I don't feel safe in my home any more. Anyways, I'd better get going, I announced, clearing my throat. I was fond of Gibbsy's mother, and always enjoyed watching Gibbsy's cat tear strips out of him. But knowing Shannon was directly across the street was making me anxious. Thanks for having me, Mrs. Allen. Any time, Johnny, his mother replied, waving me off. Don't be a stranger. I'm going with him, ma'am, Gibbsy told her, as he hurried after me, narrowly avoiding a swipe of the paw from her cat. I'll be home later. Of course you are, she called after us. Behave yourself, Bubba. Keep your head, Gibbsy instructed when we stepped outside, and he closed the door behind him. Just talk to her. Don't go in all guns blazing like you did earlier. I will keep my head, I grumbled. I mean it, he shot back. No talking shite about her brother. I don't do that, I snapped, flustered. But I swear to God, lad, if I have to look at her with one more bruise, I'm the one who's going to be in Cork prison, not her dad. He'll be in a fucking graveyard with his son beside him if either of them puts their hands on her again.
32. Ladder in my tights. Shannon. There's a movement on the Western Front, Claire announced from her perch on the windowsill in her bedroom. The front door's opening. Slowly. Nope, it's closing again. Oh, wait, it's opening again. Oh, make a decision, damn it. Oh, wait, I can see one teenage male. No, make that 2. They're both together. No surprises there. B2 is locking the front door. He's saying something to B1. And they're both pushing each other. Looks like they're arguing. Oh, they're walking towards his car now. No, they've changed course. They're crossing the road. Getting closer, closer, closer. Claire, I choked out, panicking. Shh. She held a hand up and pointed to her bedroom door. Just wait for it. Ding dong. She grinned. Looks like they've come to play with the teddies. Bananas in pajamas references. I laughed, unable to stop myself. Really? Hey, she shrugged, grinning. If the shoe fits. What do I do? I asked, worrying my lip. Everything had gone to hell in the car park at school, and Johnny hadn't spoken a single word to me the entire drive to Claire's house. When Gibbsy pulled into his driveway, I had walked across the road with Claire to her house, and Johnny had stayed with Gibbsy. I didn't know what to do or make of it. I had no experience in dealing with this sort of thing. Do you think he's mad? No, Claire replied, rolling her eyes. I think he thinks you're mad. She tilted her head to one side, studying me carefully. Are you mad? I shrugged. I don't know what I am. It's okay if you are. We all sort of railroaded you with Darren earlier. Scrunching her nose up, Claire flicked at a piece of fluff on her pyjama shorts before adding, But he put his hands on you, and that's kind of a red flag deal to us. Darren wouldn't hurt me, I heard myself say for the millionth time in the space of a few hours. Not like that. He's worried about Mam and the kids, and my dad, because he's still out there. Yeah, I know. Letting her feet fall from the windowsill to the floor, Claire stood up and stretched her arms over her head. Her pale curls, held back from her face with a clip, flowed down her back like vibrant, golden sunshine. She was just so beautiful with her long legs and toned curves that it made me feel like a little boy alongside her. I know he wouldn't hurt you, and I'm so sorry for making a scene, she added, tone guilty. But you have to see where we were coming from. You kept everything inside for so long, buried so many secrets about what was going on at home. It's hard to trust you. I flinched from her words, and Claire's eyes widened. I don't mean it in a bad way, she hurried to soothe. I trust you 1,000,000% with all my secrets and everything, I swear. I'm just saying that when it comes to your family, we're all a little wary. I get it. Shifting on her bed so that I was sitting cross-legged and facing her, I let out a defeated sigh. It's just a mess. With Darren? She asked, eyes warm and laced with sympathy. Or in general? All of the above, I admitted. I don't think Darren's coping with being back home. Guilt churned inside of me. You saw just how well Joey's coping with life. Tyke has morphed into a walking hormone. Sean can barely string a word together, and he's wetting the bed every night. Mam is being... well, she's just the definition of a mess, and Dad is... Cringing, I added, the only one that seems to be coping is Ollie, and he's 9. Sorry, Shan. She gave me a sympathetic look. That sucks. Yeah, I sighed. And I know I should make an effort with Darren, but it's so hard. He was gone, you know? For years. I didn't even know where he was, and now all of a sudden he's back and in charge and falling into line with her. My voice broke off, and I gnawed anxiously on my fingernails. I don't know how to process it all. So much has happened, and I feel like... You feel like what, Shan? Like I'm being smothered. I offered quietly. By me? She asked. No, I shook my head. Never you. I'm always here for you. Hurrying over to where I was sitting on her bed, Claire flung herself down on me, knocking me onto my back. You're my best friend, she whispered, hugging me tightly. And I know I'm not supposed to squeeze you, but I can't help it because... Her voice cracked, and she dropped her face to rest against my shoulder before whispering, 'Cause when I got that call from Jared and found out what happened to you, I was so afraid that I would never see you again. Sniffling, she clutched me tighter. I felt so responsible. I'm still here, I croaked out, holding her tightly, drowning in the smell of her strawberry shampoo as her hair splayed over my face. And you were never responsible. Wasn't I? She muttered. I knew something was happening to you, and I did nothing about it. You were exactly the kind of friend I needed, I told her. I wouldn't have gotten through any of it without you, so don't ever feel bad for being what I needed. I'm always going to feel bad, Shan, she replied. I don't think that's going to go away in a hurry. God, you need a haircut, I spluttered, spitting out a mouthful of blonde curls. Huh? Your hair, Claire, I strangled out, batting at my mouth as a mountain of curls swamped me. It's in my mouth. I pushed at her shoulders. You're turning into Rapunzel? Says the girl with hair down to her arse, she giggled, climbing off me. My hair's thick and there's a lot of it. She paused to pull me up. But you're the one with the length. Because it's the only thing about me that grows, I joked, settling down to sit cross-legged facing her. Reaching behind my head, I pulled at my hair tie and tossed my brown hair over my left shoulder. It's all I have, I added as I began to braid my hair into submission. So don't judge. I have something that grows, a familiar male voice piped up. It's growing right now. You're supposed to knock, remember? Claire said, glancing over her shoulder at Gibbsy, who was standing in her bedroom. You know the rules. Hovering in the doorway behind him was Johnny, shifting from foot to foot, looking incredibly uncomfortable. His gaze locked on mine, and he offered me a small smile. I smiled back. Relief flooded his features, and he blew out a breath. I know you're talking right now, babe, Gibbsy said, drawing my attention back to him. and I'm trying really hard to pay attention, but it's kind of impossible when all I'm seeing is you and another girl on your bed braiding hair with your sexy ass hanging out of those shorts. Grinning, he added, "Quick, do something else." "Something like this?" Claire replied sweetly, before grabbing a pillow and flinging it at him. "Fucking perfect," Gibbsy choked out, catching the pillow mid-air. "Add in pillow fights and it's like free porn." "You're a pervert." "A perv who sorted that hockey thing for you." "It did?" Claire's eyes widened. "How?" Gibbsy shrugged. "I have my ways." Tilting his head to one side, he studied her back and asked, "Holy shit, are you wearing a thong?" "Gerard," Claire sighed. "Is it red?" He squinted his eyes and then groaned. "It's fucking red, isn't it?" Rolling her eyes, Claire climbed off the bed and padded over to where he was standing. "You're an idiot," she chided, slapping his arm. "Come on, you can help me clean the kitchen before Mom gets home from work. It'll give these two some time to talk." Smiling brightly at Johnny, she added, "Come on in, Johnny." Yeah." Shoving his hands into his pockets, Johnny stepped into her room. "Thanks. I'll come anywhere you want if you just show me that thong," Gibbsy pleaded, dropping his hands to her waist. "I'll clean all the pots. I'll do anything, just one peek. That's all I'm asking." "You'll come anyway," she huffed, catching a hold of his school tie and dragging him out of her room. "You've got that right," he agreed, trailing after her like a puppy dog on a lead. "Is your bra red too?" "I'm not wearing one." "Oh, Jesus!" Gibbsy pulled the door closed, leaving me and Johnny alone in Claire's bubblegum pink bedroom. That's a lot of pink." Shifting awkwardly, he dragged one hand out of his pocket and waved his hand around aimlessly. "Never seen so many teddy bears and dolls in my life." "She doesn't play with them anymore," I explained, stifling a laugh at the sight of his confused expression. "She just collects them." Feeling at a loss, I grabbed the huge white polar bear from the top of her bed and held it out to him. "Gibbsy bought this one for her 13th birthday and demanded she name it after him," I said. "She compromised and called it Jerry." "I remember." Johnny sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Bleeding thing cost him 80 quid. He was cutting grass for the entire summer to pay for it." My eyes widened. €80 for a teddy bear? Johnny shrugged. "That's the one she wanted." "Oh," I whispered, not knowing what else to say. "Are we okay?" he asked then, remaining exactly where he was. "You and me?" I nodded. "I think so." Johnny blew out a harsh breath and moved towards me. "I know I fucked up, okay?" he blurted, not stopping until he was sitting on the edge of Claire's bed, eyes locked on mine. "I overreacted, but I just saw him with his hands on you, and I panicked." He shook his head and reached for my hand. "I fucking saw red, Shan. I couldn't think clearly and jumped to conclusions." "I get it," I whispered, shifting closer to him. "I'm not mad at you." "But I've just made things worse for you." He groaned, pulling my hand onto his lap, and looked at me, expression forlorn. "I fucked it, baby." Baby? Oh, God. "And now you're going to have to go home and deal with more of their shite," he continued to say, sounding pained, all because I couldn't get a handle of myself. "Johnny," I squeezed out, heart skittering around wildly. He exhaled a sigh and looked at me with a weary expression like he was trying to gauge my emotions. "Yeah, Shan." "I love you." I had no idea why I felt the need to tell him that. The words seemed to clamber up my throat every time I laid eyes on him. The blue in his eyes blazed with heat. "I love you too." "Yeah?" "Yeah." I don't know who moved first after that. There was a blur of flailing limbs, but when I lunged for Johnny, he was already halfway down on me. Our lips crashed together at the same time I collapsed onto my back, with his big body landing heavily on top of me. Frazzled, I tightened my hold on his neck and let my legs fall apart, causing him to settle between them roughly. The contact caused us both to moan loudly. Knotting my fingers in his hair, I wrapped my legs around his waist and kissed him back with a need that bordered on insanity. Squeezing my thighs, I rocked my hips upward and pulled down hard on his hair, wanting nothing more than to immerse myself in this boy. Plunging my tongue into his mouth, I kissed him hard, unable to get close enough. Johnny rewarded the move with a deep, rumbling growl of approval. The sound was so sexy. I could feel him, hard as steel between my legs, rubbing and grinding against my most private areas, and I moaned, shifting closer, wanting more than anything for him to just press harder. Christ! His hands roamed all over my body. You feel so good. His hand slipped under the hem of my shirt, fingers grazing my side. Tastes so fucking perfect. His hands were everywhere, on my legs, on my hips, in my hair. He touched me everywhere except where I needed him to, and that only seemed to make me more frantic, more desperate for him. I was behaving like a deranged maniac, but I just couldn't contain myself a second longer. I could feel the aching want I had for him deep in my bones, driving me on, encouraging me to push for more. Heat pooled inside of me, a deep, unsettling, throbbing ache. His tongue and fingers only seemed to intensify that throbbing sensation until I was literally pulsing down there. My heart was beating at 100 miles an hour, the passion and driving need making my movements reckless and clumsy, as my body instinctively chased after an unfamiliar feeling that only his body could provide. I was a virgin, but that didn't mean I was clueless about sex. I read enough books, watched enough movies, and listened to enough stories to know all about the male body and orgasms. And even though I'd never felt one before, I was well aware that the tingling jolts of pleasure rippling through me every time Johnny thrust his hips against me were a small promise of pleasure. Oh my God, I might come. The sudden thought sparked to life inside of my mind, causing me to moan into his mouth and buck my hips in encouragement. I think he's going to make me come. Reveling in the feeling of being pinned beneath him and clouded by lust, I slipped a hand between our bodies and touched the front of his school trousers, shivering when my hand came into contact with his erection. "Don't, baby," Johnny groaned into my mouth, pulling my hand away and pinning it above my head. "Or I'll lose it." "Are you sore?" I breathed, panting against his lips. "Does it hurt?" "You're killing me, Shan." Johnny groaned and buried his face in my neck. "Fuck, baby." Nipping and suckling my flesh, he kissed a trail from my collarbone to my lips before thrusting his tongue into my mouth once more. I couldn't take it. I honestly couldn't. Desperate for more, I slid my hands under his school shirt and clawed at the taut, rippling skin beneath. My fingers on his stomach did something to Johnny because he pressed me deeper into the mattress, moving harder against me. The hand he was using to pin mine travelled to my leg. Cupping the fleshy part of my thigh, he hitched my leg up higher and rocked his hips into me. His fingers dug into my skin so hard that I felt my tights rip, but I didn't care. He could rip them to shreds and I wouldn't stop him. Moving higher, I felt his fingertips trace the edge of my knickers. He hesitated, and I felt like crying. Frustrated, I hooked my fingers into his waistband and tugged hard. That was all the encouragement he needed. His hand slipped behind me to paw my ass, squeezing and pulling me closer to him as he continued to rub against me. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew it was entirely inappropriate to be rolling around on my best friend's bed with my boyfriend, but my brain could only hone in on the word boyfriend. Everything else was inconsequential in this moment because Johnny was my boyfriend, and my boyfriend had me on my back, making my body shake and tremble. It was the only male touch I'd ever welcomed. He was big and masculine and was using all of his strength to make me feel good. In this moment, I didn't care about my family or my bullies. I didn't fear the unknown, and I wasn't worrying. All I could think about was the desperate need I had inside to just link with him in every way possible. The sound of foil crackling broke through my lust-filled thoughts, and I jerked when something sharp stabbed my thigh. "What's that?" I asked, sounding breathless as I tore my lips from his. I rolled my hips and felt the sting again. Ouch! "Are you okay?" Concern flickered in Johnny's eyes, drowning out the desire, and he quickly pulled back to kneel between my legs.
"Shit, did I hurt you?"
"No, it wasn't you." Patting the mattress, my hand stumbled on several sharp-edged packets. "It was this," I breathed, raising one of the little square packets up for inspection. My body flooded with heat when I registered what I was holding. These must have fallen out of your pocket," I mumbled, glancing down at the pile of condoms on either side of my waist. "They must have fallen out of your pocket," I corrected, counting 16 condoms, 17 including the one I was holding. Johnny stared down at the condom in my hand, blinked several times, and then shot off the bed faster than I'd ever seen him move on a pitch.
"Jesus Christ,"
he strangled out, running a hand through his hair.
"It's not what it looks like, I swear."
Muttering a string of curse words, he began to pace the floor.
"Fucking Gibbsy,"
he bit out, jaw clenched.
"He's going to ruin my life."
"Gibbsy?"
"They're his," Johnny choked out, "not mine."
"Oh." Pulling myself up on my elbows, I watched him stalk around the room like a madman. "Okay."
"I'm just holding on to them for him,"
he hurried to add, still pacing.
"I did not bring those over here for any other reason than I forgot they were in my pockets."
"It's fine."
"For fuck's sake,"
he groaned, stopping to cup the back of his head.
I wouldn't... I mean, I didn't expect to have sex with you."
"You didn't?"
"What?"
He gaped at me.
"No, Shannon, of course I didn't."
"Oh." I glanced down at the condoms before looking back at him. "Why?"
"'Cause
His mouth fell open, and it took him a few moments to recover.
"Wait, what?"
Nothing," I mumbled, embarrassed. "It doesn't matter."
"You want to have sex?"
he pressed, watching me warily.
"Is that what you're saying?"
"I don't know." Nervous, I stood on the other side of the bed, with my back to the window, watching him back with equal wariness. "I mean, I'll do it if you want to."
"Is that a trick? What the... Are you... Fuck!"
Holding a hand up, Johnny placed his other hand on the top of his head and took several deep, steadying breaths. He looked like he was about to explode as he rolled his lips between his teeth and eyeballed me.
"Just give me a minute."
I nodded. "Okay."
"I'm not having sex with you,"
he finally said when words found him again. His voice was torn, his expression pained.
"We're not having sex, Shannon,"
he reiterated, voice strained.
"It's not happening."
"Oh, God." "I'm sorry." Flustered and mortified beyond belief, I quickly pushed my skirt back down. "It was a stupid... I don't even know what I was thinking. I mean, of course you don't want to. Just forget it."
"I want to,"
he quickly corrected.
"Believe me, I want to, I promise, but I just can't."
"Oh." My gaze flicked to the tent he was pitching in his grey school trousers. "Because you're still sore."
"No, baby,"
he choked out, throwing a hand up.
Because you're not ready.
But I said I'd do it if you wanted to, I whispered.
Exactly. Johnny groaned loudly. You said if I wanted to, not because you wanted to.
Shaking his head, he walked over to the bed and sank down.
It's way too soon.
But when you were with Bella, you were having... I snapped my mouth shut and hovered by the window, watching him. Never mind.
Jesus,
Johnny muttered, dropping his head in his hands.
Is that what you think I want?
When I didn't respond, he straightened up and looked at me.
Come here.
He patted the mattress beside him.
Come sit with me for a bit.
I watched him carefully for a moment before letting my shoulders sag in defeat and walking over to sit down.
Talk to me,
he said quietly.
Tell me what's going on inside that head of yours.
I stopped short and tensed up, unable to get the words out.
You just what, Shannon?
Nothing.
Talk to me.
I just want you to want me in all the ways you wanted her, I blurted out, and then flamed in embarrassment.
No.
Johnny shook his head.
You don't want that.
But I really do, I admitted glumly.
So, you just want me to want to fuck you?
He demanded, tone heated.
You want me to only want sex from you, to fuck you and spend the entire time wondering how fast I can get away from you?
He stared hard at me, daring me to tell him yes.
Or wonder how long is socially acceptable to stick around after pulling out of you. 5 minutes? Half an hour? Do I have to kiss and cuddle you, or can I leave and wash the smell of you off my body? 'Cause that's how it was with her.
He ran a hand through his hair and growled.
There were no feelings involved. It was sex and nothing else.
No, I don't want that, I admitted quietly. I just want to be what you want.
You are,
he urged, tone heated.
Don't want what I had with Bella. I want what I have with you.
You promise?
I fucking promise, Shannon.
Leaning forward, Johnny rested his elbows on his thighs and exhaled heavily.
Listen to me. Bella was a mistake.
He grimaced as he spoke her name.
I think I knew she was a mistake even when I was making the mistake.
He quickly amended, casting a guilty look in my direction.
I was disconnected and I wanted to feel something for a little while.
He sighed again.
I could see my friends and the lads on the team with girlfriends and all that shite, like Huey and Katie. Christ, even Gibbs and Claire. I don't know, Shan, they all seemed so carefree, so fucking reckless about it, that I was jealous.
He looked at me when he said,
It gets lonely when you're travelling on one path, and all of your friends are on another path together. And I guess I just craved some sort of connection with something or someone other than rugby. But it never happened for me.
Straightening back up, he rested a hand on the mattress and turned to face me.
I just couldn't, you know? I've never been able to connect with anyone like that.
He shrugged helplessly, blue eyes locked on mine.
Until one day, I looked up from my life and there you were, all blue eyes and full of secrets.
He cleared his throat several times before saying,
And I've never felt more connected.
Johnny,
no, hear me out, Shan,
he hurried to say, resting a hand on mine.
I can only tell you what I know,
he added, tone hoarse, eyes heated.
And that's from the very first day you walked into my life. You changed me. That very first time I saw you, you sparked to life something inside of me.
Releasing a heavy sigh, he shrugged, eyes locked on mine.
And I haven't been the same since.
My heart galloped wildly in my chest. Really? He nodded slowly as a small smile crept across his face.
Boom.
I blew out a shaky breath. Boom.
So, to answer all those fucked up thoughts in your pretty head, I don't want Bella or anything even remotely like what I had with her. He continued, I want what we had together. I want our friendship. I want your company. I want our conversations. I just want time with you. And I'm not in any rush. I don't want you to feel like you don't know where this is going, or when I'm kissing you that I'm looking for more than you're ready to give. I won't do that to you. I won't take what you can't give, and I won't push, okay? He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Sex isn't even important. It's just one fucking part of it, a part that can wait for as long as you want. He was right. Oh God, he was totally right. Mortification swamped me. I don't think I'm ready, Johnny, I whispered, cheeks flaming. I know, he replied, smirking, and that's okay. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in his voice, and I clung to his certainty. Okay, I croaked out, shifting closer. You make me happy, he whispered. I want to stick with that. I want to stick with you. Johnny, my voice trailed off as I contemplated the importance of what he'd just said. You make me happy too. And I think I owe you another pair of tights. He poked at the huge ladder in my tights and shrugged sheepishly. Sorry. I smiled. It doesn't matter. Smiling, he lifted his arm and I slid into the space. I like where we are, Shan. His words curled around my heart like a comfort blanket. We'll get there when we get there, he added after a contented pause of silence. I am not in any hurry. I felt his lips brush the top of my head. Not with you.
33. Thank you, Jesus. Johnny. I was a saint. No joke. I was fairly sure I deserved a medal for the self-restraint I displayed in Claire's bedroom earlier. I doubted there was another lad my age with feelings for a girl like the ones I had for Shannon. For a girl who looked like Shannon. That could have stopped that from processing. Hours later, and I was still coming to terms with the best and worst thing I'd ever done. Because I wanted inside that girl more than my next breath, and having her dangle her virginity in front of my nose like a fucking Grand Slam medal was the worst kind of temptation. But I did the right thing, damn it. I stopped it. I put what she needed before what I wanted. And that knowledge put me somewhat at peace. So afterwards, when I'd soothed things over and we went downstairs, I drank hot chocolate with her friend. I made the small talk. I provided the reassurance I knew she needed from me, and I reined in Gibbsy as best as I could. And I did all this with the worst case of blue balls known to man. When Sinead Biggs came in from work a little after 9 and gave me and Gibbs our marching orders, I could have wept with joy. As messed up as it sounded, I was relieved the woman had showed up and kicked us out, because I needed a time out. I needed to go home and fast, because I couldn't take it anymore. It had been over 5 fucking months, and pain or not, I was going to come. Even if it killed me, damn it. I could hardly speak a word the entire drive back to my house. The anticipation was killing me, and I was racked with nerves. Fear, excitement, and lust were the dominant emotions rushing through my body, driven forward by the memory of Shannon on her back, with me between her legs. Thankfully, Gibbsy was brooding silently in the driver's seat, and didn't turn off the engine when he pulled up outside my house. Instead, he offered a half-hearted, "I'll pick you up in the morning, lad," before returning to staring out the windscreen. I had no clue what was wrong with him. I presumed he was sulking over being thrown out by Claire's mother. But right now, I couldn't worry about it because I was going to fuck myself, damn it. And his problems weren't my top priority. When I stepped inside my house, I had a feeling Jesus Christ himself was looking down on me because my mother was on a work call, barking orders into a headset while she paced the kitchen floor with the folder in her hand. I swear to God, I could have dropped to my knees and broke out in prayer at the sight. When she tried to make eye contact with me, I quickly hurried upstairs, using the crutch more for her sake than mine. Temporarily evicting Suki from my room, I swung the door shut and started ripping off my clothes. Why I felt the need to strip down bollocks naked, I would never understand. But I was burning the hell up and needed the reprieve. Feeling a fucked up concoction of excitement and fear rushed through my body, I sat still as a statue on the edge of my bed and stared down at my fully erect dick. Here it goes, with my entire body coiled tight with tension. I dropped a hand and held my breath, waiting for the pain I was so damn used to feeling, the one associated with my dick. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 tentative strokes. When the pain didn't come, I released the breath I'd been holding in, flopped onto my back and stared up at the ceiling. Thank you, Jesus. Closing my eyes, I drummed up every depraved image I had of Shannon and went to town on myself.
34. Flashing lights and new information. Shannon. My body was coiled tight with tension the entire drive back to my house. The familiar feeling of dread had resumed its post of strangling the good out of my day. All thoughts of Johnny had retreated back into the box in my mind that I kept him safe inside of, as I numbed out all emotions and switched into survival mode. It was like locking sunshine in an old cobweb chest, not trusting the darkness around me not to taint it. Like a sixth sense buried deep down inside of me, I knew there was trouble before I saw it. I could feel my body temperature dipping to the point of Arctic, with my blood turning to ice in my veins. Every muscle in my body locked tight with fearful anticipation. I wasn't naive enough to try and reassure myself that everything was fine this time. The sight of my house lit up like a Christmas tree, with every window flooding yellow orbs of light, and the line of cars parked next to the usually deserted footpath outside, not to mention the blue and yellow Garda car, was sign enough that my silent affirmations would indeed be fruitless ones. "Shannon, pet," Mrs. Biggs said in a concerned tone when she pulled up outside of my house. "Is everything okay?" "It's probably fine," I croaked out, quickly unfastening my seatbelt as the jagged claws of panic tore at my gut. "Thanks for the spin, Mrs. Biggs," I added, reaching for the door handle. "Wait, would you like me to come with you?" Claire's mother asked, tone laced with tenderness as she placed a hand on my shoulder. "I can park up, honey, and walk you in." No, it's fine," I mumbled, shoving the passenger door open and thanking my lucky stars that Claire had stayed at her house rather than come for the drive. "But I'd better go inside now." Mrs. Biggs, who looked so much like Claire, worried her lip for a long moment, clearly anxious. "Not as much as I am. Will you call Claire later on?" she finally asked, eyeing me with weariness. "Just to check in?" I nodded, offered her a small smile, and then hurried out. Deep, breaths. I chanted to myself the entire walk from the footpath to my front door. Whatever's happened, you can handle it. Just keep breathing, Shannon. When I reached the front door, a horrible wave of déjà vu wafted through me, and for a moment just stood there, my fingers curled around the door handle and my entire body spazzing out of control. He's in there, my brain hissed. Run away, Shannon. Get away now. My choices were taken away from me when the door swung inwards and my eyes landed on Joey. I drank in the sight of his blood-free face for a moment before a huge shudder racked through me. Shh, he whispered when I opened my mouth to speak. Instead of ushering me inside, Joey stepped out and pulled the door shut behind him. I need to talk to you. What's going on, Joe? I strangled out, panicking. It's okay. Catching a hold of my arm, he gently tugged me into the side garden and out of view of the windows and doors. But we need to talk. Talk? I frowned up at him. About what? Flustered, I waved a hand towards the cars parked outside the house. What's going on? Why are the guards here, Joe? Why is Patricia's car here? Come here. Dragging me through the overgrown grass, we slipped into the small gap of space between the garden shed and wall, to the old den we had spent many a night hiding out in. It was nothing to look at, just a few feet of trodden-down grass at the back of the shed, secured by the unused oil tank, but the gap to the back here was too narrow for our father to squeeze through. We used to keep blankets, torches, and a small tin of biscuits out here when we were little, but it had been a long time since either of us had come back here. He handed himself in, Shan. Joy glanced behind us and blew out a shaky breath. The guards have him. Dad? I squeezed out, though I wasn't sure if I spoke the word or mouthed it. My heart was racing at 100 miles an hour, forcing the air from my lungs in a breathy rush. Are you serious? Joy nodded, and I felt my body grow weak. Weaker and weaker and weaker, until I was moving towards the ground in slow motion. I've got you. Joy's arms came around me. It's okay. Lowering us both onto the wet grass, he crouched down beside me with his hands on my shoulders. Shh, you're safe. Motionless, I leaned against the concrete wall at my back, feeling the damp seep through my school skirt, but unable to move a muscle as my brain switched into overdrive. They had him? He handed himself in. My father. I'm going to be sick. The words were barely out of my mouth before I twisted sideways and heaved the contents of my stomach onto the grass. Good girl. Grabbing a fistful of my hair, Joy pulled it back from my face and patted my back. Get it out, you'll feel better. No, I wouldn't. I was never going to feel better again because this was all wrong. Stomach heaving, I retched and gawked until I was empty with nothing left inside of me to give. Why? I croaked out when words finally found me. Chest heaving, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and sagged in defeat. Handed himself in? I shook my head, rejecting the notion. No, he had to have this all wrong. You wouldn't do that, Joe. Our father would never voluntarily hand himself in for anything. This isn't real. I know, Joey agreed, speaking in a low, hushed tone. I don't believe it either. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Something's wrong. What else do you know? Nothing, he replied. I literally just walked in the door from work before you and found them all in the kitchen. He gestured to the greasy overalls he was wearing and shrugged helplessly. The guards, Patricia, and a couple of other women I've never seen before, all in there with Mam and Darren. What are they saying? I don't know, Shan. He shook his head and added, They wouldn't let me stay. They fucking kicked me out of the kitchen, but I heard one of the guards say that Dad handed himself in before they shut the door in my face. Then I heard the car pull up, so I went straight out to give you the heads up. My stomach twisted up in knots. Well, Thanks for the heads up. I don't understand what's happening here, he said, ignoring my thank you. He has to have been to a solicitor or something, gotten some advice. He let out an aggravated growl. It makes no sense for him to just walk into the station and turn himself in. Maybe he felt guilty? I offered weakly, knowing it was a stupid notion. You need to possess a conscience to feel guilt, Joey shot back. He lacks one of those. Very true. It's bullshit, a familiar voice said, causing both of us to turn as a shadowy figure approached in the darkness. They're in there, talking about our lives, making decisions for us, and we're not allowed to hear it. Tig, I strangled out, pressing a hand to my heart when he popped out from the small gap, his face illuminated by the street light across the road from our house. Where are Ollie and Sean? Was Joey's only question. Bed. They're both asleep, Tig replied, before walking over to where we were crouched and taking a seat on the grass beside us. Resting his back against the wall alongside me, he hooked his arms around his knees and muttered, But Sean pissed the bed again. Joey sighed wearily. I better go. I sorted it, Tig cut in. It's done. My heart broke. Babies taking care of babies. And Ollie's having nightmares. He keeps waking up crying, saying that he's going to come back in the middle of the night and get us, Tig added, tone hard. Can't get a fucking wink of sleep with the crybaby. Tig, I said wearily, please don't curse. Why? He snapped, glaring at me. What are you going to do about it? Because you're 11 and too young to be cursing, I replied sadly. And I'm not going to do anything about it. It just shouldn't be happening. Fuck you, Shannon, he sneered. I'll be 12 on Friday, and there's a lot of things in my life that shouldn't be happening. Pack it in, Joey commanded in an authoritative tone, locking eyes on our little brother. You want to be pissed with Mum and Dad? With the whole damn world? Go right ahead. Feel it. It's real and it's justified. You should be raging. It's not fair. Don't even think about taking it out on her, me, or those two kids upstairs, because we didn't do shit to you, kid. We didn't do a damn thing to deserve this life, the same as you. So remember that before you come out here aiming your pain at us. Tig stared hard at Joey for a long moment before shuddering violently. I don't want him to come back, he finally said, voice cracking. Springing onto his knees, he lunged at Joey. I don't want this, he cried, wrapping his arms around Joey's neck. I want to be gone. I just want it to be over. I know, kid, Joey choked out, holding him tightly. I know. And you left me, he sobbed, crying harder. You can't leave me. I need you to stay with me. I'm here, Joey whispered, shuddering now, eyes full of anguish and locked on mine. I'm right here. And so am I strangled out, wrapping my arms around my brother's. We're a team, guys, I added, pouring as much enthusiasm as I could into my voice for my little brother's benefit. We'll get through this. Exactly, Joey agreed, voice strained. We're going to make it. Together? Tig sniffled. I locked eyes on Joey and mouthed, Together? Sure, kid. Joey clenched his eyes shut. Together. We sat there like that, on the soaked grass with rain drizzling down on us until the sound of loud voices disturbed the silence. Thanks for coming to speak to us. Darren's muffled voice filled my ears and all three of us stiffened in unison. I appreciate the update. Tig moved to stand up, but Joey and I both grabbed his pajama top and dragged him back down. Don't move, Joey instructed quietly. Tig frowned. But there, just listen, Joey urged. He had a lot to learn yet. No problem, Mr. Lynch, a male voice that I presumed belonged to one of the Gardas replied.
I'm just sorry it wasn't the news you were hoping for. My heart sank. Actually, no, it didn't sink. It remained exactly where it was, in the pit of my stomach. Because just like Joey and Tig, I knew that nothing good was happening. When it came to our father, nothing good ever happened. Your mother should find some comfort in the fact that he's accepting his responsibilities, the Garda continued to say. At least it's progress. Not quite the progress I expected, Darren replied, tone a little harder than normal. Or my sisters and brothers, for that matter. Yes, well, it's out of our hands, a female voice interjected in a neutral tone. The law is the law, and unfortunately we don't get to make it. We're only here to uphold it. Law is a fucking joke, both Joey and Tig muttered at the exact same time. Jinx, Tig whispered, with a small smile tugging his lips. Joey rolled his eyes and locked an arm around Tig, dragging him onto his lap. He rubbed his knuckles against Tig's head. There. Touched wood. Shh. I warned them, and strained to hear more. Look, we won't take up any more of your time, the male guard said. Good night, Mr. Lynch. Yeah, good night, Darren replied. Thank you. The sound of an engine roared to life a few moments later, and then slowly faded away in the distance. I'm going inside, Tig began to say, standing up again, only to be pulled back down by our brother once more. I want answers, guys. Just stay put, Joey instructed calmly. They're not done. Huffing out a breath, Tig crossed his arms over his chest and pouted. Joey shook his head. You've got a lot to learn, kid. We waited until Patricia and the other women emerged from the house, got into their cars and drove away before Joey stood up. Okay, he announced, inclining his head towards the house. Now, we go get answers. Tig steamrolled ahead of us, making it into the kitchen before Joey and I had our feet through the front door, screeching, What the hell is going on? Listen, let me handle it, Joey said in a low tone, giving my shoulder a small squeeze before walking into the kitchen ahead of me. Standing in the doorway, my eyes went straight to my mother, who was sitting at her usual perch at the table, with an ashtray in front of her and a cigarette balancing between her frail fingers. No surprises there. She had her standard cup of coffee set in front of her, the one doused in vodka or whatever choice of liquid medicine for the night. She was weeping quietly into one hand while she sucked on her cigarettes. Again, no surprises. There was a small stack of white envelopes on the table beside her. One of the envelopes had been opened, and the piece of paper lay on the table beside the ashtray. What's going on? Tig was demanding as he stood in the middle of the kitchen, glaring at our oldest brother and completely ignoring our mother. I want to know. Be quiet, Tig, Darren snapped. I'm trying to think. He paced the floor, clenching a white envelope tightly in his fist. I can't think. Tell me what's happening and you can go back to thinking, Tig spat, not missing a beat. Hovering in the doorway, I watched Joey stroll past Darren without a word and snatched the piece of paper off the table. My heart felt like it had stopped in my chest as I watched him read, brows furrowing deeper and deeper until he clenched his eyes shut altogether. Rigid, he balled the piece of paper up and flung it at the wall. Fuck! That's not helping, Darren admonished quietly. No, you know what's not helping, Joey shot back. You, Darren, you're not fucking helping. Do you think I want this? Darren hissed, glowering at Joey. You're fucking crazy if you think I wanted this. Oh, God, Mam sobbed loudly. Can't take this. Just shut up with the crying, Tig barked, pulling on his hair in frustration. We're all sick to death of listening to you whining. Cop on, Tig, Darren barked. Don't speak to her like that. Don't tell him what to do. Joey was quick to jump in and defend. The kid's right, we're all sick of listening to her, you included. He's just got the balls to say it.
What's going on? I asked, remaining exactly where I was, the front door to my back and the option to bolt available if necessary.
Tell them what's going on, Darren, Joey sneered menacingly. Go ahead and tell Shan and Tig the good news, or better yet.
Pausing, Joey stalked over to the table and grabbed the stack of envelopes. Sifting through them, he tossed 2 back down on the table before stalking towards us.
Let them read it.
Thrusting an envelope into Tig's hands, Joey walked over and handed the one with Shannon scrawled on the front before shoving the last envelope he was holding into the pocket of his blue overalls.
Makes for a good read, lads, he added, tone laced with sarcasm. Best fucking fiction I've ever read. Isn't that right, ma'am?
I didn't dare open the letter in my hands, not when my brain had recognized the messy scrawl as my father's handwriting.
He wrote us all our very own letter,
Joey sneered, tone dripping with venom and sarcasm.
Lucky us.
Darren shook his head.
Joey.
Is he dead? I strangled out, heart thudding violently. Is that it? I held the letter up. Did he My breath hitched in my throat and I had to force out the rest of it. Kill himself?
No such luck, Joey hissed. He's as fresh as a daisy, living it up in Brickley House.
Brickley House? It's a treatment centre on the other side of the city, Darren explained. Dad signed himself in 2 weeks ago, Shannon, the day after you went into hospital. That's where he's been, why nobody could find him. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to wrangle in my emotions and digest what I was hearing. But when I spoke again, all I could come out with was, "What? What does that mean?" Tig choked out, paling. When no one responded, he screamed, "What's happening?"
It means he's a clever son of a bitch with friends in high places and access to some slick legal advice, Joey sneered, planting his hands on his hips. It means he won't see a day behind bars, like I predicted, like I told you fucking all. No, Darren quickly jumped in. He still have to go to court.
Why isn't he in prison now? I strangled out, feeling my body shake from head to toe. Swinging my gaze to Darren, I whispered, "That's what you said, Darren. You told me as soon as they found Dad, he would be arrested." A harsh sob tore from my throat, and I instinctively clutched my side, remembering all too well what had happened in this kitchen the last time our father had been here. My body seized up with panic. "That's what you said," I strangled out, feeling close to collapsing. "You promised."
Darren flinched. "I know what I said." "He's cooperating," Joey interjected, tone furious.
"What do you mean?" Tig asked. Admitting himself into Brickley House was enough to show the judge that he is showing remorse for his actions and willing to seek help for his addictions, Darren explained. "It means the judge consented to his bail on the grounds that he completes a 30-day treatment plan, complies with the no-contact order in place, and shows up to court in November." November? My eyes widened in fear. That's months away.
"Which means he'll be a free man in a couple of weeks," Joey added, clapping his hands together. "Well fucking done." Turning his fury on Mam, he said, "You can stop crying now. He'll be back to you soon." "No, he won't," Darren snapped. "He'll go down for what he did." "Don't bullshit them, Darren," Joey roared, completely losing his cool. "Don't fucking lie to them."
Turning to Faces, he said,
"He's going to do his 30 days, come out a changed man, full of remorse and regret, show up to court in a nice suit one of his prick friends sorted him out with, and the judge is going to praise him for his efforts, his clean, sober living. And then we'll get the 'everyone deserves a second chance' spiel before they send him on his way with a slap on the wrist." "Joey!" Darren snapped.
That's enough. A few months will pass. The social workers will phase us out because, let's face it, lads, there's a line of fuck-ups just like us to deal with. Joey continued, ignoring Darren. As long as we're all fed, clothed, relatively unscathed, and keeping up at school, we'll fade off their radar. They'll forget about us, just like before. I said, that's enough, Darren roared. You're scaring them. And then he'll slither back into her bed like nothing ever happened, Joey added, narrowing his green eyes at Darren. That's what's going to happen. And you're all fools if you believe otherwise. I hate you, Tig screamed, throwing his unopened letter at Mam and then bolting from the room, pushing me aside as he ran. The sound of his footsteps thundering on the staircase filled the strained silence that had settled around us in the aftermath of his retreat. I continued to watch my brothers and mother with weariness, all the while wishing I could feel something inside. Everything was numb and cold, and my life felt frozen in time. There was nothing there. I was just empty. All my faith, my hope, my future. Oof. I'm going out, Joey finally declared. Rubbing his face with his hand, he exhaled a pained groan. I need to not be here right now. Where are you going? Darren demanded. Joey, it's almost 11:30 at night. None of your goddamn business. Joey spat as he stalked out of the kitchen, carefully avoided brushing up against me as he went, or making eye contact. Joey, I called after him, voice breaking. Please don't go. The front door slammed shut, and I was left alone with Mam and Darren. It's going to be okay, Darren said, turning to face me. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep, Darren, I shot back, trembling. He's right, Mam sniffled, turning to look at me. 'Cause I won't let him come back here. Don't say anything at all, I whispered, and without saying another word I turned on my heels and walked up to my room, with my father's letter in my hand, wishing I had appreciated the last 2 weeks of sleep I'd had, 'cause I knew in my heart I wouldn't be sleeping easy again. He'll be back, was all I could think of as I climbed under the covers and curled up in the smallest ball I could. He's coming home. Just you wait and see. Somebody is going to die in this house, sooner or later. I didn't close an eye that night.
35. Tissues and ejaculation issues. Johnny. Are you dead? Gibbsy's voice perforated the best sleep I had in years, and reluctantly I blinked awake. Huh? I asked, voice raspy and thick from sleep. The fuck? Pulling myself up on my elbow, I glanced around, spotting my best friend in the doorway of my room. What are you doing? I told you last night that I'd pick you up for school, he replied, giving me a curious look. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Yawning loudly, I ran a hand through my hair. You woke me up. You're always up by now, he stated, eyeballing me. Are you sick? Do I look sick? I shot back, pissed as hell that he'd woken me up from the first decent pain-free sleep I had had in months. What time is it? 5:30, he replied, frowning. And no, you don't look sick, but you definitely look different. Rolling up the sleeves of his navy school jumper, he approached my bed, watching me with suspicion in his eyes. Peaceful, he noted, and relaxed. His eyes widened then. You came, didn't you? Lad, it's too early for you. Dropping back down on the mattress, I grabbed a pillow, tucked it against my chest, and rolled onto my side with every intention of going back to sleep. Give me a couple of hours. We don't have to be at school until 9:10.
But I'm ready to train.
He pushed.
You said you'd help me. I need a life goal.
And I will, I groaned, snuggling deeper into my pillow. Just let me sleep today, okay?
Imagining that pillow's your girlfriend?
Gibbsy asked.
Little Shannon?
Fuck off, Gibbs, I grumbled, closing my eyes. I'm tired.
Yeah, you're tired from pulling your balls?
He shot back.
That's why you won't get up and train me?
Go without me this morning, I mumbled. I'll go with tomorrow, I promise.
Fuck that,
he pressed.
I'm never up this early.
Shh, I coaxed, keeping my eyes closed. Sleep.
Jonathan?
George.
You fucked yourself in your state of exhaustion, didn't you?
He accused. Jesus. I'm not talking about this with you.
Did you use the bottle of lube I got you?
Fuck off, and let me sleep.
Was it sensitive?
Gibbs.
Did you chaff?
Jesus. I blinked my eyes open and stared at the wall opposite me, counting to 10 in my head and striving for patience. Just go away.
Don't be fucking coy with me,
he scoffed as he flopped down on my bed beside me.
We have no secrets.
Well, maybe we need some, I snapped, rolling onto my back to glare at him. Jesus.
I'm not going to stop until you tell me so. You might as well just get it over with.
Folding his arms behind his head, Gibbsy exhaled a loud sigh before adding,
I'm very invested in seeing this through to the end, Johnny.
I stared at him for a long beat before a shit-eating grin spread across my face. Noticing my smirk, Gibbsy's eyes widened.
Holy shit,
he grinned, eyes alight with excitement.
For real?
It works, I clarified with a sigh of contentment.
How was it?
He asked then, looking like he was genuinely delighted for me.
Same as before? Better? Or worse?
It was satisfying, I told him. But fair warning, you're lying on the wet patch, lad.
Jesus Christ, Johnny,
Gibbsy hissed as he catapulted off the mattress.
Ever hear of a posh wank? I gave you fucking heaps of rubbers.
I'm not posh, I snickered. And I just got it working again. I'm not suffocating the poor bastard.
Look at my ass,
Gibbsy howled, and I had to press the pillow. It was holding my face to bury my laughter.
Look at what you did to me,
he screamed, pointing to the tissue clinging to the back of his trousers.
Take it off,
he instructed.
Take your fucking sperm off my ass right this instant.
No, I choked out through fits of laughter.
You came on my fucking ass,
he roared.
Your cum is touching my body.
Stop, or I'm going to burst my stitches from laughing at you.
Get up,
he demanded, outraged.
Get off your hole and help me.
I can't, I strangled out through fits of laughter. I'm weak.
Yeah, you're weak,
Gibbsy snarled as he began to strip off his uniform.
Because you shot half your fucking body weight onto the bloody mattress.
Tearing his jumper and short off, he kicked off his shoes and shoved his school trousers down his hips before stepping out of them.
You sick bastard,
he growled as he picked up his pants and flung them at me.
You're such a wanker,
I laughed, because in all honesty, what else could I do?
I feel like it's on me,
He groaned.
Is it on me?
Gagging, he twisted it around from side to side, trying to get a better view of his back.
I feel like it's touching my skin.
Glaring at me, he spat.
I feel fucking violated, Johnny.
It's not touching you, I strangled out, hardly able to draw a breath at this stage, as I threw his pants back at him. You're grand, I promise.
Wash my uniform,
he demanded, jumping out of the way.
Drag yourself and your big swollen dick out of bed and wash my fucking clothes.
Narrowing his eyes, he hissed.
I don't care if you have to crawl on your hands and knees down the fucking stairs,
but you better take my clothes down there and wash them,
or else I'm taking your fucking uniform and you can wear your own cum.
I've cleaned up more of your bodily fluids than I care to remember, I shot back, smirking.
I think your actual living sperm on my ass trumps my puke on your sheets, fucker,
he roared, shuddering from head to toe. Sperm dies off once it's released, Gibbs.
Not for 72 hours,
he shot back with a shudder.
I was listening to the sex nurse yesterday.
They weren't sex nurses, I offered, still laughing.
And at least you can't get pregnant. Pregnant?
He said, voice rising in outrage.
I am fucking pregnant. I'm pregnant with despair, Johnny. I have a belly full of fucking disgust right now.
Boys, Mam's voice filled the air. What's the matter? Oh, Jared, why are you in your underpants?
Your son.
Gibbsy paused to point an accusing finger at me before continuing.
Ejaculated on me.
He did? Mam asked, with a hopeful expression on her face.
Yes, he did,
Gibbsy groaned, shuddering from head to toe. I didn't fucking ejaculate on you, I shot back, torn between laughing and fucking crying. I ejaculated, and you sat on it.
Same difference,
he barked, furious.
Same fucking results, Johnny.
Oh, love, I'm so happy it's working for you again, Mam said, sagging in relief. But you shouldn't be interfering with yourself when your friends are over.
What?
I gaped at her. Are these words actually coming out of your mouth?
It's all over my uniform, Mammy Kay,
Gibbsy told her.
He ruined me.
I know, Jared, love, she coaxed, patting the big bastard on the cheek. Go and get yourself in the shower, and I'll wash your uniform for you. It'll be good as new.
I'm hungry too,
he added, giving her the puppy dog eyes. I'll put a fry on for you, pet, she replied. Now, go on in and get yourself washed up. Shuddering, Gibbsy nodded and stalked into the ensuite, discreetly giving me the finger as he went. Now, Mem said with a weary sigh as she bent down and retrieved Gibbsy's uniform off the floor. I know I might be behind with the times, and this isn't something I ever imagined having to say to you, Johnny, but please don't be ejaculating on Jared.
I didn't,
I strangled out, mortified.
Why would I?
Mam shook her head and mumbled something about, who knows, with teenagers today.
Ma!
I snapped, flustered. I had the wank. He sat on the tissue and threw a tantrum. I didn't ejaculate on him. And Jesus wept, Mam whimpered, pressing a hand to her forehead. I could have had a daughter. I could have understood a daughter. Well, You got me, I huffed, flopping back down on the mattress, dick and all. Jonathan! Whatever, Ma. You should be glad. I tossed out. Dignity long gone. I might actually be able to give you grandchildren one day. Not with Gerard, you won't. My jaw fell open. I'm not gay. It would be fine if you were, she offered. Thanks, I agree, but I'm still not gay, I shot back. I have a girlfriend. I could have kicked my own ass for letting that admission slip out. Mam froze. Shannon? Fuck it. In for a penny. Yeah, Shannon's my girlfriend, I replied, sitting up. We're together now. And before you even start, just know that nothing you or Dad say about her is going to make a blowing bit of difference to me. I wasn't going to say anything about Shannon, Mam replied, after a long pause. I think she's a lovely girl, love. Her brows were furrowed. Brown eyes locked on mine as she watched me carefully. But her family. I don't want to hear it, I cut her off by saying. I'm not going out with her family, Ma. I'm going out with her. And what about what her mother said? Mam whispered, paling. She's only 16, Johnny. Look at me. I gestured to the bed, and then the pile of clothes in her arms. What do you think I was doing here? I don't know. Mam worried her lip. I don't want you to grow up, I offered. Bit late for that, Ma. I'll be 18 next month. Is it serious? I'm serious about her, I replied, not missing a beat. How serious? Serious enough that I love her, I offered, meeting my mother's eyes with steel in my veins. Serious enough that I'm not going to be scared off. Are you? Her voice broke off, and she swallowed down a whimper before adding, Taking your time? We're not doing anything, I told her. I'm not stupid, okay? So don't worry. Ma sighed in relief, her small shoulders sagging. I do like her, Johnny, she added. I think she's a smashing girl. And good for you. I think she's a wonderful influence on you, love. But I just... She sighed again. You're my baby. And I don't want you getting caught up in something that might affect your future. She gave me a knowing look. I don't want you to make any mistakes. I've got my head on straight, Ma, I told her. I know where I'm going, and I know what I need to do to get there. I won't screw myself over. Well then, releasing another heavy sigh, Mam slapped on a big smile. You should bring her over for dinner soon. I blinked rapidly. I thought you said... I said you weren't allowed her over here, but Shannon is always welcome in this house, Mam said, under supervision. Scratching my chest, I watched my mother carefully before shaking my head. Yeah, I'll do that. Lovely. Mam smiled brightly. And you should invite that brother of hers over, too. Smashing boy. But he seems so lonely. You and Gerard could make a little effort with him. Maybe you could take him to the gym sometime. Yeah. Okay. Joey Lynch is as likely to drop a barbell on me as he is to spot me. But you're taking this well, so I'll go with it. I'll do that. Good boy. bring your sheets downstairs when you're coming down for breakfast," she added, before pottering off with Gibbs's uniform bundled up on her arms. "And next time, be tidier about it. Over the toilet bowl works for your father. Less mess." Fuck my life. My life. 36. Breaching walls and beaches. Johnny. "You could have really screwed me with the condoms, lad, and I've forgiven you. So get off your high horse and let it go," I reminded Gibbsy when he pulled into the car park at Thomond. He spent the entire drive from my house to school bitching about his uniform, and I had spent the entire drive reminding him of how many times down through the years that he had been a pain in my ass. "You're lucky Shannon didn't freak out on me, because this conversation would be taking place in a different location," I added, as I shoved the car door open and climbed out. "Like a hospital, or over your grave." "Well, I'll never forgive you for this morning," he huffed, round in the car and falling into step beside me. "You came on me, Johnny." "I'll come on you a lot fucking worse if you don't give it a bleeding rest," I snapped, huffing loudly. He grabbed the front of his jumper and dragged it to his nose. "What does your mother wash the clothes with?" he asked, inhaling deeply. "Smells like heaven." "No idea, lad. The one puts a ton of different crap into the machine for a load." Shrugging, I added, "Think it's a blue bottle that makes the clothes smell like that?" He mused, expression thoughtful. "Do you think if I brought a—" "No, Gibbs," I cut him off with a wary sigh as we rounded the courtyard. "She's not washing your clothes for you, so don't go there." "Fair enough. I was only asking." "Oh, shit!" Fisting the back of my jumper, Gibbsy yanked me to the abrupt stop and then dragged me back to where he was standing, poker straight and glowering. "What the hell, lad?" I barked, flinching when the pain shot up my legs from the unexpected twist in direction. "Look," he spat, inclining his head toward the front building. "That little shit." Confused, I followed his train of vision until my eyes landed on Claire. She was standing outside the glass doors of the main building, talking to who I vaguely recognised as the lad Gibbsy had roughed up at school disco last year. Squinting my eyes, I asked, "Is that—" "Jamie Kellner," he offered flatly. "Yeah." "And we hate him again because—" "Because he's a prick," Gibbsy hissed, glowering. "He wants her." "He's the ex-boyfriend?" I asked, narrowing my eyes to get a better look at them. "The 2-week relationship?" 2 weeks too many," Gibbsy bit out, vibrating with tension. "I hate him. He tried to get her to touch his fucking cock, lad, at the disco." Growling, he hissed, "What the fuck is she playing at? Talking to him again?" "No clue," I replied. "She's probably just being friendly." "Well, she shouldn't," he snapped. "Gibbs, come on, lad. You need to simmer down." "Fuck off," he shot back. "Easy for you to say." Jamie obviously said something funny then because Claire threw her head back and laughed. He stepped closer, smiling down at her, and she placed a hand on his arm. "That's fucking it," Gibbsy hissed. "I'm going to kill him." "No, you're not," I instructed, returning the favour of fisting his jumper and dragging him back to me. "You're not going to do anything because you don't have the right." "I don't have the right?" Gibbsy splurted, livid. "What are you talking about?" Exactly what I said. You don't have the right, I confirmed, keeping a hold of his jumper. You're not with her, lad, so back down before you do something stupid that'll evoke girls' tears and drama. He'll be the one crying when I get hold of him, he hissed, jaw ticking. He's a creep, Johnny. He's not good enough for her. Maybe, I agreed calmly, but you'll be the idiot in Toomey's office if you go over there, all guns blazing. Then I'm going home, he sneered, roughly shaking my hand off. Fuck this! Gibbs! I called after him. Come on, don't be thick. I'm not fucking watching it again, he roared over his shoulder as he stalked off towards the car park. I'm not watching it again. Give me strength. You know, all you have to do is ask the girl out, I said, as I jogged after him. She'll say yes. I know, he snarled, sounding even more furious. Well, if you know, then why haven't you done it already? I asked, frustrated. Because, I pushed, resisting the urge to jump on his back and wrestle him to the ground. You like her. She likes you. I threw my hands up. What's the problem? When we reached his car, Gibbsy spun round to face me, chest rising and falling quickly, car keys clenched in his white-knuckled fist. Do you know what the statistics for relationships formed during childhood lasting are? Exhaling breathlessly, I shook my head. What? They're low, Johnny, he hissed. Very fucking low. The odds of being with your childhood sweetheart 20 years from now are less than 15%. I gaped at him. Again. What? I'm not prepared to be another statistic, he choked out, sounding deadly serious. Not with her. So, I'll do what I have to do. I'll bide my time, but I won't tie her down. Not until she's ready. Not until we've both lived a bit of life first. He dropped his head and released a pained groan. But I won't watch that, he growled again. Never a fucking again. Well, shit, I frowned. I don't know whether that sounds sensible or insane. It's probably both, he confirmed grimly. Probably. Eyeing him curiously, I said, You actually believe that? When he didn't respond, I continued. That's what's wrong with you. Why you've been driving yourself crazy over that girl for as long as I've known you. You're afraid it won't last. I tilted my head to one side. You're scared. I'm not scared, he bit out. I just know better. Because of your parents? I asked, wearily, half expecting a slap in the jaw for the question. From what I gathered, his parents' divorce was a shitstorm of epic proportions that erupted right around the time of his Holy Communion. Gibbs had spoken about it to me a grand total of one time in almost 17 years of friendship. It was the unspoken law of the land in our circle to never talk about his parents' divorce, and never, ever bring up his father and Bethany. But I was going there again today, because he was clearly messed in the head over it. Because that's what happened to them. You think that'll happen to you and Claire? Fuck you! Gibbsy huffed. I'm not projecting. I'm protecting. Oh. He was definitely doing both. Hey, I'm not judging you, lad, I replied, holding my hands up. But I am going to tell you that I think your thought process is all kinds of messed up. His jaw ticked. But he didn't respond. Fuck statistics, I urged. If you want to be with her, then just be with her. Says the fellow who ran away from a tiny little girl for months, he shot back, tersely. And you have the gall to call me scared, pussy? I let this comment fly over my head, concentrating on the issue at hand. Because I had no defence. I did run away from a tiny little girl for months. I ran like I was fearing for my bleeding life. But I wasn't running anymore. So you're telling me that you'll be fine with her going out with some gobshite like Jamie again? I pushed him by asking. You'll be perfectly okay with that? I shrugged. Because that's what it sounds like. You know I won't. He strangled out. It nearly killed me last time. I cringed in sympathy. At least you got to box the head off him when it all went to shite. A small smile tipped his lips. That was satisfying. I bet. I agreed, taking the opportunity to snatch the keys out of his hand so he couldn't bolt, and then shoving them into my pocket. Now, are you going to let that little skinny fucker get the better of you? Fuck no, he growled, running a hand through his blonde hair. Damn straight you're not, I replied enthusiastically. So pull your finger out of your hole and go over there. You know what, Kev? Needing no other encouragement, Gibbs rolled up his sleeves. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Not to fight, I reminded him, stepping in front of him when he tried to charge past me. To charm. He frowned, looking stumped. Charm? Charm, I confirmed, nodding. Believe it or not, you have it in buckets, lad. Go back over there and charm her away from him. Charm, he repeated slowly, mulling over the world. His silver eyes flicked to mine, and he nodded. I can do that. You've got this, I replied, squeezing his shoulders. Now go fuck that little weasel over. Leaning against the bonnet of the car, I watched Gibbsy stalk away, muttering the words, charm, not harm, over and over to himself as he went. Shaking my head, I hoisted my bag back onto my shoulder before setting off towards the school to find Shannon. I left my crutch in the back seat of Gibbsy's car because I couldn't stand another day of walking around with the bleeding thing. Besides, I didn't need it anymore. I was hardly limping now, and with any luck, Coach Malachi would spot me all mobile and willing and cut me a deal, because I sure as hell need someone to take pity on me. My step faltered when I spotted Shannon, leaning against the railing at the bottom of the PE hall. She was wrapped up in her winter coat, with the woolly hat perched on her head and a scarf wrapped around her neck, as rain drizzled down on her. To be honest, I almost didn't recognise her through the layers of clothing. She noticed me, though, and raised a hand, smiling softly. Instantly I veered off course, striding towards her, with my heart slamming in my chest. Something's wrong, my brain hissed when I drew closer and saw the dark circles under her eyes. Something bad. Keep the head. Don't bulldoze. Hi, Shannon, I said, when I was close enough for her to hear me. Frowning, I added, were you waiting out here for me? Hi, Johnny, she replied in a small voice. Yeah, I was hoping to see you before class. She chewed on her lip, watching me warily before saying, Can we talk for a sec? Yeah, stopping just short of her. I gave her my full attention. Of course. She smiled up at me, and then their entire expression caved. Without another word, she let her school bag fall off her shoulders and walked straight into my arms. What's wrong? My heart slammed violently against my rib cage as I wrapped my arms around her and held her to my chest. She was so small, so fucking tiny, that all I wanted to do was pick her up and take her home with me, where I could keep her safe, where no one could make her cry again. What happened? What did they do to you? They found my dad, she said, voice muffled, as she buried her face in my chest. I found out last night. They did? Thank you, Jesus. I tightened my arms around her. Where was he? Brickley House, she mumbled. I frowned. The rehab place? Yeah. Nodding, she sniffled and glanced up at me, eyes wide and full of tears. But, he's not going to prison, Johnny. What the actual fuck? Breathe, Kath, breathe. Don't lose your head. How do you know? I managed to get out, squeezing her so tight I was fairly certain I was hurting her. I couldn't seem to loosen my hold, though, and she wasn't complaining, so she held on to me just as tightly. Are you sure? I'm sure, she whispered. He only has to complete a 30-day treatment plan in Brickley House, and then he's allowed out again. But your phone was off. I left it charging overnight, I admitted, feeling like the worst piece of shit on the planet. Forgot to turn it on until this morning. It's okay. No, it isn't. It won't happen again, I told her. Next time you call me, I'll answer. So scared, Johnny. He squeezed out. Don't be scared, I heard her say, to fucking console. I won't let anything happen to you. My voice was shaking, matching my entire body, as emotions racked through me. I swear, I won't let them hurt you ever again. She didn't acknowledge what I'd said, because she didn't believe me. My heart cracked clean open in my chest. I don't want to feel this way anymore, she told me, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. I don't want this version of life. I don't want to be this version of me. I love this version of you, I told her, unsure what else there was to say. I couldn't tell her not to feel the way she did. All I could do was reassure her. I love all your versions. I'm just so tired, she whispered, ignoring my words, drowning us both in her pain. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of not knowing. I'm tired of being fucked up in the head. Jesus, Shan, I groaned, dropping my chin to rest on her head. You are not fucked up in the head. I tied my arms around her. Do you hear me? This is not you. This is them. They're the fucked up ones. I hate it, she choked out. Yeah, I exhaled shakily. Me too. The way she held me, clung to me like I was her lifeline, well, that evoked emotions inside of me I wasn't sure I was old enough to feel. And I didn't mean sex. It was deeper. A chord of connection channeling deep inside of me and connecting to her. I hoped she had never left me, because I was never going to get over this girl. Tell me what to do, I begged, holding her tight and growing more frantic with every desperate shiver and sob that tore from her body. Tell me what you need, and I'll give it to you. I pressed a kiss to her hair, wanting nothing more than to take this away from her. Just tell me what you need from me. I just want to go, she sniffled. I want to leave and never come back. You won't do that, though. Panicking, I tipped her chin up, forcing her to look at me. You won't leave me, right? I'm not good for you, she hiccuped. You're going to realise that. Bullshit. Cupping her face in my hands, I leaned closer, pressing my forehead to hers. That's bullshit, Shannon, I repeated, tone gruff, keeping my eyes locked on hers. I don't want you to say that again, okay? Sniffling, she nodded, and tightened her hold on my waist. Okay? A fierce surge of protectiveness roared to life inside of me, and every instinct I had demanded I do just that. Protect her. Do something. Do anything. I cast a quick glance around us, debating my next move before throwing in the towel. Come on, I said, taking her hand in mine. Let's go. Remembering I still had Gibbs's keys in my pocket, I led her towards the silver Focus. Shannon walked wordlessly beside me, not asking questions. She was just following me. It was such a raw display of her blatant vulnerability, and it terrified me. I could have been taking her anywhere. But when I unlocked the car, she just climbed into the passenger seat without a word or question. Silently reeling, I closed her door and rounded the car before taking my perch in the driver's seat. Buckling up, I adjusted the seat back as far as it would go and placed my feet on the pedals. Gingerly I pushed down on the pedals, testing out the pressure in my legs. Not bad. Twisting the key in the ignition, I revved the engine, flicked on the wipers, and slowly backed out of the parking spot Gibbsy had hastily rolled into this morning. Are we going to get arrested? Shannon asked, breaking the silence as we travelled down the long, wooded laneway. We're taking his car? No, Shan. We won't get arrested, I chuckled. Pulling to a stop at the main entrance, flicking on my indicator, I leaned over the wheel and checked the road. I'll shoot them a text later and let them know. Oh. Nodding, she clasped her hands together on her lap. Okay. Pulling onto the main road, I dropped my hand to the gear stick and shifted into third and then fourth before finally settling on fifth as the speed meter rose right along with my sense of freedom. Feeling like I was in control for the first time in weeks, I put my foot down and pushed Gibbsy's Focus as hard as it would go, all the while wishing we were in my Audi. Unlike before, Shannon didn't complain about my driving. Instead, she rolled down the window and rested her cheek against the door, smiling softly when the wind blasted against her face. We couldn't go back to Shannon's house because, aside from the fact that I was banned from stepping foot on the property, I was likely to cause serious physical harm to that brother of hers. And we couldn't go back to my place because if I rolled into the driveway behind the wheel of a car, my mother was likely to cause serious physical harm to me. One of the best parts of living on the south coast of Ireland was that You were never far away from water. So I detoured onto the coastal road, abandoning Ballylegging altogether. It was 9:30 in the morning, and with the exception of the odd dog walker, we should get some peace and quiet. Aren't you going to ask me where we're going? I asked, casting a quick sideways glance her way before refocusing on the narrow, potholed road ahead of me. No, she replied softly. No? I cocked a brow. Why not? She opened her eyes and turned to look at me. Because I trust you. Oh, shite. Reaching over, I took her right hand in mine and pulled it onto my lap. Several hours later, Shannon and I were on what had to be our 100th lap of the beach, and I was trying not to think about my stomach too much. I had eaten my entire supply of lunch for the day not long after parking up this morning, protein shakes and all, and I was still starving. I was putting my hunger down to the sea air, because I sure as hell wasn't burning enough energy to be craving meat, unless trying to keep my head on straight with Shannon in close proximity constituted a strenuous activity. My heart certainly thought so, and it did the rounds in my chest, leaping around like a fucking jackhammer. Or maybe it was the nerves making me hungry. Hell, I'd never been a nervous eater, but Jesus, this girl did strange things to my internal system. Falling into step beside Shannon, I forced my legs to move, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other and just moving. She didn't make any comment on my pace or how fucking pathetic I looked as I shuffled awkwardly alongside her, freeing out my stiff muscles. Every once in a while, I would test the waters by holding myself slightly back from her, or inconspicuously stepping a few feet out of touching distance, pretending to look at something that wasn't there, while I held my breath and waited to see what her next move would be. She skittishly closed the space every single time, moving closer and closer, until she was sidled back up to my side. I did that at least 4 times, just to make sure that this was where she wanted to be, with me, because it scared me sometimes, not knowing what was going on inside that head of hers. Every now and then, she would stop for a couple of minutes to check a shell on the sand, or pretend to adjust her tights, but I knew that was bullshit. She was giving me pit stops. She was stopping so I could rest. It was lashing rain down on us, but it didn't seem to bother Shannon. She seemed perfectly content to be here with me. She was talking again too, answering every stupid question my brain could think up as we wandered side by side over the rocks and wet sand. The more random and pointless my questions were, the more Shannon relaxed, so I asked her everything, from her preference between Nike and Adidas to her views on the Big Bang Theory, until she was laughing and talking freely. I hashed up every fucked up thought and memory I could to keep that smile on her face, never once bringing her father into conversation. She didn't want to talk about her family, and to be honest, neither did I. I wanted to give her a good day, to make up for the bad ones, or at the very least, make her day a little better. Are you okay? Shannon asked as she stood at the bottom of a rock, waiting on the sand for me to climb down to her. Her face was flushed from the windborne, matching mine, and she was bouncing the rugby ball we found in the boot of Gibbsy's car this morning between her hands. All good. Every inch of my body was burning up, and I knew all the climbing was wreaking havoc on my injury, but I replied with a muffled, "Just give me a sec," as I resisted the urge to sit on my arse and shimmy down like a fucking girl. "You can do it, Johnny," she encouraged, smiling brightly. "You've got this." I really wasn't sure if I had this or not, but I moved my legs all the same and prayed for the strength I needed to keep myself upright as I hobbled down the rocks at a snail's pace, feeling every ache and burn in my muscles, until I was standing in front of her with my feet planted firmly in the sand. "Are you ready?" she asked, sounding a little breathless, as a playful smile tipped at her lips. "Yeah," I nodded, feeling the burn on my skin from having her eyes on me. "Go for it." She held the ball out for me to take, but when I reached for it, she backed up a few feet. A small smile curled at my lips, and I tilted my head, studying her mischievous expression. "Oh, so it's going to be like that?" Shannon laughed loudly. She actually fucking laughed, then nodded. "Come and get it, Mr. Rugby." Shaking my head, I trudged after her, my movements stiff and awkward. But she didn't seem to notice, or she didn't care. She was smiling encouragingly and nodding at me to follow her, as she bounced a few feet out of my grasp every time I got close enough to snatch the ball. She looked fucking adorable as she ran several yards up the beach with the rugby ball in her small hands. Her woolly hat and scarf swamped her face, and that mountain of dark hair was blowing around her, with wet clumps sticking to her rosy cheeks. Rain was dripping from her coat. Her school skirt was drenched through and clinging to her bare legs. And I swear I had never seen anything so fucking beautiful. Freedom suited her. "Shannon, I can't," I called after her when she ran too far ahead of me for the millionth time. "I'm too stiff," and embarrassed. "No, you're not," she encouraged, breathless and beaming back at me. "You're just out of practice." Turning round so that she was walking backwards, facing me, she said, "It's just us, Johnny. Just you and me. And you can do this." Shannon repeated, looking more confident in this moment than I had ever seen her. "I promise." "Yeah. Yes." She skipped ahead of me, with my ball in her hands and my heart in her ass pocket. Christ, she had me hooked, line and sinker, as I trailed after her like she was holding a fishing rod with a line that was attached to something deep inside of me. Forcing down my anxiety, I did as she asked. I lowered my defences and moved my legs. "Well, well, well," Shannon taunted from further up the beach a little while later. Bouncing the ball in her hand, she gleamed at me. "Looks like I win again." "I think the power is getting to your head," I shot back, grinning. "Give me the ball." "Never," she laughed. "It's mine. You give it to me. And I'm not giving it back." Like my fucking heart. "Throw it," I encouraged. Her eyes widened. "Huh? The ball?" I called back. "Throw it, and I'll pass it back to you." She eyed me wearily. "You promise?" "Yes, Shannon." I rolled my eyes. "I promise. I'll give you the bleeding ball." "Okay." Like a toddler throwing a ball, Shannon held it between her legs, and with her brow set in deep concentration, she tossed it into the air, and about 10 feet in the wrong direction. "I didn't realise I was playing with one of the minis." I laughed as I went to retrieve it. Remind me to get you one of those child slides when I take you bowling. Hey, I'm all you've got. 13. Shannon called back, grinning. So don't mock me. She was all I had right now. The only person I could trust not to judge me for not being on form. I couldn't do this with the lads. I would be too embarrassed. But it was different with Shannon. Everything was different when it came to her.
37. I'll keep you safe. Shannon. Do you think it will ever stop raining? I mused, staring at the windscreen at the heavy downpour. It had been consistently raining all day, which wasn't anything new for Ireland. Considering it was April, I'd been half hoping to see the sun soon. The wind was howling outside the car, whipping against the windows with a thunderous whoosh. Shivering, I turned in my seat to look at the boy lazing in the driver's seat next to me. Johnny had his seat reclined to an almost horizontal angle and was sprawled out like a lion, using one hand to scroll through Gibbsy's iPod while he used his other to hold mine. His dark hair was plastered to his head, and his school shirt was so wet it looked like a second layer of skin as it clung to his huge body. He'd long since shed his drenched coat and jumper, tossing them in the back seat along with mine, deciding we would dry off faster without so many layers. He had the engine running again, something he did every half an hour or so to keep the windows from fogging up and warm up the car. The heater was on full blast, blowing delicious hot air against my damp skin, and the last haunting riff of Jim McCann's Grace was humming softly from the stereo. It's been a long winter, Johnny agreed, flicking through songs before settling on Coldplay's Yellow. Hey, look at the name of this playlist. Snickering, he turned the screen of Gibbsy's iPod towards me. The lad's off his rocker. Fuck me, suck me, self-destruct with me, I mused, reading the playlist name on the screen. Sounds very... Gibbsy, Johnny offered with a shake of his head. Yeah, that'll be him all right. At least he's original, I offered. I don't think I've ever met anyone like him before. That's because the world can only handle one Jared Gibson, Johnny said with a chuckle. His hand moved to his thigh almost absent-mindedly to rub where I knew he was sore. Is it sore? Tightening my hold on the blanket he had found in the boot for me, I asked, Are you feeling okay? No, Shan. Tossing the iPod on top of the dashboard, Johnny gave me his full attention. I actually feel great. An indulgent smile tugged at his lips, causing the dimples in his cheeks to deepen. Better than I have in months. Really? I beamed back at him. So I'm a good coach? Smirking, he raised my hand to his mouth and brushed his lips over my knuckles. You're one of a kind. Giving my fingers a gentle squeeze, he placed our joined hands back on his lap. Repressing a full-body shiver, I turned back to stare out the window, sighing in contentment, as I watched the waves rising, foaming and crashing against the cliffs. Today, God, today had been the best day. When I woke up this morning, I was sure I would never smile again, knowing that my father had a little over 2 weeks left in treatment before he was a free man had crippled something inside of me. It had doused the tiny flicker of hope I'd been clinging to these past few weeks as I adjusted to life without him. The letter he had written me was still unopened and tucked inside the side pocket of my school bag. I wasn't sure if I would ever read it, but I knew that I didn't want to write now. I was so furious with myself for letting my guard down, for allowing myself to contemplate the possibility of a life without him in it. When I arrived at school this morning, I hadn't planned on seeking Johnny out. It just sort of happened. Without my brain's permission, my feet had led me straight to him. When he opened that car door, I didn't need to ask any questions before climbing inside, because I knew I would go anywhere with him. Whether he knew it or not, he had offered me a temporary lifeline, and I had grabbed it with both hands. And now we were here at the beach, having stolen his best friend's car to skip school and escape our hometown. We spent the day doing absolutely nothing, and that meant absolutely everything to me. "Are you going to be in trouble?" I asked, "when your parents find out you skipped?" Evening was trickling in now, bringing with it a darkening sky and the stinging bite of the cold night air. A prickling chill danced across my bare legs, and I knew we would have to go soon. The thought was depressing, but I pushed it back, refusing to take the best day of my life. Johnny shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm always in trouble for something." My lips tipped up. "Me too." "We're some pair, huh?" He chuckled. "Yeah." Unsure of how to word my next sentence, I thought long and hard before giving up entirely on being tactful and just coming right out with it. "What happens in June?" It was the question that had been driving me insane ever since Joey told me about his career. It was the question that made me feel close to catatonic mode every time I thought of him leaving. "With the rugby," I whispered, biting down on my bottom lip as I turned to look at him, chewing so hard that I could taste blood on my tongue. "What happens when you go away?" Johnny was quiet for the longest time as his gaze flickered between my face and the steering wheel. Finally, he turned back to look at me. "That's a long way off, Shan," he admitted honestly, blue eyes locked on mine. "And I don't even know if I'll make the squad." "You're going to make it," I cut in quietly. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in my voice. "I'm sure of it." He stared hard at me for the longest moment before tearing his gaze away and focusing on the roof of the car. "I wish I was so sure." "Well, I'll be sure enough for the both of us," I replied, squeezing his hand. "It's going to happen. You're going to leave. You're going to shine." He shook his head, brows furrowed. "I want it so fucking bad." Exhaling a pained sigh, he ran a hand through his rain-soaked hair and growled, "Since as far back as I can remember, that's all I've wanted to do, you know." "It's going to happen for you," I said, trying to offer him a smidgen of the support he gave me daily. "I fucked myself over fairly significantly," he muttered. "I didn't listen. I overtrained. I almost killed myself. If I make it." He paused to look at me. "It'll be a miracle." "No," I corrected. "When you make it, it'll be years of hard work that paid off." "I think I can do it." I nodded. "I know you can." He blew out a frustrated breath. "I just want to be someone, you know? It doesn't take any effort to be ordinary." He shared, his words coming fast and laced with the Dublin accent. "I don't want to be ordinary, Shannon. I want to be extraordinary. I want to excel. But all of it, the training and the fucking grafting, it means nothing if I don't make it back on the pitch soon." He dropped his gaze to stare at our joined hands and muttered, "It will have all been for nothing." "What can I do?" I squeezed out, desperate to help him. "Can I help?" Johnny smirked.
"Oh, like, coach me again?"
"If you want." I shrugged helplessly. "I just want to help you."
"You can stay with me,"
he replied, tone low, blue eyes achingly vulnerable.
"even if I don't get the call."
My chest burned so hard for him it was physically painful. "Oh, Johnny." Unable to stop myself, I hitched my skirt up so I could clamber across the console. Climbing onto his lap, I placed a knee on either side of his body before gently lowering myself down, careful not to hurt him. I was met with a wall of thick, unrelenting muscle. There was nothing soft about this boy, with the exception of his face. He was hard all over. Johnny sat straight up, his hands automatically moving to my hips, tugging me closer.
"What are you doing?"
he whispered, watching me through hooded eyes. He swallowed deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat as his hands drifted to my bare thighs, fingers flexing into my skin every time he drew in another breath. The heat from his hands caused a delicious shiver of warmth to roll through me as he trailed soft circles over my bare flesh with his calloused fingertips.
Shan.
I'm here for Johnny, the boy, I told him, cupping his face with my trembling hands. Not Johnny, the rugby player. Exhaling a shaky breath, I leaned closer and pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth before pulling back to look in his eyes. I'll stay for both, but I'm only in love with one. He shuddered and closed his eyes.
You mean it?
It wasn't a question.
You really don't care about it?
I shook my head slowly, forcing myself to keep his gaze. It's not what I see when I look at you. It's not what I've ever seen. I only want it for you because you want it for you, I added, voice hoarse. But I'm here either way, rugby or no rugby, if you want me to be.
Christ, Shan, you're killing me,
Johnny groaned, tugging on my hips so that we were chest to chest. My heart fluttered wildly, the feel of his chest rising and falling against mine too much to take.
If I make it, it won't change a thing for us.
Exhaling a low growl, he buried his face in the curve of my neck and inhaled deeply.
It won't change me,
he added, voice muffled as his fingers trailed up and down my ribcage.
Or how I feel about you.
Really? I breathed, moving my hands to rest on his broad shoulders. You promise you won't forget me when you're a big star? Lifting his face to mine, he nodded slowly and whispered,
I promise.
Unable to bear the aching need inside of my body a second longer, I snaked my hands into Johnny's hair and dragged his face to mine. He came willingly, and our lips crashed together, setting alight a burning trail of heat between my legs. With a low growl of approval, he clamped his hands around my thighs and thrust his tongue between my parted lips, taking the air from my lungs and setting my whole body on fire. I could feel his erection straining against the fabric of his school trousers, pressing hard against me. Desperate for more contact, I arched my back and rocked my hips against his.
You're so perfect,
Johnny growled, lips brushing against mine as he spoke.
Your skin is so fucking smooth.
Nuzzling my neck, he pressed a trail of hot, wet kisses up my neck, his tongue sweeping out to taste me as his hands roamed over my legs.
I've wanted you for so long.
Moaning, I sagged against him, rocking my hips and arching my neck into his face, shivering and shaking all over.
Fuck.
I gripped his hair and tugged him closer, nails clawing and retracting like a kitten as the need inside of me blossomed and burned. God, I loved his hair. It was cut tight around the sides and back, leaving a messy pile of unruly, dishevelled brown hair on top. It was usually styled in some fantastic way, but now that it was wet and I'd run my fingers through it half a dozen times, it looked even better. Claiming my lips again, Johnny fell back on his seat and pulled me down with him. My school skirt rose up to pull at my stomach as we rocked and rubbed our bodies together in a frenzied sort of unison, but I didn't care. Not one bit. All I cared about in this moment was keeping him with me. I didn't know what the future held for me, and I wanted to make the most of every moment I got to spend with him. In 2 months, he would be gone. In 2 weeks, I could be gone. The tangent fear of the unknown was what catapulted me into action. If my dad came back... No, don't think about it, Shannon. Just be here in the moment with him. Just absorb him. His lips were soft, his smell addictive, and the feel of his body rubbing against mine in all the right spots was making me feel incredibly reckless. I felt like I was at the point where I didn't know where I began and he ended. My heart was beating so hard I was sure he could feel it as we pressed our bodies together. My heart racing wildly in my chest and anxiety threatening to overwhelm me, I reached for the buttons of his shirt.
Wait.
Breathless, Johnny craned his head back to look at me. His eyes were so dark there was hardly a hint of blue. Snatching my hand up, he held it to his chest and said, "What are you doing?" "I don't know. I've no idea." "Please, just let me," I whispered, shocked at my own forwardness, but not taking it back.
Shan.
His voice broke off, and he groaned.
We talked about this.
"I know," I agreed, breathing hard and fast. "But I want to see."
Just see.
He was breathing hard, his heart racing almost violently against his chest as he drew in short breaths.
That's what you want.
Nodding, I sat up and placed my hands on his stomach. "I just want to see." With trembling hands, I reached for my shirt and fingered the buttons nervously. "Do you want to see?" Feeling skittish, I unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of my shirt. "I'll show you too."
Of course I want to see,
Johnny groaned, snatching my hand away from my shirt.
If I see, I'll take it.
He strangled out, jaw clenched tightly.
And I can't be taken, baby, so please don't fucking show me.
"I don't mind," I breathed, heart racing violently. "I want you to see."
Fuck.
Inhaling several calming breaths through his nose, Johnny released my hands and dropped his hands to my thighs.
Go ahead.
With a stiff nod, he added,
"Take what you need."
Releasing a ragged breath, I moved to unbutton his shirt, only to fumble over the first button. Johnny remained perfectly still beneath me, with his blazing hot eyes burning holes in mine, and his chest rising and falling against my fingertips. Steeling my resolve, I inhaled a deep breath, shook my hands out and tried again, not stopping until I had his shirt open and pushed aside. "You're so—" My words broke off, and I exhaled heavily, eyes glued to his ripped stomach. I had full permission to touch, to graze my fingertips over the hard planes of his abdominal muscles, and there were muscles everywhere. It was built like rock. I trailed my fingers down his stomach, watching with fascination as his muscles contracted under my touch.
"I'm so what, Shan?"
Johnny asked, voice thick and gruff as he lay sprawled beneath me on the reclined seat, with his hands clamped on my thighs. His hips were thrusting upwards in a slow, taunting rhythm as he watched me watch him. His fingertips traced the edge of my knickers, slipping under the cotton waistband to trail soft circles over my hip bones.
"What am I?"
My gaze drifted to his pecs, and then to the trail of dark hair from his belly button that disappeared beneath the waistband of his pants. Muscles and skin, flesh and heat. That was all I could see, all I could feel. It was so big, so everything. Beautiful. I finally breathed, my gaze flicking back to his. "You're so beautiful."
"You're making this hard for me, Shan."
Sliding his tongue over his bottom lip, he hooked his fingers into the waistband of my knickers and dragged me down on his chest.
"I need you to not look at me like that."
Burying his face in my hair, he suckled on my neck, drawing a breathy gasp from my throat.
"I'm trying to be good here."
"I'm sorry," I breathed, arching against him. I was aching for him in parts of my body I had never known existed before he explored, discovered, and claimed. "I just want—" I wasn't sure what I wanted. All I knew was this boy made everything better. He stopped the tornado of thoughts whirling around in my head, and I needed him to keep doing that. Maybe I was addicted to him, and maybe it wasn't healthy. My feelings for him certainly bordered on obsessive, but he was encouraging me with every flex of his hips and every thrust of his tongue, showing me that he wanted this just as badly as I did. If I was doing this all wrong, then Johnny never complained. Instead, he groaned and moaned into my mouth with approval. He started to touch me, slowly at first, and then more confidently, brushing the pads of his thumbs over my bare skin. When I felt his hand slide under my knickers, I felt a jolt of excitement shot through me, making my movements more frantic and clumsy.
Is this okay?
He palmed my ass and squeezed tightly.
Do you want me to stop?
Don't stop. I was painfully aware of the sheer size of him. I was so small in his arms. I was breakable to this boy, and it was a troubling thought. He could destroy me in more ways than one. The thing was, I didn't care what he did to my body so long as he left my heart intact. He could have and take whatever he wanted from me. I would gladly give it all to him, so long as I had a promise in blood that he would never hurt me so badly I wouldn't repair. Because I knew I wouldn't bounce back from this, from him. Curling my arms around his neck, I pressed my lips to his and choked out, "Don't ever stop." Breathing hard, he sat straight up and roughly dragged me closer, causing us both to groan when our bodies aligned in the best possible way.
"I love you,"
he whispered.
"And I want you, badly. But I don't want to do anything to fuck this up,"
he added, tone deep and gravelly.
"I can't mess this up, Shan. I need this."
Exhaling a ragged breath, he pressed his forehead to mine.
"I meant it when I said I needed you for keeps."
"You remember saying that?" He nodded slowly.
"I remember."
The air left my lungs in a sudden rush. "Good."
"I'm going to keep you,"
he whispered, and his hot breath fanned my face.
"That's okay."
"That's definitely okay," I breathed, pressing my hand to his cheek. "I want you to keep me." He smiled, dimples deepening.
"Thank fuck for that."
Pressing a kiss to the curve of his swollen lips, I whispered, "I'll keep you too."
Jesus.
Shuddering, he dropped his head in the curve of my neck and groaned.
"This is how I'm going to die,"
was his muffled response, and it caused me to laugh.
"Think it's funny?"
he teased, lifting his head up to grin at me.
"I'll be taking you with me."
God, I really hope you do.
"But for now, I better take you home,"
he said with a resigned sigh.
"Or else your ma will have the guards out looking for us."
Oh. My heart plummeted into my stomach and my hold on his neck tightened. "Okay."
"It's going to be okay,"
he coaxed, blue eyes locked on mine.
"Whatever happens with your da, you're going to be okay."
No, I wasn't, but I forced a smile for his sake. "I know."
"Because you're not on your own anymore,"
he whispered, wrapping me up in his arms so tightly that I didn't care that I couldn't breathe. I wanted the world to stop and let us both off, because this, right here, was where I wanted to be, where I wanted to stay.
"You have friends,"
he continued to whisper.
"And you have me."
His words gave me more comfort than I knew what to do with. He was big and strong and dangerously powerful. Given the chance, he could do some serious physical damage to my body. And still, I wasn't fearful. I wasn't wary. I didn't have a hint of fear in my body.
"I'm on your team,"
he added huskily.
"Do you get that? I'm totally with you, Shannon Lynch. One call, that's all you need to make, and I'll come. I won't let you down, and I won't leave you alone in this. I promise."
It's just weird for me because I've never had someone in my corner before. Shivering, I added, "Not someone like you."
"I'm not in your corner, Shannon.
Johnny replied in a gruff tone. "I'm standing right beside you." Oh, God. His words hit me deep. Burying my face in his chest, I curled myself into the smallest ball I could and prayed for time to stand still just for a little while. "I bet you wish you had a normal girlfriend."
Normal is boring, he replied. Besides, I could say the same thing to you. He shrugged. I'm hardly a normal boyfriend.
"I'm just saying that it would be easier for you if—"
"Well, I don't want easy. I want you,"
he caught me off by saying.
"Just the way you are."
My breath hitched in my throat. "Really?"
"Really,"
he confirmed, not missing a beat.
"every part and every piece."
I grimaced. "Even the broken parts?"
He winked. "Especially the broken parts."
I paused then, listening to the song playing on the stereo, before a small laugh tore from my throat. Johnny smirked.
"Something funny?"
"Proud Mary?" I questioned, gesturing to the stereo. "How does he go from Grace to Yellow to Proud Mary?"
"I know."
Chuckling, he switched off the stereo and dropped back down on his back.
"I think it's a fair representation of what goes on in his head."
He sighed and stroked my waist.
"His head's spinning constantly."
"Can I show you something?" I asked then, as I climbed off his lap and slipped back into the passenger seat. "It's—" Letting my words trail off, I reached into my school bag at my feet and withdrew the folded-up envelope.
"What's that?"
Johnny asked with a frown as he rebuttoned his shirt.
"Shan?"
"It's— Holding it in my trembling hands, I unfolded it and looked at the scraggly handwriting before blowing out a sharp breath. "From my dad," I added, before thrusting the envelope into his hands. His brows furrowed as his eyes flicked between the envelope and me.
"He wrote you a letter."
I nodded. "He left one for all of us, but I can't read mine." He frowned again, deeper this time.
"Do you want me to read it?"
"I don't think I want to know," I strangled out, feeling flighty. Maybe, if you read it, just to check?" Johnny didn't hesitate. His fingers ripped open the envelope, and with a steady hand he held the piece of paper to his face, concentrating intently on whatever my father had written. I watched as his shoulders stiffened and his cheeks reddened. "Is it bad?" I squeezed out. "Is he mad at me?"
"He said he's sorry,"
he bit out through clenched teeth.
"That he was sick. He's seen the error of his ways, and he's trying to make things right."
Jaw ticking, he rolled his shoulders like he was trying to control himself before adding,
"You said that he hopes in time that you can find it in your heart to forgive him, and you can all be a family again."
My heart sank. "Oh."
"Yeah."
Looking furious, Johnny refolded the letter and held it out for me. I shook my head. "I don't want that back."
"You sure?"
"Positive," I strangled out. "Get rid of it." Nodding stiffly, Johnny reached into the glove box and withdrew a lighter. Torching the letter, he rolled down his window and tossed it out, letting the wind sweep it away. "Thank you," I whispered, relieved to have that piece of him gone from me. "He's lying," I blurted out, feeling panicked. "You know that, right?" Johnny nodded.
"I know, baby."
"Doesn't mean any of that," I heard myself say, desperate to make him understand. "This is a trick. This is something he's been told to do." I shook my head, feeling distraught and frustrated. "He's not sorry, Johnny." My voice cracked. "He's never sorry."
"I'm not going to let him hurt you, Shannon."
He was sitting poker straight in his seat, eyes trained on the windscreen, and gripping the steering wheel with such force that his knuckles had turned white.
"I promise."
I sighed heavily. "Don't make promises you can't keep." He turned to look at me.
Have I let you down yet?
I shook my head. No. He nodded stiffly, eyes blazing with heat.
Then believe me when I say that I won't let him hurt you again.
He repeated, reiterating every single word slowly.
Never again.
He fastened his seatbelt, and I did the same.
All I need you to do is keep talking to me,
he added, starting the engine.
Just keep letting me in.
He turned to look at me.
And I'll keep you safe.
Okay, I breathed, watching him cautiously as he drove us away from the beach. I will. 38. Pushing back. Shannon. Shan, do you want to keep this? Darren asked the following Saturday afternoon as he balanced on a ladder, holding a scraggly-looking teddy bear out to me. Or will we toss it? Toss it, I told him, taking the bear and shoving it into one of the overstuffed black bin bags in the landing. You used to love that thing, he mused, sounding a little sad as I tied a knot on the now full bag and tore another one off the roll. You took it everywhere with you. I liked a lot of things, Darren, I agreed, opening the new bag up. But I grew up.
You used to like me,
he muttered quietly. And I'd like you again if you didn't keep me stuck in this house, I snapped, flustered. It's Saturday.
I know, he agreed with a sigh, but I need your help cleaning out the attic. We need more space, and if we clear it out, I can move up there and give Joey back his room.
This is a joke, I muttered under my breath. Our entire family is a joke.
Is this about him?
Darren asked. Is this tantrum because you're not allowed to go out with him?
Yes.
I hadn't seen Johnny since school yesterday, and I was growing agitated. All week I'd only been able to spend lunchtime with him, and I was quickly learning that wasn't enough. Nothing ever seemed to be enough when it came to him. No, I snapped, dragging my thoughts back to the present. It's because I am sick to death of being a prisoner in this house. Sighing heavily, I added, I feel like I am shackled to the walls, Darren. I can't stand it any more.
Well, skipping school to hang out with him isn't going to do you any favours, my brother responded. You were lucky I answered the call from your principal, and not Ma'am.
He added,
I covered for you, remember? Told him you were sick when you were off gallivanting around the countryside with him.
When I didn't respond, because, quite frankly, I didn't have any excuses, Darren sighed.
Come on, Shannon.
It's your junior cert year. You know you need to put your head down and study for those exams in June. And he shouldn't be your crutch. It's not healthy to get so attached to that lad, tempting as he is. He's not my crutch, I strangled out. He's my boyfriend, and it's okay to want to spend time with him. Some time, Darren agreed. Not all of your time. I don't, I bit out. I only get to see him at lunch. Well, boyfriend or not, you need to help out with packing these bags, because I can't clean it all on my own. Darren replied in a dismissive tone. Do something productive with your day, instead of wasting it pining after some young fella. Do you know how I've spent every single Saturday for the last 6 years? I asked, and then quickly continued before he had a chance to respond. Cleaning, Darren. That's how I spent my Saturdays, cleaning up after everyone in this house. Darren sighed heavily.
Shan, come on.
No. Feeling bitter, I blew out a breath and planted my hands on my hips. This isn't fair. You promised things would be different when I came home from the hospital, but it's not. Nothing's changed. She's still in there. I pointed to the closed bedroom door behind his back, hiding away from her responsibilities, while I'm still out here, cleaning up after everyone, and Joey is still dragging the boys along to their training and matches. The only difference now is that I have company. I gave him a meaningful look to let him know that he was the company. That's the only difference I can see here, Darren. Really? Because I see things a bit differently, he growled, climbing down from the ladder. For a start, he's not here. Second, the fridge and cupboards are full. Third, none of you are walking around the place covered in bruises. He's still here, Darren, I shot back shakily. He's just after taking on another form. What are you trying to say, Shannon? He asked coldly. Looking furious, he crossed his arms over his chest and glared at me. Are you calling me our father? I shrugged, feeling guilty for what I insinuated, but unwilling to back down. Darren laughed humorously. You know what? Do whatever you want. Go out and get yourself pregnant for all I care. I'm done trying to smooth things over with you and the boys. In fact, I don't know why I fucking bothered in the first place. I remained silent as he stalked past me and thundered down the staircase, and it wasn't until the sound of the front door slamming filled my ears that I exhaled the breath I had been holding in. Furious with myself and life in general, I continued to bag up the old toys, clothes, and general bric-a-brac from the attic until the landing floor was cleared. I neatly piled all the bags at the top of the stairs. Then I did something that surprised me. I walked into my bedroom, grabbed my coat off the back of the door, and shrugged it on. Clambering down the staircase with my heart in my mouth, I hurried through the hallway, falling over strewn toys and bits of Lego on my way. I was suffocating in this house. I was drowning it in my own life. I needed to get out. I needed something. I just needed to open the door. Flinging the front door open, I barreled outside. Not stopping, I broke into a run, pushing my body to its limits, whizzing past the familiar line of houses, then taking a sharp turn to the right and legging it down the dark lane. With no destination in mind, I pulled the hood of my coat up and kept going, desperately seeking that addictive taste of freedom I longed for with each passing day. 3 hours and a spare change of dry clothes later, and I was curled up on Claire's bed with a mug of hot chocolate balancing between my hands and the end credits of Dirty Dancing playing on her television. I love him, Claire's sigh swooned from her perch beside me. I swear I will never get over that man for as long as I live. I thought you loved Johnny Depp, Lizzie quipped from where she was lounging at the foot of the bed, flicking through a magazine. Make your mind up, girl. I love them both, Claire sighed. But Patrick was my first love, and you know how the sweet flame of first love burns forever. Lizzie rolled her eyes to the heavens, looking thoroughly unimpressed. I don't know how we've made it through 11 years of friendship. I missed this. I sighed in contentment and took a sip from my mug. I missed you guys. We missed you too, Lizzie replied. I had to suffer the adventures of Thor and his cat on my own the last time I came over. Leave Jared alone, Claire grumbled. So he likes his cat. Big deal. He walks his cat. Lizzie rolled onto her side to gape at Claire. With a glittery, jewel-encrusted collar and lead. Narrowing her eyes, she said, Please don't tell me you think that's normal. Claire shrugged. I think it's cute. Of course you do. You think everything that Big Egypt does is cute. She shot back with a shake of her head. What about you, Shan? What do you make of Jared? I looked at both girls before grinning sheepishly. I think he's great. I laughed. I like his cat too. Claire beamed and Lizzie groaned. Shannon has to like him, Lizzie muttered. He's her boyfriend's other half. Speaking of which, how is Captain Fantastic? He's good, I replied, blushing beetroot red. He's good, both girls chimed in mockingly. Oh my God, Claire squeaked. I just thought of something. Springing to her feet, she padded over to the television and switched it off before swinging around to face us. I love 2 Johnnies, and Shannon loves another one. Shimming around with excitement, her eyes danced with mischief as she said, "If that's not fate, then I don't know what is." "You know what, Claire?" Lizzie mused. "I take back everything I have ever said about you and Thor being a bad idea. I think you should totally go for it with him. You're a match made in heaven." "I know, right?" Claire shot back with a smirk. Ugh. Shuddering, Lizzie flicked the page of her magazine. "I can only imagine the children that would be created from that union. Curly, blonde unicorn babies." "I do love unicorns," Claire offered. "Uh-huh," Lizzie drawled. "See, you're halfway there already." "How do you know if you're going to have an I let my words trail off as I took in the sight of both girls gaping at me. Never mind." "Finish it," Claire squealed, bouncing up and down. "An orgasm," I whispered, feeling my face burn. "You had an orgasm?" Claire's eyes bulged. "Shut the front door." "Whoa," Lizzie muttered, looking begrudgingly impressed. "He's fucking smooth." "Did you see his willy?" Claire demanded. "Oh my God, was it big? It's big, right? Oh, I bet he's huge, and you're so tiny." Swallowing deeply, Claire waved a hand around in front of her face in dismay. "Oh God, I bet it hurt, didn't it? How are you still in one piece?" "Calm down, Miss I'm afraid of the D," Lizzie shot back before turning her gaze on me. "Did you have sex with him?" Unlike earlier, she looked intrigued by the conversation now. "Oh my God, did he make you come your first time? Because that's impressive." "What?" I shook my head. No, I haven't. I mean, we haven't." "Did he go down on you?" Lizzie asked instead. "Use his fingers?" "No," I choked out. "He just kissed me." Both girls looked disappointed with my response. "Just kissed you," Lizzie replied flatly. "Wow, he sounds exciting." "Don't be a bitch, Liz," Claire chimed in. "We're not all fast movers." Smiling brightly, she nodded to me. "Keep going, Shan. Tell us about your kiss orgasm." Flustered, I began to explain how I felt the other day when Johnny and I were on her bed, and again when we were in his car, dutifully ignoring the eye rolls from Lizzie as I spoke. I sat with him at lunch every day this week, and while we had kissed many times before and after school, they were nothing like those other times. When I was finished explaining, I looked to my friends for advice. "Is that normal?" "It sounds like you're close," Lizzie offered, interested once again. "And it also sounds like he's a beast." I blushed, and Claire snickered. "A beast?" "Imagine what he could do with those clothes off," Lizzie mused, smiling now. She was so pretty when she smiled. It was a rare thing nowadays, but when she smiled, it was wonderful. "I think you should ditch the clothes for your next dry humping session," she added, "and then report back to us." "Yes," Claire nodded eagerly, "so Lizzie can give you some more of her experienced wisdom while I listen in because I'm nosy." "I'm not a whore, Claire," Lizzie grumbled. "Jesus." "I know that," Claire hurried to assure, "but you've been with Pierce like a million times." Shrugging, she added, "We want to know about it." "You don't have to tell us, Liz," I mumbled. "Yes, she does." Claire shushed me before waggling her brows at Lizzie. "Tell us what you know, Sensei." "You don't even have a boyfriend," Lizzie laughed. "So?" Claire shot back, grinning. "I have an excellent imagination and an insatiable thirst for knowledge." "Fine, fine." Hauling herself into a sitting position, Lizzie shook her head and smirked. "Do you remember that Shakira music video? the one Claire tormented us into learning the moves of back in 6th class. Vividly, I replied, cringing at the memory. That was the best song, Claire replied, eyes bright and full of that relentless optimism. Well, when you're on top, it's kind of like that. Her cheeks turned pink. You just sort of grind and rock your hips and rotate. Whoa, Claire breathed. I don't know if I'd like that. Scrunching her nose up, she said, I think I'd like to be on the bottom. You'd be surprised what you find you like, was all Lizzie replied. I sighed heavily. Johnny said he doesn't want to have sex with me. What? Both girls gaped at me. He said he doesn't want to have sex with me, I repeated, mortified. Who doesn't want to have sex with you? Claire's older brother Hughie stopped in the hallway and arched a brow. His eyes widened then. Holy shit, you're talking about Cap? No, I blurted out, horrified. I mean, I didn't. Damn it, Claire, Lizzie snapped. I told you to close your door when you came up with the hot chocolates. I didn't expect perverts to be lurking around, Claire growled, narrowing her eyes at her brother. Go away, creep. You're all too young for that kind of talk, Hughie stated, casting a meaningful look towards his sister. Especially you. Oh my God, we're 16, Claire laughed. And that's rich coming from the boy whose headboard is positioned directly against my bedroom wall. Walking over to her dresser, Claire began to bang her palm down on the dresser in a hard rhythm. Oh, yeah, baby, give it to me, she mimicked in a male voice. Oh, Katie, I love what you do with your tongue. Claire, Hughie hissed in warning. Pack it in. Unperturbed, Claire continued to mimic his voice, speeding up the banging. Yes, baby, now, I gotta pull out, or I'm gonna come. Hughie slammed the bedroom door shut just as Claire screamed, come, and all three of us erupted in laughter. Fuck off, Hughie roared as the sound of his bedroom door slamming filled our ears. What is it with brothers thinking they know everything? Claire snickered, flopping down on the bed. Idiots. I nodded. You can say that again. I think you should text him, Lizzie chuckled. Johnny, she added, when we both looked at her in confusion. Text him with that disgustingly pink phone he bought you, she encouraged, and see if he wants to hang out. Oh, yeah, that's good. Claire waggled her brows. Hang out. Excitement thrummed inside of me. I don't know. Pulling my phone out of my jeans pocket, I glanced at the screen and then back at my friends. I'm not even supposed to be over here, guys. You've had a shitty week, Lizzie shot back. One filled with way more drama than any one of us could handle. I think you should text your boyfriend and spend Saturday night hanging out together. She's making all the sense today, Shan, Claire agreed with a grin. You're already out, which means you're already in trouble. Shrugging, she added, might as well make it worth it. What if he's busy? I whispered, biting down on my lip. He's not, Claire chimed in. He's at the gym with Jared. How do you know? Because that's where they were when he called me earlier, Claire replied. And that's where they'll be until the place closes. I gaped. All day? Claire rolled her eyes. He's your boyfriend, Shan. You should know that he spends every hour of his waking day working out. She flexed her bicep and kissed it before adding, chasing those gains. You're so dumb, Lizzie chuckled. It's true, Claire laughed. Text him, they both said in unison. Inhaling a deep breath, I opened my messages and began to tap out a text message. Ask him what he's doing tonight, Lizzie said. Oh, see if he wants to go on a date, Claire added. Oh, you can get dressed here. I've sent it, I breathed, dropping my phone down on the bed. Snatching up my phone, Lizzie read through my messages before narrowing her eyes at me. "Hi, Johnny," she deadpanned. "That's what you sent." I shrugged and clasped my hands together. "That's okay, right?" "If you're 4, Lizzie grumbled. "No kiss at the end?" I shrugged, feeling at a loss. "Is that bad?" "Not if you're texting your brother," Claire offered, with a sympathetic smile. "Oh my God, switch it off," I groaned, feeling sick. "Turn the phone off." Ping. "Ah, he texted you back," Claire squealed, snatching the phone out of Lizzie's hand and climbing off the bed. "Hi, baby," she began to read, only to stop and clutch her chest. "Oh, sweet Jesus, he called her baby." Flopping back down on the bed, she added, "And he gave her 2 kisses at the end." She sighed in contentment. "I think I just had an orgasm." "Give me that," Lizzie grumbled, swiping the phone back from Claire. "Hi, baby, how are you doing? Can I call you later tonight? Kiss, kiss." My heart galloped wildly. "Tell him that he can call me," I said as I watched Lizzie type back a message. "Did you tell him he can?" I asked when she set down the phone on her thigh. "Liz?" Lizzie opened her mouth to respond, but the phone pinged again before she could respond. Glancing down at the screen, she grinned deviously. Oh my God. A shiver of unease rolled through me. "What did you do?" "I told him that instead of calling you tonight, he could pick you up from here." She winked before adding, "You'll be here at 8, so you better get ready." "Wait!" Pressing my fingers to my temples, I forced myself to breathe slowly and not panic. "Just give me a minute." I inhaled several deep, calming breaths before asking, "Is this a date?" Claire nodded her head vigorously. Meanwhile, Lizzie looked at me like I was a brand new species of human. "I don't understand you, Shan," she sighed. "He's your boyfriend. You spend half of lunch every day with his tongue down your throat. You're meeting up with him on a Saturday night. Of course it's a date." "Should I get him something?" I asked, feeling my heart rate spike. "No," Lizzie shot back, appalled. "Why would you?" "I don't know," I flailed anxiously. "I'm just panicking, okay? But if he takes me somewhere, I don't have any money." "It doesn't matter." "It does," I choked out. "It matters to me." "You could make him a mixtape," Claire offered then. "Or a mix CD for his car, if you wanted to give him something." "That's a good idea," Lizzie mused. "What are you going to put on it?" "I don't know." Leaning back against the pillows, I sighed. "Maybe it's a bad idea." "No." Walking over to her desk, Claire grabbed her laptop. "It's a great idea," she assured me, inserting a disk into the slot on the side of her laptop. "Now do it." "Do boys even like that sort of thing?" I asked, fingers hovering over the keys. "Aoife's always making mix CDs for Joey, and he never listens to them." "Well, Jared makes them for me, and I love them," Claire replied. "Give him your thoughts, Shan. Find your feelings in songs and reveal them to him." "Is that what you do?" Lizzie asked flatly. "All the time," Claire groaned, "and I know he listens to them." Sighing, she added, "He just chooses not to hear them." "Oh, dear God," Lizzie muttered. "That boy's a donkey." "But Johnny's not like that. You listen, Shan. He always hears you. Oh, here, take this." Tossing a permanent black marker at me, Claire smiled. "Write something down on the disc once you're done, so he doesn't mistake it for one of Jared's creations." "You are so tiny, it's sickening," Lizzie groaned an hour later. "If I didn't eat a bite of food for the next year and a half, I still wouldn't be your size." That would be the hunger, I begrudgingly thought. Be glad you've never felt those kinds of pains. Do I look bad? I croaked out, feeling nervous as I glanced down at my outfit. Am I okay? No. She sighed and steered me towards the full-length mirror in the Biggs family bedroom. You look amazing and perfect, and I'm disgustingly jealous of you right now. Ta-da! Claire squeaked, waving around a foundation brush in her hand. You look like a sexy bitch. Eyes locked on the mirror in front of me, I took in my appearance and blew out a shaky breath. Whoa. I know, Claire agreed knowingly. Hot stuff. I'm going to freeze, I whispered, taking in the sight of the halter-neck red dress Claire had practically wrestled me into. She told me it was a dress, but I knew she was lying because I specifically remembered admiring the same red halter-neck last month when she wore it with jeans. To be fair, it was a dress on me, reaching mid-thigh. On the upside, it was snug and not hanging off my body like most things I wore. The jacket will keep you warm, Lizzie corrected, flicking the black leather jacket I was wearing. And the skirt is for easier access, Claire snickered. Just joking. Hey, what size shoe are you? I'm a 3, I replied, watching myself warily in the mirror. My lips were blood red to match my dress, and my eyes were smoky. My hair was tousled up in a purposefully messy high ponytail that still reached my elbow in length. God, how unfair is that? Lizzie grumbled. I would kill to have small feet. Mam's a 4. Give me a sec, Claire mumbled before darting out of the bathroom. She returned a few minutes later with a pair of black heels. Perfect. I eyed the 6-inch heels with caution. I'm not sure that's a good idea. It's a great idea, she coaxed, and then dropped to her knees and shoved the shoes on my feet before I had a chance to object. Good God, you're like a Bratz doll with those big popping eyes and all that hair, she said excitedly, standing up to take in my appearance. You're so cute it hurts. Well, she's not a doll, Claire, Lizzie reminded her. She's a person and she looks... Stop it! Slapping the hairbrush, Claire was inching towards me away. Lizzie smiled. You look gorgeous, Shan. Are you sure I shouldn't wear a bra? I asked, feeling self-conscious. No, Claire huffed. You should absolutely not wear a bra. It will ruin the whole outfit. Shan, if I could get away with not wearing a bra, then I would be roaming free 24/7, Lizzie said, squeezing my shoulder. Me too, Claire offered supportively. Flaunt those itty-bitty titties, girl. Don't you think that's a bit short? Hughie quizzed, cocking a brow as he leaned in the doorway of the bathroom. Frowning, he added, I feel like I need to take off my jumper and put it on you. Shut up, Hugh, Claire growled. Leave her alone. Fair enough. Holding his hands up in defeat, he said, Now clear out of the bathroom, will you? I need to get ready. I'm picking up Katie in half an hour. Katie? Claire mocked, fluttering her eyelashes. Make sure you wash your willy for Katie. There is something very wrong with you, Hughie replied, scowling at his sister. Mum and Dad brought the wrong baby home from the hospital. Turning to me, he added, By the way, Johnny's parked outside. My eyes widened. He is? Yay, let's go! Clapping, Claire butted Hughie out of the way with her hip. I'm so excited. Calm down, Lizzie grumbled. You're not going. I'm a vicarious spirit, Claire replied. I live for this stuff.
39. Date night. Johnny. After scrubbing myself half raw, in what had to be the fastest shower known to mankind, I tore my wardrobe apart trying to find something other than a jersey and a hoodie to wear. Jesus Christ. My heart hadn't stopped racing since I received a text from Shannon earlier this evening. S. You can pick me up instead. I'm at Claire's house. I'll be waiting for you. XX. I had no fucking idea what was happening here. And I cared even less. Because the concept of spending time with my girlfriend outside of school had my head in a spin. All week, I had to make do with seeing her in the halls and a few scanty minutes at lunch, but now I got to have her to myself for a night. Thanking Jesus that today was the day my mother had decided to relinquish the keys of my car back to me. I whizzed around my bedroom with a toothbrush hanging out of my mouth and paste dripping down my chin, trying to find something respectable to wear. Was this a date? Did she want me to take her out? Should I? What the fuck was I going to do? What about a condom? Should I? No, stop it. Don't even tempt yourself. Fuck. You look very handsome, Ma'am announced, when I walked into the kitchen 5 minutes later to grab my keys and wallet. Indeed. Gibbsy, who was perched on a stool at the island, sniggered loudly. Very handsome, Jonathan. I shot him a look that said, don't you fucking dare open your mouth. Regretting not dropping him straight home after the gym. I should have, but I'd been so thrown off kilter that I took the big Egypt home with me. I also told him about my plans, which was a rookie mistake, one I only made because, again, I'd been thrown by the text. To be fair, I felt like I owed him an explanation for almost decapitating him at the gym earlier when I stopped spotting him to text Shannon back. Gibbsy smirked and gestured that his lips were sealed. That would be a first. I look the same as always, ma, I grumbled, knowing I needed to get in and out of this room before the woman gave me the mothering version of the Spanish Inquisition. I'll be home late tonight, I added, in as breezy a tone as I could muster, slipping my wallet and keys into my back pocket. So, don't be panicking, okay? Or blowing up my bleeding phone. Is that a new shirt? Ma'am, ignoring my statement, asked. Her gaze travelled over my body. Too fucking late. No. Self-conscious. I pulled the black fabric currently welded to my chest and shrugged. It was in my wardrobe. Ma'am smirked. A new aftershave? It's the bottle I got at Christmas. I shifted uncomfortably. Why? Oh, no reason, love. She replied with a knowing smirk. Did you get your hair cut today? Yes, I bit out impatiently, feeling on full display. I stopped off at the barber's after the gym and got a haircut. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Did you gel it too? Jesus Christ, Ma, I muttered, patting my hair. So what if I did? You've made such an effort with your appearance, she mused, arching a brow. You must be going somewhere special tonight. With someone very special? Gibbsy, the fucking turncoat, threw petrol on the floor by adding, You got a haircut too, I reminded him. True, but I'm not the one with the date. I glared at Gibbsy. He raised his hands and grinned sheepishly. Oh, love, take off your pants, Ma'am said then, dragging my attention back to her. There's a crease down the front of your jeans. Hopping down from her stool, she moved for the ironing board. Whip them off, and I'll run the iron over them. What? I gaped at her. It's grand, Ma. I have to go. Jeans Off! She ordered sharply, plugging in the iron. No child of mine is going outside the front door in creased clothes. Jesus Christ! Muttering at a string of cursed words, I kicked off my boots and dropped my jeans. I need to go, I muttered, as I stepped out of my jeans and handed them to her. Like, right now, Ma. You look good, Gibbsy stated, tone serious, as he eyed the scar trailing down my thigh. The other one was thankfully concealed by my jocks. It's really clearing up. Thanks, I replied, giving him a what the fuck look as I shifted from foot to foot, waiting for my jeans. Can you hurry up, Ma? I begged. Well, I need to go. Are you taking Shannon to the pictures, love? Mam asked, smiling knowingly. It's called a cinema, Ma, I growled, rubbing a hand over my jaw. No one, and I mean no bleeding one, calls it the pictures anymore. I do, Mam chirped back happily. So is that where you're taking her? I don't know yet, I muttered. I was going to let her decide. Ah, that's lovely, that is. Turning to Gibbs, Ma smiled. Isn't that lovely, Jared? It sure is, Gibbsy sniggered. You should be taking that young one to the pictures, Mam added. What's her name? The big girl. Gibbsy reddened, and I smirked. Ha, fucking ha. Claire, he said, clearing his throat. Ah, yes, Hughie's sister. Mam smiled to herself as she ran the iron over my jeans. You've been chasing after that girl since the day Johnny brought you home here. Looking like a little blonde chubby cherub. I snorted, and it was Gibbsy's turn to glare at me. You were such a gorgeous little boy. Setting the iron down, Mam picked up my jeans and shook them out, inspecting her work, before thankfully handing them back to me. Do you remember the summer back in primary school, when you all camped out in the acre? You fell into that bush of nettles trying to lift her over the electric fencer because she was afraid of the neighbour's bull. Mam laughed softly to herself. You were all stung and nettled, but you still managed to get her out of that field. Oh, yeah. Gibbsy chuckled, scratching his chin. I forgot about that. I said to Siobhan and Sinead back then that they would have to keep an eye on the pair of you. Mam mused. You were supposed to be Hughie's friend, but you and that young one were always inseparable, joined at the hip with that little girl you were. Well, thanks for the walk down memory lane, Ma, I said impatiently, as I yanked my jeans back on and slipped on my boots. But we have to go. Placing my hands on Gibbsy's shoulders, I steered him towards the back door. Night. Johnny, be good, Mam called after me. That's a song, I called over my shoulder. And a warning, she shot back. Keep it in your pants. Jesus. 15 minutes later, I had dropped Gibbsy off and was parked outside the Biggs' house with sweaty palms and a solid semi in my jeans. Jesus Christ. The anticipation of just seeing Shannon was driving me half demented. Excitement and nervous drummed in my veins, making me feel all fucked up. But that's what she brought out of me. Closing my eyes, I breathed deep and slow for several moments, waggling my emotions into submission before attempting to get out. When I felt slightly calmer, I climbed out and walked up the driveway, fighting an internal battle on what the fuck I was supposed to do when I reached the front door. Did I knock? Did I just walk in like I usually did? Jesus, I didn't know. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Thankfully, the front door opened inwards when I was halfway up the garden path, and Shannon, was physically shoved outside by two blondes before the door slammed shut behind her. Holy fuck. My feet faltered as my eyes drank her in. She was wearing a tiny red dress with a black leather jacket and matching black heels that made her legs look like they went on for days. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail and flowing down her right shoulder. And her face, Jesus Christ, her lips, her eyes, fuck. I was in so much trouble. Clasping her carrier bag in front of her, she smiled shyly. Hi, Johnny. Giving my head a little shake, I closed the space between us and pressed a kiss on her cheek. Hi, Shannon, I said gruffly. You look beautiful. How's the gym? She asked, smiling up at me. Were you careful? I could hardly make out a word of what she had just said because my entire focus was trained on her swollen lips that were puffy and red and making me think the most depraved thoughts. Get it together, asshole. Yeah, I choked out and then roughly cleared my throat. It was good. Taking her hand in mine, I led her down the path to my car. You look so fucking beautiful. You should have said that already, lad. Seriously, you're gorgeous. Shut up, Johnny. Ah, thanks. Under the street lamps, I could see the blush on her cheeks. It's the clothes and makeup. It's the girl, I corrected, giving her hand a squeeze. Shannon ducked her face, and I bit the inside of my cheek. Hey, you got your car back? She said then, eyes wide. That's great. Yeah, nodding. I opened the passenger door and gestured for her to get in. I just got it back this morning. Shannon climbed in, and I closed her door before rounding the car. So, how'd you get out? I asked, sinking into the driver's seat. With Darren on patrol. Shannon grimaced as she fastened her seatbelt. We had a fight, and then he stormed off. Mam was in bed, so I sort of just walked out. She shrugged. He hasn't called since, so I guess he hasn't gone home yet either. Fucking asshole. Well, I'm glad you're out, I told her, fastening my own seatbelt. And I'm thrilled that you texted me. She smiled shyly. You are? Of course. Oh, here. Reaching into the carrier bag, she withdrew a CD case and thrust it into my hands. I made this for you. Oh, okay. I stared down at the CD case. Thanks. You're welcome. It's a mixtape, she explained, face burning red. Or a mix CD. I stared down at her handwriting on the case. Shannon's songs for Johnny. Fuck me. You look really nice, Shannon said. Cheeks so hot I swear I could feel the heat radiating off them as she gestured to my clothes. And you smell great. Oh, thanks. I shifted in my seat, feeling a huge swell of relief. I love your haircut, she added, reaching over to trail her fingers to it. You kept the length on top? She hesitated and moved to pull her hand back, but then I settled it on my cheek. You're beautiful. A shiver rolled through me, her words hitting me deep, and I leaned across the seat. Jesus. Come here, tangling a hand in her hair. I pulled her face to mine, knowing that I was about to be plastered in lipstick, but not giving a shite either way. The moment my lips fused with hers, I was done for. Every coherent thought, plan, and notion I had for tonight went clean out the window when I felt her tongue sweep out to duel with mine. Shannon moaned into my mouth, and the vibration against my lips caused the semi I'd been sporting to shoot to full mast. I heard the sound of a seatbelt clicking, and then she was right there, scrambling over the seats to straddle my lap. Jesus Christ, this girl was going to ruin me. My hands moved to their own accord, clamping down on her hips to hold her as still as I pushed against her, driving myself to the point of pain with the need I had to just bury myself inside this girl and never come back up for air. "Johnny," she gasped, breathing hard against my lips. "What do you want to do tonight?" Jesus, that was such a loaded question with endless possibilities. She didn't need to be giving me any notions. I needed basic instructions right now because I was in unknown territory, and she was all I wanted to do. I don't know. Striving for self-control. I leaned back to look at her. I was waiting to see what you wanted to do. "I just want to be with you," she replied simply, placing her small hand on my chest and setting my body on fire. "I don't care if we sit in this car all night." "Do you want to go to the cinema?" I offered, knowing that staying in a car all night was a dangerous idea, tempting, but very dangerous. "Or we could go to Biddy's for a game of pool, or Spizzico for dinner." I shrugged, feeling flustered. "Whatever you want." She glanced down at my chest before tipping her chin back up, eyes locked on mine. "I don't want to go anywhere." Was that the question? "You don't want to?" I asked, uncertain. "Do you want to go home?" "No." Shannon shook her head. "Not—" Her words broke off, and she ducked her face again. "Not what, baby?" I asked. "If you don't tell me, I won't know. I just want to be alone with you," she whispered, looking up at me through hooded eyes. "You know." I knew. But I also knew that it was a terrible idea. "You want to go to my house?" I asked, feeling my body ache with the pressure it was taking to take this slowly. I knew I needed to, but Christ, she wasn't making it easy for me. "My room?" She nodded. "If you do." Fuck.
40. I'm coming. Shannon. The moment Johnny drove through the opened gates of his property, he killed the lights of the car, leaving us completely in the dark. Excited and nervous, I kept my eyes trained on his face and my hand on top of his as he changed gears, slowing to a complete halt halfway up the long, narrow laneway. Cutting the engine, he turned to look at me.
"I'm going to take you up to my room, but we're going to have to sneak in through the front door, okay?"
Nodding eagerly, I whispered, "Okay."
"That's not because you're not welcome.
He hurried to add,
It's because my ma won't let us have a minute's peace otherwise."
Unbuckling his belt, he pushed the car door open and climbed out, gently closing his door before rounding the car.
"You ready?"
he asked, reaching for my hand when I stepped out and closing the car door behind me. "Yeah," I replied, keeping my voice low. It was raining hard again, and the cold droplets were pelting against my bare skin, causing a shiver to roll through me.
"Bonnie and Cupcake should be in their run for the night,"
he explained as we crept up the pitch-dark laneway.
"It's around the back of the house, so we should be good."
"What about Suki?"
"Suki won't bark at me,"
he replied confidently. "How will she know it's you?"
"She'll just know."
Sliding his keys into his hand when we reached the driveway, Johnny literally dragged me across the gravel to lean against the house.
"You okay?"
"Should we be doing this?" I asked, breathing hard.
"Honestly, probably not, but we're going to do it anyway."
"Okay," I nodded. "We are?"
"I don't know."
Johnny hesitated.
"Are we?"
I think so."
"Fuck it."
Shaking his head, he kissed me hard and then dragged me towards the front door. Releasing my hand, he held a finger to his lips and then turned the key in the door, cringing when the door creaked open.
"Go on,"
he mouthed, inclining his head towards the hallway. Kicking off my high heels, I bent down and snatched them up before hurrying inside. Johnny quietly closed the door after us, and for a few moments we both stood in the entry hall with our eyes locked on each other. After a minute or so of complete silence, a slow smile crept across his face, and I grinned back at him. "Bingo," he purred, before hooking an arm around my waist and pulling me flush against him. Feeling heady with lust and adrenaline, and smothering a squeal, I wrapped my arms round his neck, shoes and all, and pulled his face down to mine. Our kiss was warm, clumsy, and overloaded with an overwhelming need for more. Johnny made this deep, gravelly sound in his throat, and then we were moving, stumbling blindly down the hallway. "You're back early, love. Did the car break down?" Mrs. Kavanagh's voice cut through my lust-filled thoughts, and I jerked away from Johnny like I had been scalded. Mortified, I turned to stare at his mother, who was sitting on the bottom step of their impressive staircase. She had a washing basket set on the floor at her feet as she paired socks. Sprawled out beside the basket was Johnny's old black Labrador. The moment Sookie spotted Johnny, she clambered unsteadily to her feet and bounded towards him. "Jesus!" Johnny muttered under his breath as he pushed both hands through his hair before dropping a hand to pet his dog. "I didn't see you there, Ma." "It's all right, Johnny. I saw you," Mrs. Kavanagh replied with a smirk. "Great effort, though." Turning her attention to me, she smiled warmly. "Hello, Shannon. It's lovely to see you again." "Hi, Mrs. Kavanagh," I strangled out, mortified beyond belief. "How are you?" "I'm grand, love." Setting a pair of socks she had paired into the basket, she stood up and dusted down the back of her jeans, smile still firmly in place. "You look stunning tonight." Thanks?" Heat crept across my skin. Should I apologize for being here? Was she mad? Should I apologize again for my mother's behaviour? Should I just go? "So do you," I wheezed out, feeling slightly sick now. What the hell should I do? Making the decision for us, Johnny reclaimed my hand and pulled me towards the staircase. "We're going to watch a film," he announced, watching his mother with what looked like great caution as we passed her. "Oh?" his mother replied, arching a brow. "Nothing good playing at the pictures?" "I have one in my room that we wanted to watch," Johnny shot back, half dragging me up the staircase after him. "So, yeah, that's what we're going to do." "What film?" "Jesus Christ, Matt, a film!" Johnny groaned, halting at the top of the staircase to look down at his mother. "What does it matter?" "Love Actually," I blurted out, the first title that popped into my head. Johnny nodded eagerly. "That's right. Gypsy lent it to us," I added to my lies, realizing that I was a far better liar when put under pressure from an authoritative figure than he was. Years of practice. "He said it's his favourite, and he was going on all week at school that we needed to see it." "Exactly." Giving my hand a small squeeze, he pulled me up the last 2 steps to join him. "And Shannon's never watched it." "Why don't you bring the DVD down and we can all watch it in the living room together?" his mother called after us. "What?" Johnny gaped. "Ma, no!" They stared hard at each other for a long beat before Mrs. Kavanagh released a heavy sigh and nodded. "Fine. Go ahead and watch your film. But keep your door open," she said in a low, warning tone of voice. "Wide open, Jonathan." Without another word, we strode off down the hallway towards his room. Slipping inside, Johnny closed the door behind us and deftly turned the lock before leaning against it. "I'm so sorry about her," he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. "She's only looking out for you," I whispered. "It's okay." "She's smothering me," he corrected, shoulders sagging in defeat. "I can't move anymore, and she's watching me like a hawk." "I don't think she wants me here, Johnny. I confessed, chewing on my lip nervously. Maybe I should go.
What?
He shook his head and stifled a groan.
No, Shan, that's not it.
Striding towards me, he captured my hand and walked us over to his bed.
My mother really likes you, I promise. She's just...
Sinking down on his bed, Johnny released a heavy sigh.
It has nothing to do with you being here, and everything to do with you being up here alone with me.
Shrugging, he looked up at me and said,
She's just afraid of something happening between us.
I sat down beside him. Happening?
Sex,
he replied gruffly, shifting his body to face me. My breath hitched. Oh. Swallowing deeply, I nodded.
Okay, but that's not what's happening here,
he hurried to say, even though he leaned closer. Okay, I breathed, heart hammering in my chest.
We don't have to do anything,
he added, voice thick and gruff, eyes locked on mine.
You can watch a film, if you want.
No, I shuffled closer. I don't want that.
Are you sure?
His eyes darkened.
We could play PlayStation.
Johnny?
Yeah, Shan?
I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth, pulling back slowly to gauge his reaction.
Shan.
He was watching me with a dark expression.
Shan.
Feeling brave, I did it again. A beat passed. His pupils grew darker, my heart hammered harder.
Ah, fuck it.
He growled and smashed his lips to mine. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I scrambled up the bed, taking him with me. Falling onto my back, Johnny's lips never left mine as his weight came down hard on me, pressing my body deep into his luxurious mattress. Unwilling to detach my body from his, I wrapped my legs around his waist.
We shouldn't do this,
he whispered over and over against my lips, but he wasn't stopping, and I knew I never would, as I attacked his lips with a desperate hunger of my own. The way he kissed me, like my lips and mouth were the only thing that mattered to him at that moment, was addictive and intoxicating. Sliding my hands from his neck to his chest, I ripped at the buttons of his black shirt, desperate to feel the heat of his bare skin pressed against me.
Shan,
he groaned into my mouth, hips thrusting against me.
What are you doing, baby?
Please, I begged, clumsily snapping the buttons open until the fabric parted like the Red Sea. Just take it off.
Fuck.
Breaking our kiss, Johnny sank back on his knees and made short work of his shirt, dragging it off his body. I took that as my opportunity to remove my jacket. Tossing it aside to join his shirt on his bedroom floor, I flopped back down, with my dress pulled at my waist, begging him with my eyes to just keep going. Hormones invaded my mind, kicking my common sense out the window and taking hold of the steering wheel of my brain, letting me know that my virginity was in serious danger of evaporating tonight. Kneeling between my legs, wearing only his jeans and with his hair sticking up in 40 different directions from our antics, Johnny looked down at me all fluffed out on his pillows and exhaled a sharp breath.
I'm keeping you, Shannon Lynch.
Really? I breathed, staring up at his swollen lips and wanting just one more taste.
Really?
He confirmed, eyes locked on mine. Shrugging almost helplessly, he offered me a crooked grin, giving me a tiny glimpse of vulnerability and making me fall deeper for him. I was stumbling further into the black abyss of the unknown with this boy, with no safety net to break my fall. Pressing the brakes wouldn't make a blind bit of difference because my heart was in the driver's seat and powering ahead without thought for consequences.
Are you sure you don't want to play GTA?
Johnny offered then, tone thick and gruff. He playfully walked his fingers up my bare thigh, skimming the edge of my knickers.
I might beat you this time.
just when I thought he was going to move his fingers higher, when everything inside of me was screaming at him to move his fingers higher, he pulled his hand back to rest on my thigh again.
What do you say? Do you want a rematch, Shannon, like the river?
I shook my head, my breathing hard and uneven. No.
No.
He arched a brow, smirk still firmly in place.
Then what do you want from me?
Finding a bravery I only seemed to have when he was with me, I pulled myself up on my elbows and whispered, I want you to finish what you started. The blue in his eyes darkened, and the smile he was wearing turned almost feral as he grabbed my thighs and dragged my body closer to his.
I always finish what I start.
Resting his weight on one elbow, he hovered over my body, with his lips so close to mine that I could feel his breath.
But we're not going there.
He pressed a drugging kiss to my lips before burying his face in my neck.
Not yet.
Nuzzling my neck, he pressed a trail of hot, wet kisses up my neck, his tongue sweeping out to taste me, to claim me with leisurely swipes that I felt in every nerve ending in my body. Nestling between my legs, he didn't make any further move. He just continued to kiss me with hot, swiping flicks of his tongue, destroying me with his weight alone. Really? I practically cried as my fingers dug into the hard ridges of his waist. You're sure? Groaning, Johnny nodded.
I'm sure.
His hand moved from my hair to my hip, shifting our bodies into the perfect alignment, and the move caused a moan to tear from my throat. He responded to my small gasp of surprised pleasure with a low growl of approval of his own.
Well, I can do other things for you.
He brushed his lips against mine almost lovingly, before pulling back to gauge my reaction.
If you want me to.
My pulse skyrocketed, and I blew out a ragged breath, nodding up at him. His eyes blazed with heat as he lowered his lips to mine.
I promise I'll make you feel good,
he whispered between kisses.
Just tell me if you don't want it, or if I'm moving too fast, and I'll stop, okay?
Don't stop, I strangled out, hands shooting out to clutch his shoulders. Please. Johnny chuckled softly.
I haven't started yet.
I don't care, I breathed. Don't ever stop. Rearing back on his knees once more, Johnny stared down at me. Breathing hard and fast, I remained on my back, overloaded with adrenaline and lust, as I watched him watch me for the longest time. The anticipation of the unknown was making me feel faint, and all I wanted to do was drag him back down on top of me. But I stopped myself, knowing that I had no clue of how to progress from here, just that I desperately wanted to.
You're so fucking beautiful,
he whispered with a small shake of his head.
Jesus.
Trailing a finger over my cheek, he leaned down and kissed me. His hand trailed down my neck, moving lower and lower until his thumb brushed over my nipple.
I love you,
he whispered, and then he was cupping my breast in his hand, gently stroking his thumb over the fabric of my dress as my nipple hardened to the point of being painful.
Is this okay?
He asked against my lips as he continued to touch me. Johnny, shivering violently, I arched into his touch, kissing him almost frantically. So much okay. His hand moved lower, fingers grazing over my hip bone before his hand settled on the front of my knickers.
What about this?
Stroking his nose against mine, he slipped his hand inside my underwear and cupped me there.
Is this okay?
My body jerked beneath him, hips bucking, and I nodded like a mad person. Don't stop. Exhaling a ragged breath, he slipped his tongue into my mouth at the same time he slid one finger inside me. Careful not to moan too loudly and alert his mam as to what we were getting up to in his bedroom, I let my legs fall open, welcoming his touch as I plastered my lips to his, clinging to his broad shoulders for all I was worth as I shuddered beneath them. "I want you," he growled into my mouth as he worked his finger inside me, moving slowly in and out, deep and drugging. More than I've ever wanted anyone in my entire life. Kissing me hard, he pulled out only to push a second finger inside me. "Fuck, you're so wet, baby." Trembling, I clung to him, bucking my hips excitedly. "So fucking tight. Shite, is this okay?" "It's okay, Johnny. It's okay," I practically screamed as I dragged his lips back to mine, bucking my body in encouragement. "Just stop asking stupid questions and keep going." Chuckling against my lips, Johnny crooked his fingers, doing something inside of my body that was entirely unfamiliar, but oh, so welcome. I felt a tightening sensation in my core as a blast of white-hot heat crept up my body. It was a feeling that I wanted to chase down, some basic, primal instinct inside of me demanding I do so. Bucking my hips, I moved against his hand, hunting down that feeling. His lips came down on mine, muffling my cries as he moved his fingers faster inside of me, taking me further, pushing my body to the point of no return. Helpless to sensation, I clutched his broad shoulders and clung to him, trusting him with everything I had inside of me. When his tongue entered my mouth, sweeping over mine with the same rhythm as his fingers, I couldn't hold on, or else I just couldn't hold back. Whatever it was, it felt like I was crashing over a cliff. I couldn't explain it. My body went lax, and I jolted violently beneath him, as what I could only describe as ripples of ecstasy shot through my body. "Jesus!" I cried out, tearing my lips from his as my entire body jerked violently. "What's happening? Oh my God!" "Shh," he coaxed, kissing my neck. "Just ride it out." He suckled on my neck. "Enjoy it." Clenching my eyes shut, I allowed myself to absorb what I was feeling. "Okay." "You like that, Shan?" he whispered in my ear, pumping his fingers in and out, prolonging the seizure-induced pleasure wrecking me. "Coming on my fingers." He kissed me again, harder this time. "'Cause I fucking love it." Oh my God. When I finally stopped shaking, Johnny slid his fingers out of me, and I thought he was going to roll off me, but he didn't. Instead, he grabbed my hips and settled between my legs once again, rocking his hips against me, causing another blast of tingling shockwaves to erupt inside of me. I could feel his erection pressing against me, so hard it was terrifying. The friction from his jeans as he ground his body against mine was too much. Crying out, I slipped my hands into the waistband of his jeans and pulled him closer, wanting with everything I had to just fall into this boy and never come back out again. Johnny grabbed my hands and dragged them above my head, holding both of my hands down on the pillow above my head with one of his. His free hand moved my hip as he continued to grind against me, lips fused together, his tongue massaging mine with almost wild, uncontrolled, lust-filled thrusts. Gasping against his lips, I hooked my legs around his waist, moving with him instinctively with every thrust of his hips. Bang, bang, bang. "Johnny!" Mrs. Kavanagh's voice came from the other side of the door as another loud knock sounded. "I thought I told you to keep the door open." My eyes sprang open in horror and I froze. "Oh my God!" "Jesus Christ!" Johnny groaned, breaking the kiss with a panting breath. Roughly clearing his throat, he called out, "We're watching the bleeding film, Ma." "Well, now I'm up here, you can open the door and let me see you," his mother called back. "Give me a minute." Rolling off me, Johnny flopped onto his stomach and muttered a string of curses into the duvet before climbing off the bed. "I'm sorry about her," he grumbled as he watched me scramble off the bed and readjust my clothes. "It's fine," I choked out, feeling mortified as I pushed down my dress and straightened my ponytail. Don't worry about it. Hey, you okay? He asked, watching me with concern. Shan? I'm just... I looked around his room and shrugged helplessly. I don't know how to act now. Clasping my hands together, I gestured to his bed and sighed. I'm embarrassed. Johnny smirked and closed the space between us. Was it okay? He asked, voice low and husky, as he smoothed a hand over my hair and tipped my chin up. What I did you like it? I nodded, cheeks reddening. Yeah. Then don't be shy with me, he whispered, stroking my chin with his thumb. And don't be embarrassed either. I love you, okay? I love you too, I whispered, burying my face in his chest. The door, Jonathan! Mrs. Kavanagh barked, knocking repeatedly on the other side of the door. Now! All right! Johnny roared back. Jesus Christ, I'm coming, Ma. That's what I'm afraid of, his mother shot back. Now open up.
41. Slamming doors. Johnny. Yeah, I was in trouble. The girl sitting in the passenger seat of my car was proof of that. Shannon's phone was blowing up. Had been for the past 20 minutes. I knew I was going to get the blame for keeping her out tonight. I knew I was going to get threatened. I knew a million other disastrous things would be waiting for me once I pulled onto her street. But I couldn't find it in me to worry. Screw worrying. I was fucking delighted with myself. My uneventful Saturday had somehow morphed into Saturday night with my girlfriend on her back and my fingers inside her. Jesus Christ. The sound she made when she came around me would haunt me. I didn't want to give her back. But I also didn't want to make her suffer the third degree from my mother. I went too far tonight, I knew that. But I couldn't regret it. Because she was just mind-blowing. Honest to God. I was in so far with her that I knew I would drown. They might as well lock me up now because I was done for. Shannon's knees were bopping restlessly as she stared out the windscreen of the car, watching the other cars whiz past us. I wanted to put her at ease, but I had no way of doing that. It wasn't like I was going to be invited inside for tea and biscuits when I walked her to the door. More like threats and handcuffs. I hope Joey's home, Shannon said, dragging me from my thoughts. Joey, she repeated, cracking her knuckles. I really hope he's at home. Reaching over, I took one of her hands in mine and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She was trembling, and it was making me feel murderous. He'll be there, I told her, praying like hell that I was right. For reasons I would never fully understand, Shannon was close to Joey. In her mindset, he was as good as a god. I didn't ask too much about it because I was scared of the answers. Some of the things she had told me about her childhood terrified me. I didn't want to hear about what they had endured because I didn't trust my reactions. It was the worst feeling in the world, feeling helpless. I didn't cope well with helplessness. Thinking about how that was exactly how Shannon had felt for most of her life made my chest constrict. The minute I pulled up outside the house of fucking horrors and cut the engine, the sound of screaming filled my ears. Jesus. What was wrong with their neighbours? I could hear the carnage from the garden wall. Shallowing deeply, Shannon tucked her hair behind her ears and moved to unfasten her seatbelt. Thanks for a great evening. She gave me a bright smile and reached for the carrier bag she had placed in my car earlier. I had the best time, Johnny. Whoa! Stop! I reached over and closed the door she had opened. Don't do that. Do what? Pretend we're both deaf and can't hear what's going on inside that house. Shannon sagged in her seat. I don't know what to say. She pressed a hand to her forehead. It's nothing out of the usual for us. Sighing heavily, she added, It's probably because of me. She glanced over at the house and then down at her lap. Because I went out? Yeah, fuck that. Unfastening my seatbelt, I climbed out of the car and walked around the horse side. What are you doing? Shannon asked, looking all panicked as she scrambled out of the car with her bag fisted tightly in her small hand. Johnny! I'm walking you to the door, I told her, trying to keep the anger out of my voice. And I'm making sure you're okay. I'm okay, she heard to say. And I want to make sure you stay that way, I told her, as I took her hand in mine. So, let's go. Shannon was a bundle of nerves as we walked to her house. By the time we reached the front door, she was visibly shaking. Thanks for staying, she said in a small voice before pushing the door inwards. Any time, I replied gruffly, but my response was swallowed up by the loud shouting that greeted us. Where the hell were you? Darren demanded, stalking from the kitchen towards us. His eyes shifted from Shannon to me, and his feet faltered. Leaning against the doorframe, I folded my arms across my chest and stared back at them. Yeah, I'm here, fucker. I went to Claire's, Shannon explained, stepping inside and dropping her carrier bag on the floor. Why were you all shouting? Shannon! Her mother strangled out, rushing from the kitchen. Why did you do that? Do what? Shannon replied, tone harder than I was used to hearing. I went for a walk to my friend's house. There's no law against it, ma'am. Pride roared to life inside of me. Go on, baby. Don't let them push you around. And where does he fit into this walk? Her mother demanded, slurring her words a little. And those clothes? I arched a brow and studied her closer, bleary-eyed, swaying from side to side and slurring her words. Christ, she was hammered. I squinted my eyes, taking her measure. Was she high? Are you drunk? Shannon asked, voicing my thoughts aloud. No, her mother strangled out. I'm after my tablets. High, I mentally confirmed. High as a kite on Valium or some other sedative by the looks of it. Where are your kids? The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to filter them. 3 pairs of eyes landed on my face, and being the absolute glutton for punishment that I was, I decided to go with it. Tig, Ollie and Sean. My children are in bed, Mrs. Lynch hissed, glaring daggers at me. Which is exactly where Shannon should be. Shannon's not a child, I replied, forcing myself to speak and not roar at this woman like I so badly wanted to. I had a feeling she didn't work on the same frequency as the rest of us, and shouting was the only way to get through to her, but I refrained. She's going on 17. She is her own person, with her own friends and her own mind, and you need to step back and stop trying to smother her in your fucked up attempt to make up for not protecting her when she actually needed you to. Excuse me? Mrs. Lynch choked out, clutching her chest. You heard me, I told her. You were shouting and roaring so loud we could hear you from the street. You have the gall to throw shit at her while you're off your face on tablets with 3 small children upstairs? I shook my head. You're a disgrace.
Back the fuck off, Johnny,
Darren snarled.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I know a lot more than you think, I sneered. And you're all quick to judge me, when not one of you are in the position to throw stones.
Johnny,
Shannon croaked out, eyes wide. It's okay. It's not okay, Shan, I said gruffly. It needed to be said.
Get off my property, or I'll have you done for trespassing,
Shannon's mother warned before bursting into tears and running back into the kitchen. I felt a smidgen of guilt rushing through me, but not enough to take back what I had said. The truth had a bitch of a sting to it sometimes.
You heard her,
Darren said coldly, glaring at me.
You don't come back around here, Johnny.
Darren, Shannon strangled out, don't say that.
Another lynch popped up then,
but this one came from behind me. Cav, Joey acknowledged, in a friendly enough tone as he strolled up the overgrown path in a pair of mechanic overalls, face covered in grease and a plastic lunchbox dangling from his hand. He slapped a hand on my shoulder as he passed by.
Causing more shit?
The usual amount, I replied evenly.
I bet,
he mused.
All right, Shan.
Ruffling her ponytail, he roughly shoved Darren out of his way.
You coming in, or are you just going to stand there, leaving the cold out?
It's the heat out, I muttered.
Maybe in your house,
he shot back, not missing a beat, before disappearing into the kitchen.
He's not coming in here, I heard his mother scream from the kitchen. Tell him to leave. Christ. Could you give it 5 minutes before you start crying?
A cupboard door slammed and Joey's voice filled my ears again.
I'm tired. I'm hungry. I've just got off work. Go home,
Darren said, before closing the door in my face. The door swung back open seconds later, and Shannon popped her head out. I'm so sorry, she whispered, eyes laced with pain. I love you.
Shannon, get in here.
Bye, Johnny. And then the door slammed shut in my face again.
42. Crisis averted. Everyone breathe. Shannon. Why did you do that? I demanded, furious as I glared at Mam and Darren. He was just dropping me home. Look at the cut of you, Mam choked out, going out dressed like that. There's nothing wrong with what I'm wearing, I shot back defiantly. Mam's face reddened. You look like a whore, I offered. Thanks, Dad. Mam flinched and dropped her head in her hands. I rolled my eyes, too furious to deal with her waterworks right now. You were both horrible, I hissed, focusing on Darren. You just shut the door in his face. Can you blame me? Darren growled. You heard how he spoke to Mam. He was telling the truth, I spat, blinking back the traitorous tears that were pooling in my eyes. And you know it. And you wonder why this family has a bad reputation, Joey mused around bites of a ham sandwich. Shan's right. He took a swig from his can of Coke. That was rude as fuck. Our family has a bad reputation because you can't keep yourself out of trouble, so don't you start giving me shit. Darren shot back angrily. I know you were suspended from school again yesterday for fighting. Your principal called me, Joey. What was it this time? Some lad said something you didn't like, so you go ahead and pock the head off him? Joey shrugged, unaffected. Something like that. If you don't steady up and learn to control that temper, you're going to end up getting yourself locked up. Darren warned. Mark my words. I thought this was about Kavanagh.
Joey replied, scratching his jaw. How did this suddenly get turned on me? It's not about Johnny, I hissed, keeping my furious gaze locked on Darren. It's about how you're trying to control my life. He's still outside, you know, Joey added. My heart leapt in my chest. He is? Stay where you are, Shannon, Darren warned before stalking into the hallway and swinging the door open. Muttering a string of curses under his breath, he slammed the door shut and returned with a thunderous expression. He's still there. Like I said, Joey replied, taking another bite of his sandwich. Go on out to him, Shan, he added mid-chew. Don't mind the two of them. Don't even think about it, Shannon, Mam screeched. I don't want you going anywhere near that boy. Jesus Christ, Joey growled, tossing his half-eaten sandwich down on the counter. You're making a big fucking deal out of nothing. Just let her go outside and talk to him. Let him do all his checkups to see she's not being hurt or whatever the fuck he does that calms his nerves, and then she'll come back inside. No harm done. No harm done, Mam choked out. Plenty harm could be done, Joey. Give her a bit of credit, my brother hissed in a disgusted tone. She's not you. Mam wailed, and Joey rolled his eyes. Intelligence doesn't play a role in this, Darren bit out. Hormones play the only role in this. Well then, I happen to possess the perfect antidote to hormones. Joey slipped his hand into his pocket and withdrew his wallet. Flipping it open, he retrieved a condom and waved it around. I know you've never seen one of these, he added, sneering at our mother. And I doubt they're even holding fucking hands. Just in case. Here, Shan, hold the tip when you roll it on. He tossed the condom and winked. Now, picking his sandwich back up, Joey took a big bite and chewed. Crisis averted, everyone breathe. What the fuck is wrong with you, Joey? Darren growled, snatching the condom out of my hands and shoving it into his pocket. She's 16 years old. I'm aware, Joey agreed, taking another swig from his Coke. He's too old for her, Mam wailed. No, he's not, Joey scoffed. He's 17, not 70. Relax, woman. Yes, he damn well is too old, Mam countered shakily. Well, that's your opinion, Joey shot back. It's the truth, Mam strangled out, and you shouldn't be encouraging her. Listen, Joey snapped, wiping his buttery fingers on his overalls. I know you're both new at this, but here's a helpful parenting tip. You either swallow your pride and let her be with him, or this whole thing blows up in your face. I think it's pretty clear by now that he's not going anywhere, so you might as well get on board with it. Shrugging, he added, Shannon has a boyfriend. Big deal. She's not a baby anymore, and it's about time you two stop treating her like one. That's ridiculous. No, what's ridiculous is you going along with that woman's fucked up thought process and trying to keep Shan in this house after everything that happened, Joey countered. If you keep it up, if you force them apart, he will lose his shit. Draw a battle line with that fucker and he will go to war with you. Turning to Mam, he added, and if I was you, I'd lay off throwing threats around because you have a hell of a lot more to lose out of this, and a lot more skeletons to be exposed if his daddy decides to have you done for slander. Mam had her head in her hands, and Darren had his back to me, but when Joey was facing me, and when he noticed me edging closer to the kitchen door, he smirked and winked. What are you? Darren's voice trailed off, and he spun around, catching me red-handed. Don't even think about it, he warned. Tearing through the hallway, I yanked the front door open. Shannon, I'm not messing around here. I didn't stop to listen to him. Instead, I hurried out the front door,
breaking into an excited run when my eyes landed on Johnny leaning against the side of his car, scowling at my house like it personally offended him. His eyes found mine, and relief flooded his features. "Are you okay?" Nodding, I barreled barefoot through the garden and rounded the footpath at top speed, not stopping until I was flush against him. "You didn't go home," I said, panting, as I looked up at him. "You didn't leave." "I couldn't," Johnny replied thickly. His hands dropped to my hips, pulling me closer. "I needed to know you were safe." My heart burst open in my chest, and I felt like I was drowning in feelings. "I'm safe." "You sure?" He looked so vulnerable when he said, "Because I think I'm going to need a promise." Oh, God. Reaching up, I snaked a hand in his hair and pulled his face down to mine. "Would you settle for a kiss goodnight?" "Only if you promise you'll still be here in the morning," he replied, brushing his lips against mine. "So, do you promise?" I blew out a ragged breath. "I'll be here." "If you need me, you call me," he whispered, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear and then cupping my cheek. "Doesn't matter what time it is, just pick up that phone and I'll come, okay?" Unable to stop myself, I leaned my cheek into his touch. "Okay." "I'll call you tomorrow," he added gruffly, trailing his thumb over my cheek. "And I'll pick you up for school on Monday." No, you don't have to do that for me," I hurried to say. "I can get a—" "I want to pick you up," he interrupted. "If you want me to." I nodded weakly. "I want you." "To. Add the to, Shannon." "To," I croaked out. "I mean, I want you to pick me up." "I want you to," he said with a smirk. "In every way." My body grew hot and achy. I... Johnny didn't wait for me to respond before pressing his lips to mine, firmer this time, deeper. Holding onto his arms, I kissed him back with everything I had, desperately trying to show him how much he meant to me. "If that's what you call hand-holding, then I'd really like to know what you call the other shit," I heard Darren say from somewhere nearby. "Maybe they're gone beyond hand-holding," I heard Joey muse. "I can't always be right."
43. Better safe than sorry. Johnny. "What do you mean you're not telling me?" Gibbsy demanded, letting the ball spin from his hands. It was Sunday evening. We were down the pitch, attempting to throw the ball around. Well, I was attempting to throw the ball. Gibbs was doing his best Inspector Bleeding Gadget impression, trying to milk information about my night with Shannon. Exactly what I said, ignoring the burn in my lower half. I extended my arms and jumped to catch his piss-poor throw. "I'm not fucking telling you." "We can talk about it," Gibbsy called back, arms out to catch the ball. "You're allowed to tell your best friend." "I'm not talking about her. Holding things in isn't good for a person." "What do you want me to say?" I snapped, flinging the ball back at them. "I want you." Words breaking off, he caught the ball with a loud oof and then tossed it on the grass before continuing. "To tell me what you got up to in your room." He waggled his brows. "When you snuck little Shannon in there." Jesus. Giving up and having a normal conversation. I grabbed my water bottle off the grass and headed for the car park. "I'm calling it a day." "Already?" "I'm tired." "Because you're up late, bumping eulogies with your girlfriend?" Gibbsy teased, falling into step beside me. "Ah, yes, that can take it out of a fella." Bumping shoulders with me, he said, "So, what are we talking here? Full-on penetration or just some heavy petting?"
or the slip and slide, the rub and bump, the just a little more, the we'll stop here, except we never do. His eyes lit up. Holy shit. Did you go bareback? What are you talking about? Sex, he replied simply. We didn't have sex, I muttered, pulling my keys out of my pocket. It's not like that. Not like that, Gibbsy shot back, disbelieving. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Gibbs, I snapped, flustered. It's not okay. I'm not doing that with her. Pressing a button on my key fob, I unlocked my car and moved for the driver's side. It's too soon. Did Shannon say that? I said that, I growled, yanking the door open and climbing in. Me, Gibbs. I'm saying it's too soon. But you were tempted, weren't you? He asked, dropping into the passenger seat beside me. No one's that much of a saint. I debated turning on the stereo to drown out his voice. That's what I should have done. Instead, I heard myself say, I wanted to. Sighing heavily, I added, badly. But she's not ready. I strangled out, furious with myself for talking about this, and I'm not bleeding ready. Lad, you've had sex before, Gibbsy replied, frowning. I know it's been a while, but you weren't reborn a virgin when you came out of surgery. It's different with her. How? Feelings, Gibbs, I bit out. Huge fucking feelings. Ah! He shuddered. Sounds awful. It's all more with her, I explained, knees bopping restlessly, drumming my fingers against the steering wheel. I thought about what I wanted to say, tried to find a tactful way to phrase it, then said to hell with it, and came right out with it. I'm losing control over my life. She walked in and tossed everything on its ass. I'm literally scrambling, trying to put everything back together and piece out a new plan. I don't know how to handle her. I'm scared of pushing her too far, too fast, and fucking it all up. I think she thinks I don't want her that way, which is fucking insanity because you've seen her. Jesus, who wouldn't want her? But that's the problem. I don't just want her. I want to keep her. And what if I hurt her? She's so small, Gibbs, and she's only 16, and her ma's threatening me. I feel like if I put 1 foot wrong here, it's over. I'm so fucking scared of screwing this up, Gibbs. I don't want to wreck it. I can barely breathe when I'm around her. Everything goes all hazy and fucking feelings just flood me. I blew out the breath, feeling relieved to have it off my chest. I'm completely fucked, aren't I? I think so, Gibbsy agreed. Yeah, I sighed. I think so too. Your mind is a scary place to be, he mused, scratching his chin. Can you not overthink everything? He tilted his head to one side, studying my face with that peculiar expression etched on his own. Seriously, can you just turn that big sponge of a brain off and just relax? No, I shrugged, helplessly. This is how I'm wired. Well then, he tapped his temple. There's a lot to be said for having a simple mind. You are simple, I muttered dejectedly. And I'm simple for listening to you. Do you still have those condoms? He asked then.
I glared at him. Did you not hear a word of what I just said?
I heard you,
he replied calmly.
Now answer the question.
No, I muttered, shoulders sagging. I panicked when they fell out on top of her in Claire's room, so I just threw them in her bin.
What a waste,
Gibbsy whimpered, biting on his fist.
Ah, right. So you need to go to the chemist, pronto.
I gaped at him.
But I just told you. I know what you told me.
He cut me off with a wave of his hand.
And I'm telling you that the road to fatherhood is paved with good intentions.
It's the road to hell is paved with good intentions, Gibbs.
Considering pussy is one of the leading factors in a man's admission to hell, I'd say both statements are fairly on point, lad.
What?
Just buy a packet of condoms. Put them in your wallet. Even if you don't use it, it's there.
I don't want to tempt myself.
And that's your first mistake,
he told me.
It's not the condom in your wallet that will lead you into temptation. It'll be the naked girl sprawled out beneath you.
Waggling his brows, he added.
The one that floods you with all the feelings.
In a teasing tone. Jesus. He was making sense. How the hell was he making sense?
Better safe than sorry, lad,
he added with a shrug. You're right, I choked out. He winked.
I know.
Would you step back, Gibbs? I growled, bristling with tension, as I stood in the condom aisle at the chemist. He was hovering so close to my back that I could feel his chin resting on my shoulder. You're breathing down my bleeding neck.
Why do they do that?
He asked, unperturbed. Stepping around me, he reached down and picked up a rectangular pink box from the bottom shelf.
Why would they put pregnancy tests next to condoms?
No clue, I shrugged. But they do it everywhere.
Well, it doesn't exactly scream out that they have confidence in their product, does it?
He continued, waving the test around aimlessly.
It's like, hey, wrap up your dick, buy some lube, hell, even throw in a cock ring for a bit of crack, and have a great fucking time. But just in case it fails, you know where to come back to confirm the end of your life.
He rolled his eyes.
I think it's a terrible marketing idea.
It's not a marketing idea, lad, I muttered wearily. It's for convenience.
And here's more of it,
he grumbled, grabbing a box of ovulation test strips off the top shelf.
Are we preventing babies, confirming babies, or planning babies?
His voice rose with his rage.
Which is it? All three? What the fuck, Johnny?
We're preventing babies, I growled, snatching up a 12-pack of extra safe condoms. The rest of that shite isn't for us, so put the test down and walk away, you bollocks.
I should make a suggestion,
he huffed,
on how not to traumatise their male customers.
You do that, Gibbs, I replied wearily, condoms in hand. Heading for the front of the store, I sidestepped a woman with a litter of young children swarming her legs. I'm sure they'll listen.
I hope so,
Gibbsy grumbled, falling into step alongside me.
Hello, Jonathan,
the woman said.
Hello, Jared.
I swung back to face her and inwardly groaned when recognition dawned on me. Jesus Christ, why me? How's it going, miss? I muttered, discreetly moving the box of condoms behind my back.
Yeah, hey, Mrs. Moore,
Gibbsy poured, in that tone of voice he used for flirting, causing me to repress a shudder. He had a fucking thing for the older women.
You're looking your usual lovely self.
Well, thank you, Jared. Our guidance counsellor replied. Fancy meeting you two boys in the chemist on a Sunday evening? She smiled up at us. I presume you both be running around a field somewhere with a soccer ball?
A rugby ball,
I correctly quietly. And we were. We just had to.
We're on a condom run,
Gibbsy blurted out, much to my horror. And then he went a step further and gestured to her 5 small kids.
Something your husband obviously doesn't buy very often.
Lad! I hissed, mortified. I'm sorry about him, miss, I heard her say, feeling my face burn. He doesn't have a filter. I'm well aware, Mrs. Moore replied, thankfully smiling. Well, I'll let you two go about your business, and I'll see you both at school tomorrow. Yeah, see you at school. Cringing, I grabbed the back of Gibbsy's neck, stepped around a couple of identical red-haired girls, and hauled them towards the checkout. Come on, you fucker, I hissed in his ear, before you do any more damage. Oh, and boys, Mrs. Moore called after us. Yeah? If you ever need someone to talk to. Frowning, she gestured to the pregnancy test Gibbs was still holding before continuing. My door is always open. Oh, that's okay. I laughed, nervously, and elbowed Gibbsy in the ribs. We're good.
The fuck, lad?
Gibbsy groaned, rubbing his side. Put it down, I hissed, still smiling like a maniac at our teacher.
Oh, we're not pregnant?
Gibbsy laughed, awareness finally dawning on him. With a carefree shrug, he tossed the test into a basket of makeup samples beside him.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Digging it back out, he held it out to our teacher.
Do you want them?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Rubbing my jaw with my hand, I turned around and walked away, stalking up to the checkout, with only one goal in sight: pay and get as far away from that lunatic as possible. Good afternoon, the middle-aged pharmacist chirped when I dropped the condoms on the counter in front of her. Yeah, I muttered, cringing when I heard Gibbsy talking animatedly to Miss Moore from a few feet behind me. Can I get a bag, please? Are you sure you need a bag? She asked, ringing the condoms to her till. It's an extra 15 cents. I'll pay, I ground out. Just give me the bag, please. Okie dokie, she replied, handing me a plastic carrier bag. That'll be €13-14, please. Thanks. Pulling out my wallet, I handed her 20 and swiped up the box. What's wrong? She asked, after about a minute and a half of a struggle. Nothing. I couldn't open the plastic bag. I couldn't fucking open it. My hands were sweating, fucking perspiring, which was ridiculous because I had bought condoms before, frequently. Granted, it had been a while since I made the necessary rubber run, but still. 6 long fucking months. Oh, Jesus. I hoped this wasn't going to be a new thing for me. Was I losing my touch? I couldn't find the fucking opening of the plastic bag. Fuck! Was this going to happen to me with everything? Do you want a hand with that? She asked for the 3rd bleeding time. I can do it myself, lady, I snapped, flustered, and more than likely frightening the poor pharmacist. I can do it. I repeated in a calmer voice. I'm just out of practice. Out of practice shopping? She asked, frowning. With a lot of bleeding things, I muttered under my breath before finally opening the bag. See? I grinned, victorious, as I held the 12-pack in one hand and the sticky fucking carrier bag open with the other. I can do this. Yes, you can, the pharmacist replied, giving me an encouraging thumbs up. Jesus.
44. Bus stops and push-ups. Shannon. In a world where everything was changing at the speed of light, I could depend on one thing to remain the same, and that was Lizzie and Gibbsie's blatant dislike of each other. Every day during lunch, for the almost 2 weeks that we had been back to school, they had tossed snarky comments and remarks back and forth at each other. Some cruel, some funny, some downright disgusting. I couldn't understand what the problem was between them, and even though Lizzie was one of my best friends, I had to admit that she was the orchestrator of every argument. She seemed to find a problem with everything Gibbsie did. He was either breathing too heavy, or chewing too loudly, or taking up too much of the table. It didn't matter what Gibbsie did or didn't do. Lizzie always found fault with him. By lunchtime on Thursday, the tension bubbling up between them had reached a breaking point, and I was seriously beginning to rethink our sitting arrangements, wondering if we would be better off sitting at our old table. At least they would be far apart from one another. The only thing that kept me at the rugby table was the boy whose arm was slung over my shoulder. I couldn't look at Johnny too often. It just wasn't good for my poor heart. I tried to breathe and be normal, focus on anything other than him, because I knew that if I thought too much about how good it felt having his body pressed to mine, or how he made me shiver when he leaned close to whisper something in my ear, and how he absent-mindedly stroked my arm with his thumb as he laughed and joked with his friends, I would burst into flames. Johnny's father was back in Dublin, and his mother was with him. They wouldn't be home until late tonight, so he had invited me to go over to his house after school today. I wanted to go, more than anything, but I was a nervous wreck thinking about the storm I knew I would face when I got home tonight. They were already furious with me for taking spins to and from school with him, so I knew I would be returning to a battle, heightened by the fact that my father was due to be discharged from Brickley House any day now. I tried not to think about my father too much, knowing that thoughts of him evoked crippling panic attacks. Instead, I focused on the positives in my life. I focused on my friends and my brothers, but mostly I focused on Johnny. My mother's wrath or the fear of my father wouldn't stop me from going to Johnny's house, though. To be honest, I wasn't sure anything could. I was desperate to spend time alone with him. He made me feel safe and wanted, and I was sticking to that feeling like glue.
Are you seriously that stupid?
Lizzie's high-pitched snarl cut through my thoughts, causing me to almost leap out of my skin.
You okay?
Johnny asked, turning to look at me. Yeah, I choked out, resisting the urge to press my hand to his chest. I just wasn't expecting that.
Ignore them,
he whispered, resuming his thumb tracing on my shoulder.
Are you being for real?
Lizzie continued to hiss, glaring daggers at Gibbsie, who was sitting across from me.
Or is this just another stupid joke to you?
Relax, Gibbsie huffed, folding his arms across his chest. I was only asking a question.
Well, ask good questions,
Lizzie countered, and then shovelled a forkful of salad into her mouth.
Not stupid ones that only make you appear even stupider than you already are.
Stupider is not a word, Gibbsie scoffed, and then quickly looked to Johnny for backup. Right, Cap?
It's a comparative adjective, lad,
Johnny replied, shifting uncomfortably. Gibbsie gave him a blank stare.
Johnny blew out a breath. It's a word, Gibbs.
How is stupider a word? He demanded. That just sounds stupid.
Johnny shrugged. I didn't make the rules.
Maybe it was put in the dictionary to describe you, Lizzie offered dryly. As in, Gerard Gibson is stupider than any person I have ever met. That's it. Shoving his chair back, Gibbsy jerked to his feet. I'm calling Father McCarthy to intervene on your behalf. You need an exorcism, and Jesus. And you need institutionalizing, Lizzie shot back, nostrils flaring. Idiot. The whole fucking world isn't your punching bag, Gibbsy roared back, furious. I don't know who told you different, but they gave you some bad advice. Gerard, Claire, who was sitting beside him, began to interject, but Gibbsy wasn't having it. No, Claire, I'm done with taking her shit, he growled, picking up his school bag. You are a mean girl, Lizzie Young, and it astounds me that you managed to snag 2 decent girls to be friends with you. Astounds you, Lizzie countered in a sarcastic tone. Wow, big word, Gibbs. Can you spell that too? You know what? Tossing his bag over his shoulder, he gave her a look of pure disgust. Fuck you, Lizzie. Having said that, Gibbsy stalked out of the lunch hall, red-faced and fuming. Are you happy with yourself? Johnny asked, glaring at Lizzie. Did that make you feel good? Belittling him like that? He's a big boy, Lizzie shot back defensively. He can take it. He's dyslexic, Johnny snapped. And you just made him feel about 2 feet tall in front of half the school. Surprise flashed in Lizzie's eyes, and her cheeks reddened. I didn't know that. Well, now you know. Pressing a quick kiss to my cheek, Johnny shoved his chair back and said, I'll see you later, Shan. Before hurrying off in the direction Gibbsy had gone. Did you have to do that to him? Claire hissed. That was cruel. He does it back to me, Lizzie defended, still red-faced. I didn't know he was dyslexic. It shouldn't matter, Claire snapped. That was a horrible thing to say to anyone. She rose from her chair, adding, And there's a lot that you don't know about him, so don't be so quick to judge. I didn't know, Lizzie muttered, turning to me when Claire was gone. I believe you, I told her, and I did. But, I know you and Gibbsy don't get along, and that's okay, but just stay away from each other and don't be so mean, I blurted out. I think you really hurt his feelings. Yeah, well, no more than his actions hurt others, Lizzie hissed as she became the 4th person to stalk away from the table. Well, that escalated quickly, Hughie stated calmly. I blew out a shaky breath. I'll say. Pushing my chair back, I stood up and grabbed my school bag. I'll see you later, guys. Bye, Shan, they all chorused as I hurried away from the table, feeling too shy to sit there without Claire, Lizzie, or Johnny. Slipping my bag onto both shoulders, I clutched the straps and manoeuvred through the crowded hallway in the direction of the bathroom, only to halt in my tracks when my eyes landed on Bella standing outside the bathroom door. Slut, she hissed, narrowing her eyes at me. Sidestepping a group of boys, I ignored Bella and hurried away from the bathroom, choosing the sanctuary of the 3rd-year common room instead. Slipping inside, I sagged in relief when I found it empty. Dropping my bag on the floor by the table, I walked over to the kitchenette and flicked on the kettle. A loud sniffle from the armchair startled me, and I swung round. Lizzie? My brows shot up in surprise when I spotted her slumped in the chair. Abandoning the kettle, I made a beeline for her. Are you okay? I'm fine, she whispered, wiping her cheeks with the back of her hand. She clearly wasn't. Sinking into the chair opposite her, I rested my elbows on my knees and offered her a small smile. Do you want to talk? She shook her head. No. Hesitating, I reached over and took her hand in mine. Are you sure? I'll be okay, Shan, she strangled out, dropping her head so I couldn't see her cry. Honestly, I'll be fine. I know, I agreed, giving her hand a small squeeze. It's okay if you're not fine right now. I'm just so angry all the time, she confessed, keeping her head down. It won't stop. Careful not to push her for more than she was willing to give, I remained silent and continued to hold her hand. I knew why she was angry with the world, and I didn't blame her. It's coming up soon, right? I finally found the courage to ask. Your sister's anniversary? Snatching her hand away, she slumped in her chair and nodded stiffly. The end of the month. I blew out a shaky breath. It's hard. There's no justice in the world, she bit out. No, I agreed sadly. There isn't. I fucking hate this school, Shannon, she hissed. I hate that team and everything they represent. My heart sank. Gibbsy reminds you of him? Lizzie flinched. I can't help it. Every time I look at him, I see him. They're not the same person, Liz, I offered quietly. Gibbsy isn't Mark. Whatever, Shan, she said wearily. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Clasping my hands together, I studied her closed-off expression. Are you and Pierce at least okay? No, she strangled out, as her eyes filled with tears once again. It's all a mess. Why? 'Cause I can't get past it, she sniffled. I can't see beyond it, and I can't get over it. I'm stuck, and I keep driving him away. Releasing a furious growl, she wiped her eyes and jerked to her feet. Doesn't even matter. He can fuck off if he wants to. I'm not holding him down and making him stay. If he wants to be done, then we're done. Lizzie, I don't want to talk anymore. She cut me off by saying, I can't. Okay. Rising to my feet, I slapped on a bright smile. We won't talk. She sagged in relief. Thank you. What time are your parents going to be home? I asked breathlessly. None till later tonight, Johnny grunted, and I watched as a bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Will we go again? Yeah, I blew out a breath. Are you sure it's okay that I'm here? 100%. He shifted beneath me, hands moving into position. Is this good for you? Shivering, I nodded. It's good. Poke her straight, he instructed. Don't bend. I won't, I replied, only to laugh when his fingers touched a particularly ticklish part of my thigh. Come on, baby, he grunted, breathless beneath me, arms locked tight like vices on my body. I could hear the smile in his voice, but I knew this was important, so I didn't push for playful. I'm sorry, I giggled, smothering my laugh. Inhaling a sobering breath, I locked my body into position and said, Okay, muscle man. Go for it. 1, 2, 3. His words broke off, and I was lifted into the air, held there for a moment, and then lowered back down. The movement was effortless as he repeated it over and over. You okay? He asked, voice raspy and a little breathless, as he continued to pump my body up and down. All good, I assured him, holding myself perfectly still. I'm going to go faster, he warned me, tightening his hold on my body. Tell me if it's too much for you. I can handle it, I promised, feeling a little off-centred and dizzy. The fuck? Gibbsie's voice perforated through the grunting and heavy breathing. Startled, I swung my gaze to where he was standing a few feet from us with a huge grin on his face. "Do you mind?" Johnny grunted, not breaking his rhythm. "We're in the middle of something here." "I've heard of fellas using household items as makeshift weights," Gibbsie mused, scratching his jaw as his gaze trailed over us. "But using little Shannon as a barbell? This is a new thing for you, Johnny." "His parents aren't here and they locked the garage," I called out by way of explanation, feeling my face flame with embarrassment. "We were just improvising." "So you have a free house and you're weight training," Gibbsie replied in an amused tone. "And people say I'm weird." Pushing off the doorframe, he stepped into the room. "Be careful, you're not out of the woods yet, Cap." "Upper body," Johnny muttered, jaw locked tight in concentration as he continued to lift me up and down. "Yeah," I hurried to explain. "See, we're not touching anything below the waist, and that's allowed." Gibbsie's brows shot up and his smile deepened. "Is that so?" Johnny let out what sounded like a pained growl. I tried to nod, but it was impossible considering he was still lifting me up and down. "Fuck, I feel like I should put some mood music on," Gibbsie said then, causing us both to look at him. My brows furrowed. "Huh?" "Oh, not for you," he explained. "For me. I'm getting hard watching this." "Jesus Christ, Gibbs!" Johnny barked, lowering me onto his chest so that I was sprawled across him. "The hell is wrong with you?" "I don't know," he groaned, diving into the armchair. "I'm feeling very confused right now. But please, continue. I want to see how this plays out." "I'm going to, go to the bathroom," I squeezed out as I twisted around onto my hands and knees. The move wasn't my best idea, considering it left me straddling Johnny. But in his defence, he looked as uncomfortable as I felt. His hands moved my thighs of their own accord as he pushed himself into a sitting position. "I'm getting you counselling," he said to Gibbsie as his hands remained clamped on my thighs. "Seriously, lad, you're getting out of hand." "Can I go?" I blurted out, tapping his hands to get him to release me. "I really need to pee." Gibbsie snickered, and Johnny gave my legs a squeeze before letting go. "Take your time," he told me, keeping his eyes locked on Gibbsie. "I need a word with my buddy here." Springing unsteadily to my feet, I hurried for the door only to hesitate and turn back around. "Hey, Gibbs." "Yeah, little Shannon?" he replied, smiling warmly at me. "Why'd you do that?" I asked, my mind straying. "Do what?" "Call me Little Shannon." "Because you're little?" he laughed. "And you're Shannon." Grinning, he shrugged. "Little Shannon." Fair enough. "Well, I just wanted to ask if you were okay." Shifting uncomfortably, I clasped my hands together. "After what happened at lunch today?" "It's all good," he told me, smile still in place. "No worries." "Okay." Shrugging helplessly, I added, "But, for the record, I think you're really smart." His brows shot up. "Me?" "You," I confirmed quietly before slipping out of the room.
45. Fired up. Johnny. "Lad, I think I love your girlfriend," Gibbsy stated when Shannon whizzed out of the sitting room. "That's weird, right?" "What's weird is you telling me that you love my girlfriend," I replied, climbing to my feet. "That's dangerous. You know I don't mean it like that." He chuckled, holding his hands up. "I'm just saying that she's a really decent girl and I like her." Scratching his jaw, he looked at me thoughtfully for a long moment before adding, "You did a good job." "Yeah, she is." Frowning, I reached my bottle of water off the coffee table. And thanks, I think.
I'm still trying to work out how you went from Bella to Shannon.
Shrugging, he added,
They're like night and day, lad.
Don't remind me. Unscrewing the cap of my bottle, I drained the contents before asking, So, are you really okay after earlier?
Yeah, I'm grand,
He grumbled, dropping the mask.
I just don't get what that girl's problem is with me, lad.
Did you ever offend her? I asked, feeling as clueless about it as he did. Call her a name or something?
Me being alive offends her, Johnny,
He countered with a huff.
So, I'd say yes. I offend her by waking up every morning.
I don't get what their problem is either, lad, I offered with a shrug. I'm thinking she has some serious issues.
We all have issues,
He countered.
Not all of us go around taking those issues out on other people.
True,
I'm done taking her shit,
he added.
I mean it. I don't care if she's Claire's friend. I'm not giving her a free pass anymore.
Never thought you should have given her free pass anyway, regardless of who she's friends with, I told him. You teach people how to treat you by setting boundaries, lad. If you let someone walk all over you, they're going to think it's okay.
I just felt sorry for her over all that stuff that went on with her sister a few years back,
he muttered.
But there's only so many times I can let it slide.
Lizzie has a sister? I frowned. Oh, I didn't know that. Curious, I asked. What went on with her sister? Gibbsy blinked rapidly.
You don't know?
No. I narrowed my eyes. What don't I know?
I'm not supposed to say anything about it,
he muttered.
I'm literally sworn to secrecy.
Come on, lad. It's me. Who am I going to tell?
Look, it happened before you moved down here,
he said.
And that's all I'm saying.
Gibbs.
Trust me. You don't want to know anything about it,
he hurried to say.
I promise.
I thought about it for a moment, weighing up how much shit I had going on in my life. Weighed up the drama I was dealing with when it came to Shannon's family, and decided Gibbsy was right. I didn't care enough to poke around in Lizzie's young life. I had my own issues to handle, and she was my girlfriend's ill-tempered friend, who I could barely tolerate, but I did so for Shannon's sake. You're right, I agreed. I don't want to know. Gibbsy nodded in approval.
Good.
His brows furrowed for a brief moment, before smoothing out again as a smile crept across his face.
So, you and Shannon were working out, eh?
Yes, I replied, eyeing him wearily, not knowing what he was about to come out with, but knowing whatever it was wouldn't be good. What's wrong with that?
Nothing,
he mused.
Other than the obvious.
Which is?
You have a free house with Shannon inside it, and instead of making good use of it, you're throwing her around like a bag of sand.
You know why? I bit out. I'm taking my time.
He
He tilted his head to one side.
Did they break your instincts when they operated? You know, like when they neuter a dog and he doesn't pick up the scent anymore, because the Johnny I remember wouldn't waste such a rare opportunity.
I wasn't neutered, you insensitive prick, I snapped. outraged. And my sperm swims just fine. They checked. Twice.
Then there's something wrong with you.
Gibbsy shot back, not missing a beat.
Because that girl is insanely sexy, and you're thinking about rugby.
Hey, I warned, bristling. Don't call my girlfriend sexy.
Why not?
He taunted.
Don't you think she's sexy?
Of course I think she's sexy. I spat. I think she's a lot of fucking sexy. Gibbsy waggled his brows.
Is that so?
Yeah, that is so. But that's not the point. Flustered, I shook my head and pointed at him. You don't say that she's sexy. I narrowed my eyes. You keep your beady little eyes off her.
Well, it's the truth.
He laughed.
And I'm not blind, lad.
You look at her, I demanded, appalled. At my Shannon.
You're Shannon?
He snickered.
Yeah, I do. And it's not just me. We all look at her. And apparently looking at her is all you do too.
Are you fucking with me right now? I demanded, furious.
Nope.
Who's we? Gibbsy shrugged.
Me, Feely, Hugh, Danny Mac, Luke, Pierce, Donal.
Well, stop looking at her that way. I roared, livid. Jesus Christ!
I'm just saying she's gorgeous, and we all have eyes.
He snickered.
But that doesn't mean I'm imagining myself naked on top of...
If you finish that sentence, I'll rip your head off. I seethed. Fair warning.
Are you getting mad, Johnny?
He chuckled, arching a brow.
Are you getting all fired up, lad?
What does it look like? I snarled, not bothering to deny it.
Perfect.
Springing out of the chair, Gibbsy grinned.
Now that we've established that testosterone still pumps in your blood, go do something productive with your girlfriend.
He sauntered over to the door.
And none of that hand-holding bullshit.
He added,
You're not 12, Johnny, and neither is she.
Get the hell out of here. I bit out, jaw clenched.
Oh, and if you're still in the air about full penetration, then I highly recommend going down the mouth-to-pussy resuscitation route.
Jesus Christ, Gibbs!
It's a scenic view, and very rewarding.
He winked.
It's a win-win, lad.
Go home. I pointed at the door. Right this instant, or you'll be the one needing resuscitating.
Aye, aye, Cap.
Gibbs shot back, with salute before darting from the room. Yeah, you better run, fucker. I roared after him, chest heaving. Because when I'm back to 100%, I'm going to strangle... Are you okay? Shannon asked, appearing in the doorway, looking flushed and uncertain. No, I bit out, chest heaving with a mixture of anger and lust as my eyes roamed over her body, drinking in the sight of her. She was so fucking beautiful, standing there in the black leggings, fluffy socks, and an oversized white t-shirt she changed into after school. Her hair was pulled back from her face in a high ponytail. Her face was void of makeup and bruises, and I'd never seen anything so fucking perfect. I was destroyed. I'd fucked up phenomenally, and I couldn't get out. I was all in, heart, head, body, balls. Every part of me was wholeheartedly in with this girl. It felt like she had been in my life forever. Like I'd never known anything other than Shannon. She was my first love. and she was scary as fuck to me. Being with her was an obsession that threatened to consume me daily. I had to work my ass off to keep my head in check, but remembering to keep my feet on the ground and my head out of the clouds was easier said than done when I had a girl that knocked me on my ass with one glance. She wrapped me up in childish, illogical, irrational knots, with a new one attaching itself to my heart with every day that passed. I was completely losing control, and that was a problem for me. And my feelings for her were a serious issue because they were too strong to rein in, too much to take, and too reeking of permanence. In other words, I was royally fucking screwed. I'm not okay, I strangled out, running a hand through my hair in frustration. What's wrong? She whispered, looking up at me with wide eyes. Are you sore? No, it's not. I stopped myself and released the pain, the growl. Her eyes burned holes in me so deep that I had to look away before completely losing myself in the girl. It was too much. She was too fucking much. What is it? She asked, cautiously moving towards me. Johnny, what's wrong? Her small hand curled around my arm, her touch tentative. The feel of her skin on mine setting my body on fire. You can talk to me, she added in a small voice, and the smell of her perfume flooded my senses. God help me. You can tell me anything? What do you want from me, Shannon? I croaked out, feeling incredibly vulnerable as I stared down at the only girl I had ever loved. I needed her to tell me what to do. She needed to set the pace because I was weak around her, and I needed more than I feared she was ready to give. Gibbsy had fucked in my head, and now my mind was stuck in fucking beast mode. I wanted her so damn badly. I couldn't think straight. Knowing that we were all alone only made it a million times more intense. What do you mean? She asked, looking fearful. From me, I replied, heart racing. From this, I shrugged, feeling helpless. From our relationship. What do you want from me? Honestly, I nodded. Always. Everything, she whispered, looking into my eyes. Especially the broken parts. Ah, shite. She gave my words back to me, and I was done for. Completely fucking done for. I knew it the moment my lips crashed down on hers. I knew when I hoisted her up and felt her legs wrap around my waist like a vice, and I especially knew it as I carried her upstairs to my bedroom, spurred on by her moans of encouragement as she kissed me back just as fiercely. When I kicked my bedroom door open, I didn't feel any pain. It was drowned out by the desperate urge I had to feel skin on skin with her. My knees hit the base of the bed, sending us toppling onto the mattress. Shite! I growled, trying to pull myself up on my elbows so I didn't smother her. Did I hurt you? Don't talk, Shannon begged, wrapping herself around me like ivy and dragging my body back down to hers. Don't stop. I didn't think I could stop if I wanted to, which I definitely didn't. Are you sure? I forced myself to ask anyway. My heart was racing so hard, I was sure she could feel it. We can't stop. My words were cut off when she dragged my face down to hers and kissed me hard. Or maybe not, I breathed, falling deeper into her kiss, deeper into her. I loved it when she clutched my neck with her small hands, like a kitten, extracting and then detracting her claws, leaving marks on me for days with her nails. Shannon's hands moved to my t-shirt, and she yanked on the hem, smiling against her lips. I rested my weight on one hand and used my free hand to reach over my shoulder. Catching a hold of the fabric of my t-shirt, I tugged it over my head, turning my lips off her for the millisecond it took to toss my t-shirt away before returning to her. And then her hands were on me, tugging and pulling on my bare skin, nails digging into my flesh, as she rocked her body against mine almost fervently. Hard as I'd ever been, I thrust myself against her, groaning every time I was met with her bucking hips meeting me halfway. Her skin was hot and flushed, her body trembling beneath mine, as she drove me half demented with need. "Johnny?" Shannon strangled out, pressing her hands against my chest. "Can you get off me for a sec?" "Shite!" I sprang back faster than a moving bullet. "Did I go too far?" I asked, panting, as I knelt between her legs. "Do you want to stop?" "No." Shaking her head, Shannon sat up and reached for the hem of her shirt. "I don't want to stop." My heart hammered violently, and my dick strained against its constraints. "Shan, you don't have to." She whipped her shirt over her head, and my eyes instantly drifted to her chest, Adam's apple bopping in my throat. I watched as she reached behind her back and unhooked her bra, achingly slowly, as she slid her hands out of the straps and discarded her bra on the floor. "Hi," she whispered, letting her hands fall to her sides, revealing her breasts. "Hi." I swallowed deeply, desperately trying to keep my eye contact with her and not let my gaze wander to her perfect fucking tits. Jesus, they were so porky, with little rosebud nipples all puckered and straining. "You are so beautiful," I told her, giving up the fight and taking my fill of the sight of her. I don't even know what to say. The fresh-looking scar between her side and right breast caught my attention, and I froze, feeling like I'd been doused in cold water. "What?" Shannon asked, sensing my withdrawal. "What's wrong?" Battling down a tsunami of anger, I reached out and brushed my fingertips over the scar. "Is it sore?" "Not anymore." She shook her head. "I don't even feel it now." Well, I felt it, deeper and harder than I thought possible. I couldn't take my eyes off it. That's how they saved her. How the doctors helped her breathe, and that bastard almost beat the life out of her. "Johnny, don't think about it," Shannon croaked out. "Don't look at me and see my dad." "I'm not," I strangled out, struggling to rein in my emotions. "You are," she countered shakily. "I can see it in your eyes." "I'm not doing it on purpose," I admitted, shoulders sagging. "It's just hard for me to know what he did to you. I know that he's getting out any day now, and I can't fix it for you." "I'm not asking you to fix me," she whispered, shivering. I'm asking you to be with me. I am, I told her, without feeling sorry for me. She added, lip wobbling, or looking at me like I'm broken. Shannon, that's not what I'm doing, I hurried to say, but it was too late. She was already off the bed and reaching for her shirt. It doesn't matter, she squeezed out. Shite. Hey, hey, hey! Springing off the bed after her, I intercepted her shirt before she could. Just hear me out first, and then you can put your shirt back on, I said, tone thick but gruff. Please. Shivering, she covered her chest with her hands and nodded. Sagging in relief, I continued. I'm in love with you, Johnny. No, please, just listen, I coaxed before ploughing ahead. I'm in love with you, Shannon. I'm completely fucking hooked on you, so when you're hurt, it affects me, it hurts me. I can't pretend it doesn't. She shuddered and stepped closer to me. But that doesn't mean that I'm with you because I feel sorry for you. I hooked an arm around her bare back and tugged her all the way until she was flush against me. It just means that I'm going to get upset when you're upset, and that when someone hurts you, I'm going to want to cause some serious harm to them in return. I'm all in, Shannon. Scars and all. Fucked up father and all. 150%. Brushing her ponytail over her shoulder, I gently tugged at the end, forcing her to look at me. I feel everything for you, I admitted, feeling my own body shake from the pressure building in my chest, caused every time this girl put her eyes on me. And I'm saying all of this while you're standing here, looking like the sexiest thing I've ever seen in real life, praying that you don't run out on me, because I have a raging hard-on for you, and it's going to take me a few minutes to calm myself down before I can chase after you. Her breath hitched. You think I'm sexy? Look at me, Shannon. Stepping back, I gestured to the obvious bulge in my sweats, trying to keep the outrage out of my voice. Look at what you do to me. Do you not get that? You are so damn sexy. I can't even tell you how much. Shannon blushed. Really? Really? I confirmed, pulling her back to me. Really fucking really, Shan. If I had one of those, I'd be sticking up too, she blurted out, cheeks pink. For you, I mean. Because I feel the same way about you. Ah, thanks. I chuckled, shaking my head. That's not a visual I'd like to think about ever, but I appreciate the sentiment, baby. Say something else, she said in a breathy voice. Please. Like what? I don't know. She shrugged and let her hands fall to her sides, cheeks reddening. Maybe something that's not about my tube scar. Awareness dawned on me, and I bit back a groan. Christ. I was slow on the uptake. My girlfriend was standing here naked from the waist up, and I'd made her feel insecure. I can do that. Keeping an arm hooked around her, I steered her backwards to my bed and lowered her onto the mattress. You drive me crazy, I poured, climbing onto the bed to hover between her legs. You're fucking sexy. dropping a kiss to her mouth. I trailed my lips over the curve of her jaw, peppering kisses down her neck until they reached her breasts. And you have the nicest tits I've ever seen. A shiver rolled through Shannon's body as she fisted the duvet beneath her. They're small. They're perfect, I corrected huskily, swiping my tongue out to trace her nipple. You're perfect. Johnny. Shannon's breath caught in her throat as she arched her back, pushing herself against me. You like that? I coaxed, kissing and suckling her nipple. Don't stop. Shaking beneath me, she knotted her small hand in my hair and tugged. It's... oh, God. So, am I forgiven? I coaxed, switching my attention to her other breast. For staring at your scar and not your tits like I should have. Yes. Shannon nodded, vigorously. All... for... oh... given. I trailed a path of kisses from her breasts to her ribs, and then her belly button, licking and nipping as I went, until I reached the waistband of her leggings. Stop now. I mentally commanded myself. That's fair enough for one day, fucker. With more self-control than I knew I possessed, I took a detour with my tongue and backtracked all the way up her body until my lips found hers. Why'd you stop? Shannon panted against my lips as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Jesus. Because... I let my words trail off, concentrating on her swollen lips and the addicting taste of her. I like how we are. I kissed her again, softer this time. I don't want to be put on a timer. A timer? Yeah, Shan. I nodded and pressed a kiss to her nose. I don't want to rush this with you. I want us to take our time, make the important moments worth it. Sitting up, I took her with me, pulling her onto my lap. I want you, okay? I hooked an arm around her back, tucking her flush against me, badly. Don't ever doubt that. Smoothing her hair over her shoulder again, I kissed her softly. I just don't want to look back in 5 years' time and know that I fucked up the important parts because I couldn't be patient. A small smile crept across Shannon's face. What? I mirrored her smile. What's so funny? You said in 5 years' time? She whispered, coiling her arms around my neck. I already told you. I need you for keeps, I replied gruffly. There's no expiration date between us. Oh! Shannon released a shaky breath and beamed at me. You say the best things, Johnny Kavanagh. I grinned back at her. Want to hear something else? She nodded eagerly. I have an idea. Shannon tilted her head to one side, studying me with wary eyes. What kind of idea? I laughed. Come on. Setting her down, I passed her t-shirt back to her before reaching for my own. I'm going to show you. What the hell? Slipping her shirt over her head, she stood up and smiled at me. I've got nothing to lose. I did. Or... This is not a good idea, Shannon announced half an hour later, as she sat in the driver's seat of my car in the yard, staring at the steering wheel in front of her like it was a poisonous snake about to strike. This is really, really not good, Johnny. I stifled a laugh and fastened my seatbelt. God only knew what notion had struck me to make this seem like a good idea. But we were here now, and I was going with it. Besides, I knew she could do this. She just needed some confidence. You can do this. No. Throwing her hands up, she flailed helplessly. I can't. Yes, you can, I encouraged. I've talked you through it. You know the gears, baby. And we're in a big empty yard with nobody around. You've got this. No, honestly, I don't. I don't have this. Her eyes widened when she turned to gape at me. I don't even have a license. Not even a tractor license. I'm 16, Johnny. And this is an expensive car. Oh, God. I'm going to kill us both. No, you're not, I coaxed. You're going to smash this. Yeah. Shannon strangled out. Into a tree, Johnny. Smirking, I leaned over the console, slipped the car out of gear, and then turned the key in the ignition. Let's go. Oh my God, help me! Shannon screamed, whimpering when the engine roared to life beneath us. This is so bad! She grabbed the wheel, looking all wide-eyed and panicked. What if I crash? Don't crash, I shot back. Now put your foot on the clutch and I'll change the gears for you. Don't let me die, she begged as I slipped the car into first. I won't, I laughed. Don't close your eyes, baby. Reaching over, I pulled her hand away from her face. Look straight ahead. I am, Johnny, she wailed. I am going to die. No, Shan, you're going to live. I laughed. Now slowly release the clutch and tap down nicely and gently on the accelerator. I broke it, she wailed when the car stalled. I'm so sorry. You didn't break anything, I replied, slipping the car out of gear and leaning over to turn the key in the ignition. We'll start over. The engine roared to life once more, and I repeated the same instructions, shifting the gears for her. Good job, I praised when she didn't stall and the car started to crawl. That's it, Shan. You're doing it, baby. I'm not sure about this, Johnny, she muttered, sitting so close to the wheel that her nose was kissing the windscreen as the car chugged along. This is nothing like GTA. An hour later, and I knew I had awoken a beast I'd met in my bedroom a few months ago. I'm doing it, Shannon exclaimed, eyes bright with excitement, as she whizzed around the back of the house, using my driveway like it was her own personal racetrack. Slow down, I begged, as she took the corner of my house with more speed than was necessary. Please God, Shannon, just slow down. What's wrong, tough boy? She teased. Are you scared? Fucking terrified. Oh my God, did you see that? She squealed in delight. Did you see me slip into fifth by myself? I saw, I strangled out, gripping the oh Jesus handle for all I was worth. Can we be done now? Please, just one more time, she begged as she headed for the laneway for the 100th time. I promise, I'll be done then. Last time, I choked out, clenching my eyes shut, only to think better of it. Watch out for the... My words broke off, and I held my breath as Shannon swerved. Pothole! I finished, exhaling a shaky breath. This is exactly like GTA, she laughed. Except there's no restart button. I groaned. So please, don't kill us. It's like you said, she giggled, pushing the pedal to the metal. I've got this.
46. Takeout and updates. Shannon. We were sitting on the couch in Johnny's sitting room after my impromptu driving lesson, with our schoolbook sprawled out, having just finished our homework, and I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I'd had the best evening with him, and now I knew how to drive. Me! I could actually drive a real car. I had no idea what spurred him to take me out in his car earlier, but I wasn't regretting it. I felt so free behind the wheel, and having that much power was such a thrilling rush. Feeling content, I absorbed the heat wafting from the open fire as I listened to Johnny place a food order.
Yeah, can I get a portion of cheesy bread with that orange dip, and a large pizza with no mushrooms and extra pineapple?
Johnny looked over at me and made a gagging motion before saying,
Yeah, I'm sure, lad. Pile on the pineapple.
Hey! Stretching out, I poked him with my toe and whispered, Don't judge me, mister. I only eat chicken. The world is judging you, he mouthed back as he snatched my foot and placed it on his thigh.
Actually, do you have skinless chicken?
I stifled a laugh.
You do?
Peeling the sock partially off, he trailed his fingertips over my ankle.
How's that cooked? It's fried.
His brows furrowed, and he tapped his fingers against my ankle, looking genuinely conflicted before blowing out a breath.
Fuck it. Give me a dinner box with an extra breast and leave the skin on it. Oh, and throw in a bottle of Coke.
He looked over at me and winked.
Yeah, she needs the real brand.
He hung up the phone and grinned.
Looks like the diet's out the window.
You can always start again on Monday, I snickered.
Are you saying I need a diet?
He teased, pulling me onto his lap.
Huh?
His lips moved to my neck, and I sighed in contentment. You're so pretty, I whispered, biting down on my lip as I sagged against him. Don't need a diet. He paused mid-kiss and pulled back to stare at me.
Did you just call me pretty?
Yes. I smiled. What's wrong with calling you pretty?
Everything, he replied, looking appalled. Shan, you can't call me pretty.
But you are pretty, I teased. You have pretty eyes and pretty hair and a pretty smile. Johnny gaped at me.
I'm offended.
I laughed at his horrified expression. You are a pretty boy.
Nope.
Shaking his head, he tossed me onto my back and then dove on top of me.
Nope, I'm not having that.
Slipping his hands under my shirt, he tickled my ribs.
Take it back.
Stop! I screamed through fits of laughter as I squirmed beneath him. I can't! I'm ticklish!
I know,
he laughed, continuing to torture me.
Now take it back or I'm going in for the kill.
I take it back! I squealed, twisting and turning. You're not pretty. Johnny, I can't. You're sexy. You're sexy, okay? Mercy. I scream mercy.
I show no mercy.
He snickered, slipping his head under the hem of my shirt and upping his efforts.
Your leg kicks out when I tickle you here.
He chuckled, tickling my rib.
That's so weird.
I'm going to get you back for this, I warned him, hardly able to breathe from laughing so hard as I wiggled and bucked beneath him. You just wait and see. The sound of tires screeching on the gravel outside cut through the air, and Johnny's head popped back out from under my t-shirt.
Jesus,
he mused, hair sticking up in 40 different directions.
It has to be some kind of record on delivering.
It can't be the pizza. I arched myself up to look out the window, but because it was dark outside, I could only make out a set of headlamps. Oh my God, what if it's your mum? I spluttered and then proceeded to scramble off his lap at top speed. Knowing my luck, that's exactly who it was. I should go. Grabbing my school bag, I started throwing all of my books back in while I multitasked by towing on my runners in the process. You should take me home.
Shan, relax. He chuckled, climbing to his feet. It's not my ma, and if it is, you don't need to go. Bang, bang, bang. See? Johnny coaxed, moving for the door. My mother wouldn't knock. My shoulders sagged in relief, and I loosened my grip on my school bag. Just wait here, he added before slipping out of the room. A few seconds later, a familiar voice boomed through the house. Where's my sister? Darren? She's here. Tell her to come outside. She needs to come home with me now. Oh, God. Come in. What? I'm not telling her what to do, so come in if you want to talk to her. Less than a minute later, Johnny strolled back into the sitting room with Darren trailing stiffly behind him. Your brother's here, Shan, he said, keeping his eyes trained on mine as he walked over and stood beside me. What's wrong? I asked, instantly on edge. Why are you here? I should ask you the same thing, Darren replied, but he didn't sound angry, just tired. You were supposed to come straight home after school. His gaze drifted to the school books laying open on the coffee table, and surprise flickered in his eyes before he shook his head, features sombre once again. It's almost 8 o'clock, Shannon. I was coming home, I told him. We were just going to eat dinner first. We need to talk, he replied. It's important. Panic flared inside of me. What's wrong? I asked, because something had to be wrong for him to obtain Johnny's address and drive all the way out here. He wasn't even fighting with me. This was bad. Something terrible was going to come out of his mouth. I could feel it. Darren? My voice was shaky, matching the rest of me. What's going on? My brother's gaze flicked from me to Johnny, and then back to me before he blew out a harsh breath. It's Dad. I stiffened, feeling every muscle in my body locked tight with tension, while I waited for Darren to confirm what I knew in my heart was coming. He was released from Brickley House today, Shannon, Darren announced, voice thick with emotion. He's back in Ballylagan. The air left my lungs in strangled rush, and in its place came a flood of hurt, pain, fear and paranoia. It would never end. This would never be over. Joey was right. He was always right. Dad would be back, and when he did, he was going to make me pay. A large hand slipped into mine then, warm, strong, and short-wiring my panicked thoughts. Trembling, I glanced down at our joined hands and then up at Johnny. He was standing right beside me, big and strong, and so close that I could feel the heat radiating off his body. His presence in this moment was deeply comforting. What does that mean? He asked the question I couldn't get out of my throat. For your family. He roughly cleared his throat. For Shannon. No offence, Johnny, but it's a private matter, Darren replied, giving him a sharp look. No offence, Darren, but I don't give a shite, Johnny shot back, not missing a beat. Whether you like it or not, I'm her fella, and if she's in danger, then I want to know about it. Bristling, he added, I can help. I don't need your help, Darren replied in a weary tone. But I do need you to come home, he added, turning his attention to me. Mam's a nervous wreck, and we all need to talk about where we go from here as a family. Is Joey at home? I asked, watching him carefully. Darren sighed heavily. I don't know where he is. What do you mean you don't know? I strangled out. Where is he, Darren? Tyke didn't take the news about Dad too well and stormed out, he muttered,
pinching the bridge of his nose. Joy's out trying to find him. Running a hand through his dark hair, he expelled another pained breath before gesturing to the books on the coffee table. Can you pack up what's yours so we can go? I've left Sean, Ollie and Mam at home. I don't think she should go home, Johnny was quick to say. Darren gave him a sharp look. Excuse me? I said that I don't think she should go home. Johnny repeated calmly. She can stay here with me. Your dad doesn't know where my house is. She's coming home, Darren replied tightly. Now. I don't see why she has to. Johnny began to argue, but Darren cut him off. You need to back off, my brother warned. Seriously. It's okay, I reluctantly said, wanting to do anything else in the world than go back to Elk's Terrace, but knowing I had no choice. I'll go. Shoulders slumped, I released Johnny's hand and grabbed the last of my stuff off the table. Tears filled my eyes, making it impossible to see the opening of my pencil case as I tried to shove all of my pens and ruler inside. Just give me a minute. I'll wait for you in the car. I nodded stiffly, keeping my back to him as I packed up my stuff. Okay. The sitting room door clicked shut, and then Johnny was beside me. Talk to me. I shook my head and tossed the pencil case down on the coffee table. Shaking, I pushed my hands through my hair, taking deep, slow breaths, desperately trying to keep my emotions under control. Snapping my mouth shut, I stepped around him and walked to the window. I shook my head again, dragging in a sharp breath. Shannon, come on, he urged, following me. Give me your words. I think... Pausing, I dropped my head and clutched the sill. I'm going to cry. That's okay, Johnny told me, standing so close behind me that I could feel his thigh against mine. It's okay to cry. I don't want to do that in front of you again. Exhaling a ragged breath, I clenched my eyes shut and strangled out. I don't want you to see me fall apart all the time. Well, you don't have a choice, he replied, turning me around and pulling me into his arms. Because I'm not leaving you. Shaking my head, I closed my eyes and whispered, Johnny, I can't. I'm not going anywhere, he said, tightening his hold on me. I tried again. You can't. I'm not going anywhere, Shannon. You don't need to. I'm with you, all of you, every part, good and bad. I'm staying. So don't hide this part from me. I remained rigid for the longest moment. It didn't faze him because he didn't let go. He just held me there, refusing to let me go, refusing to leave me alone. When I caved, when I finally crumbled, it was into him. I broke down. I absolutely lost it right there in Johnny's sitting room. I didn't want to have a conversation. I just wanted to cry. Johnny seemed to sense it because he didn't ask me any questions. He didn't say a word. Instead, kept his arms wrapped around my body, holding me close as my life fell down around me.
47. Help her. Johnny. I couldn't sleep. My brain was on high alert, and every muscle in my body was locked tight with tension. Every time I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep, I was bombarded with mental images of Shannon lying in that hospital bed, beaten and bloodied. Her father was out. He was walking around a free man. In fucking Ballylagan of all places. Furious, I turned onto my side and tried to empty my mind, but it didn't happen for me. Feeling at a loss, I threw the covers off my body. cringing when Suki groaned in her sleep. "Sorry, baby," I whispered, padding across the room in the darkness. Slipping out of my room, I flicked on the light in the landing and made the trek to the opposite end of the house. It had to have been at least 9 years since I last slipped inside my parents' bedroom in the middle of the night. But that's where I found myself. At 1 in the bleeding morning. "Da," I whispered, nudging his shoulder as I towered over him, feeling like a creep. "Da."
"Johnny."
His voice raspy and thick from sleep. "What's wrong?" "I need to talk to you," I whispered, eyeing my mother's sleeping form and praying that she stayed asleep. "It's important."
"Go back to sleep, son,"
he grumbled, rolling back onto his side and tightening his hold on my mother.
"The sky's not falling, I promise."
I rolled my eyes at the last part. Fucking chicken licking. "Dad, I really need to talk to you." Raising himself up on his elbow, he peered up at me with a sleepy expression. "Really?" I nodded. "Really?" Yawning loudly, he threw the covers off himself and stood up.
"All right, son. Put the kettle on."
"I will," I hissed, covering my eyes. "When you put some clothes on." 3 hours and 2 pots of coffee later, we were still in the kitchen. My father was hunched over the counter in his jocks, nursing a cup of coffee, while I paced the floor like someone jacked up on coke. "There has to be another way around it," I hissed, scratching my bare stomach. "He can't just get to walk around scot-free after everything he put them through."
"Family law's complicated, son,"
Dad replied.
"Every case is different."
"That's not good enough." Swiping the coffee pot off the counter, I poured myself another cup and downed it in 3 gulps. "God damn it!"
"I'm cutting you off."
Dad yawned, reaching over and taking the pot away from me. "Or else we'll never get to bed." "You should have seen her tonight." I continued pacing and ranting. "Shannon's face when her brother told her that their father was out." I shook my head. "She was fucking terrified, Dad."
"Johnny,"
Dad sighed.
"there's nothing you can do."
"But there's something you can do, right?" I shot back, feeling all jittery and energetic. "Can you take their case?"
It doesn't work that way,"
he replied, with another yawn. "Why?" I demanded. "Why doesn't it work that way?" Dad exhaled wearily.
"I've already explained this to you a dozen times.
The DPP made the decision to take it to trial. They have been appointed a solicitor through legal aid, and besides, Mrs. Lynch made it very clear that my services weren't needed or welcome." "Then she's a fool," I snarled, upping my pacing. "You're the best."
"I am,"
he agreed with a sleepy nod. "But her emotions are clouding her judgment. She's incompetent, is what she is, Dad." Stalking over to the window, I rested my hands on the sill and exhaled a furious growl. The woman's a liability, and my girlfriend isn't safe in that house. I swung around to glare at them. None of those kids are safe with her, and especially not now that he's sniffing around again.
"They have social workers on the case,"
Dad explained calmly, as he walked over to the sink and emptied a pot of coffee down the drain. That means house calls and strict supervision. It doesn't mean shite, that, and you know it. I shot back, frustrated. She's not safe in the house. Then what do you want me to do here, Johnny? He asked, rinsing out his cup and placing it on the draining board. All of the lynched children would have been spoken to after Shannon's accident. They wouldn't have been returned to their mother's care without an investigation, and of course, being asked about their mother's treatment of them. Obviously, the caseworkers involved found some merit in Mrs. Lynch's ability to parent them. They're all brainwashed, I hissed. Don't you get it? They're fucking terrified of being sent into foster care and separated. So they lie and cover for their parents because they're under some screwed up belief that they're safer where they are. What's going on? Ma'am asked, standing in the kitchen doorway with her white dressing gown wrapped around her. It's 4:30 in the morning. What are you doing up? Your son wanted to have a chat, Dad explained calmly. Nothing to worry about. Going back to bed, sweetheart. Mum arched a brow and gave my father her "Do you seriously think I'm buying that shite?" look before stepping into the kitchen and heading for the kettle. Is Shannon all right, love? I stopped pacing and frowned at my mother. How did you? No, this late at night chat was about Shannon. Ma'am filled in with a knowing smile. Because I know you. Making herself a cup of coffee, she joined my father at the island. Now, taking a sip from her cup, she looked at my father. Start talking, sweetheart. With a resigned sigh, my father began to recap what we'd just spoken about, with me interjecting with the parts he left out. And there you have it, Ma, I announced when my father was finished. The absolute horror that is our justice system. Swiping her mug of coffee off the counter, I tossed it back and moved for the kettle. What am I supposed to do now, huh? Go to sleep in my nice warm bed and wait for a phone call to tell me she's back in the hospital? Or worse? Shaking my head, I poured myself another cup of coffee, splashing water all over the counter in the process. She deserves a hell of a lot better than the life she's been handed. I agree, Ma'am said in a sad tone of voice. They all deserve better. Then do something, Ma, I pleaded, feeling at a complete loss. Because I'm going to lose my fucking mind if I have to drop her home from school every day and wait until I get to school the next day to see if she's made it through the night. Tears filled my mother's eyes when she asked. And her brother, Darren? Frustrated, I took a swig of my coffee before answering. He doesn't know anything about them, I bit out. He's been gone for years. He's all about his mother's best interests and not the kids. Joey doesn't trust him, and neither do I. Mum and Dad looked at each other then, and I felt like I was being left out of a private discussion that was taking place without words. What are you thinking? I asked, anxious. Can you do anything? Dad sighed heavily. What do you want us to do, son? I want you to nail that bastard to the wall, I told him. I want justice for those kids. I want justice for my girlfriend. It's not enough that he gets to walk away from this when they can't. I turned to my mother. They're completely fucked up, Ma. He wrecked them. Both of my parents were silent for so long that I gave up on him answering me. Forget it, I growled, tossing my cup in the sink. I shouldn't have bothered. Stalking towards the hallway, I halted in my tracks when Mom spoke. We'll do what we can, Johnny. I turned to look at them. What does that mean? It means we'll do what we can to help, Dad explained calmly, resting his hand on top of Mom's. Now, go upstairs and try to get a couple of hours sleep before school. Feeling dejected, I headed back upstairs to my room, with my shoulders slumped and my stomach in knots. The birds were singing outside when I walked back into my room and sank down on the edge of my bed to stare out the window at the dark sky. Grabbing my phone off my bedside locker, I unlocked it and scrolled through my messages, reading and rereading every text she had sent me, until I'd driven myself half demented. Fuck it, I muttered to myself as I tapped into my phone book and brought up her contact. I had my finger on the call button. My phone started to vibrate in my hand, signalling an incoming call from Shannon. Heart racing, I clicked accept and put the phone to my ear. Shan? Hi, Johnny, came her hushed voice on the other line. Did I wake you? No, I was awake, I replied, exhaling a shaky breath. Are you okay? I'm okay, she whispered, and I felt my shoulders sag in relief. You just what, Shan? I wanted to hear your voice, she admitted croakily. Is that weird? Well, if it is, then I'm the weirdo too. Lying back on my bed, I folded an arm behind my head. Because I was just about to call you. She exhaled heavily into the phone. Really? Really? I confirmed gruffly. I was thinking about you all night. Me too, she replied. You, I mean. She hurried to amend. I was thinking about you all night, and not me. I know what you meant, I told her, smiling to myself at her cute verbal blunder. Are you getting up now? It's only, cranking my neck, I checked the time on my alarm clock before saying, 5:15. I thought you might be going to the gym, she whispered. I was. Well, I was going to ask if I could come and just wait in the car. A trickle of unease crept up my spine. What's happening, baby? Nothing, Shan. She blew out a harsh breath. I'm scared, I said straight up. Do you want me to come and get you now? No, she hurried to say, tone hushed. There's nothing wrong. I'm just nervous. She exhaled another shaky breath before saying, Can you stay on the phone with me? You don't have to talk. I feel better when I know you're close. Closing my eyes, I flopped back down and swallowed a furious growl. Of course, I managed to say instead, keeping my tone gentle. Settling under my duvet, I whispered, I'm right here, baby.
48. Busted. Shannon. My father had been out of treatment for a week, and I was having trouble sleeping. Every time I dozed off at night, I was bombarded with nightmares so frightening that I jerked awake and spent the rest of the night in a panic-induced frenzy, body on high alert, waiting for the sound of the key turning in the lock. It hadn't come yet, but that didn't mean it wouldn't. That was the scariest part of it, knowing that our futures balanced on our father obeying the barring order and our mother keeping her resolve. I wasn't naive enough to hold out much hope for either. Forcing all thoughts of my father to the back of my mind, I focused on the present, on the boy sitting on the grassy bank of the pitch beside me. Blocking out the rest of the world, I concentrated entirely on my boyfriend. It was hard for me to comprehend why a guy in Johnny's position, with everything going for him, had so willingly attached his sail to my damaged mast. But he had, and every day that passed since was made bearable because I had him. When Joey and Darren were fighting at home, I blocked it out. When Mom was catatonic at the kitchen table, I breezed straight past. When the fear of my father coming back threatened to spin me into a panic attack, I distracted myself by texting him a homework question. I found that I could do those things now because I knew I had something to look forward to. He had become the safe place where I could let down my defenses. I wasn't focusing on my family all the time. I wasn't dwelling on the negative because I had the best version of positive in the form of my boyfriend. This house had become a temporary pit stop for me. It wasn't the cell I spent most of my waking hours trapped inside. It was a means to an end, a place to lay my head at night. Because in the morning when I woke up, I knew better was waiting for me. So much better. I knew that sounded pathetic, but for me, someone who had never had anyone besides Joey, it was bewildering. For the first time in my life, I had someone who was just for me. I didn't have to share him with my brothers or my friends. I didn't have to compromise or double-check. He was mine. Just mine. I savoured every minute I got to spend with him at school, and even then, it was never enough. Kisses weren't enough. The hand-holding wasn't enough. The nights I snuck out of the house to drive around in his car with him until the sun came up weren't either. Nothing seemed to be enough when my body and heart continuously screamed out for more. Every morning I woke up for school, it was with hope in my heart, because I knew I would get to see him. I knew that once 7:45 rolled around, Johnny Kavanagh would pull up outside my house after his gym session and sit on my garden wall, taunting Mam and Darren until I came outside and climbed into his car. He was like clockwork, so rigid in his routine, and I found it deeply comforting. When Johnny told you that he would be there, he would be there. He was never late, and he never cancelled. Once I climbed in that car with him, the best part of my day would begin. Lunch breaks, stolen kisses between classes, steaming up the windows of his Audi. It was everything, and not nearly enough all at once. Dragging myself from my thoughts, I turned to look at Johnny. We were sitting on the hilly bank after school, the one he had knocked me down on all those months ago, watching the team train, and I knew he was upset. He'd been quiet all day. I could feel it. All the smiles in the world couldn't hide that. Not from me. Last week was hard for him too. Tommen had lost the final against Levitt, and I knew he felt that loss deep in his bones as he watched on in dismay from the sidelines. Hooking my arm through his, I rested my cheek on his shoulder and whispered, "You're going to make it, Johnny." "Don't put money on it," he replied quietly, hand moving to his thigh. "I don't think it's going to happen for me, Shan," he added, voice barely more than a whisper, as he adjusted the bandage I knew was strapped to his thigh beneath his school trousers. "Not this summer." "I do," I countered, sliding my hand down his arm to link with his. "I know it." Entwining our fingers, I gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "You have your appointment with your doctor tomorrow, right?" Johnny nodded, shoulders sagging. "But even if she signs me off to play, there's not enough time to pull this back." "Johnny, you don't have anything to pull back," I urged. "You're already the best." Releasing his hand, I twisted my body sideways so that I was kneeling with my knees touching his thighs, and reclaimed his hand. "You might only have 6 weeks left to train and prepare, or whatever it is you guys do. I scrunched my nose up at the thought of him getting smashed up on a pitch before quickly shaking the horrible image out of my head and continuing. But you've already done all of the hard work. You've already impressed the coaches and you are weeks ahead of schedule on your recovery. You've earned this. It's yours. Squeezing his hand, I smiled brightly at him. You're going to get that spot on the team and you are going to shine. I know it. His lips tipped upwards and he arched a brow. Oh, you know it, do you? Yep, I nodded in confirmation. I'm very wise. Chuckling, he stroked my cheek with his thumb. God, you're so adorable. Adorable? I grimaced. Sucky's adorable, Johnny. I'm supposed to be... Be? He teased, dipping his face closer to mine. What are you supposed to be, baby? More than adorable, I breathed, losing focus now that his lips were so close to mine. Cute, he purred, trailing his fingers under the hem of my school skirt. Pretty. Smirking, he leaned closer and brushed his nose against mine. Sexy. Nodding, I exhaled a shaky breath. The last one. Suddenly, and without an ounce of warning, Johnny kissed me hard and pulled me on top of him. Throwing a leg over either side of his hips, I settled on his lap, our lips never parting as we kissed each other almost violently. His lap wasn't a soft place to sit. The opposite, in fact. He was ripped from head to toe, and it was a painful test to my willpower to not touch, especially when everything inside of me demanded I do just that. Touch and pet and rub. Unable to stop myself, I snaked a hand in his hair and tugged. He rewarded my bravery with a small thrust of his hips. His hands were on my hips, coaxing and encouraging. It didn't seem to matter to either of us that we were on school grounds with his teammates a stone's throw away on the pitch. You're so fucking sexy. His voice was deep and husky, and his words took my breath away. Drive me crazy, Shannon, like the river. He whispered against my lips, rocking my hips against his. I want you so badly I can't think straight anymore. A delicious shiver rolled down my spine, and I sagged against him, the pressure in my chest too much to take, his words taking me further down the dark and terrifying path I was on with him. Johnny? Yeah, Shan? There's nobody at my house until 6. Heart racing, I leaned back to look into his eyes. Do you want to come over? His eyes darkened and his grip on my waist tightened. Now. Now, I confirmed, breathless. Should I have parked further up the street? Johnny asked between kisses as he stumbled into my bedroom with my body wrapped around his. In case your mother or Darren come back early. Shaking my head, I reached around and slammed my bedroom door shut before turning back to crush my lips against his. Forget about them, I encouraged, breathing hard as I squeezed my thighs against his waist. Turn off your brain. Ah, fuck, he groaned, walking the small space from my door to my bed. You're going to get me killed, aren't you? His shins hit the base of the bed, and then we were falling onto the mattress with Johnny landing heavily on top of me. Wrestling around on my small single bed, I clambered out from beneath his big body and straddled his hips. Feeling victorious, I took his hands in mine and pinned them above his head, pressing them into the mattress. Gotcha. Growling, Johnny bucked his hips sharply, causing me to fall forward on his chest. Gotcha back, he purred before claiming my lips with his. I could feel my pulse thrumming in my veins as my blood turned to lava and my resolve disintegrated with every stroke of his tongue. Listen, I don't want to push you into anything you're not ready to do, he said against my lips. I've 2 hands and an excellent imagination, filled with images of you. Holding my face in his hands, he leaned back and stared at me. I can wait. I stared at him, feeling more in this moment than I had my whole life. I could feel his heart hammering against his chest like a caged bird fluttering wildly, matching the rhythm of mine. Unable to form a coherent sentence, I reached for the hem of my school jumper and whipped it over my head, taking my school tie with it. Johnny's eyes darkened as I moved for my white blouse, clumsily undoing the buttons. "Don't," he began to say, but his words twisted into a pained growl when I let my blouse fall from my shoulders. "Jesus," he groaned, his hungry eyes roaming over my body. His tongue swept out, tracing his lower lip as his stare remained riveted to my body. My breath came out in a loud, breathy puff when I reached behind my back and unclasped my bra, wishing I had lacy bras like Claire and not plain cotton ones. "Fuck," Johnny growled, thrusting his hips upwards. His breath hitched in his throat when I slipped my bra off and tossed it on my bedroom floor. I could feel him hardening beneath me, and the sensation sent a thrill through me. "You're so beautiful." Sitting up with me in his lap, Johnny reached a hand behind his head, swiftly yanking his school sweater off before tossing it on my bedroom floor. Knotting his fingers in my hair, he pulled my face to his, kissing me hard and recklessly. Straddling his hips in nothing but my school skirt and knickers, I rocked against him, matching his recklessness with the fevered wildness of my own. His hands moved from my hair to the front of his shirt to unbutton it, never taking his lips off mine as he worked. I reached behind my back and lowered the zipper of my skirt. Breaking the kiss, I clambered off the bed, trembling from head to toe, and let my skirt fall to the floor, never taking my eyes off his. Standing in nothing but a pair of white cotton knickers, I exhaled a shaky breath and whispered, "Aye, Johnny?" "Aye, Shannon," Johnny replied, voice strained, eyes dark and blazing, as he shrugged his shirt and tie off and tossed them on the floor. "Fuck, what are you doing to me, baby?" My chest rose and fell rapidly when I climbed back onto his lap. "I love you," he said gruffly, brushing his lips against mine. I shivered when his arms came around me, the heat from his skin scorching mine. "So fucking much." His hand moved to my ass, pulling me closer for a long, drug-inducing moment as he rocked me on his lap, grinding our bodies together. Growling, Johnny deepened our kiss, plunging his tongue into my mouth as he twisted around and knocked me onto my back. So sexy. He sounded absolutely torn and a little hopeful as he settled between my legs. So goddamn beautiful. His hands roamed all over my bare flesh as he trailed kisses down my neck. "You're all I want." Moaning in encouragement, I tilted my hips upwards, groaning breathlessly when his body aligned with mine in the most primal of human ways, pressing hard against me. "I shouldn't be doing this," he whispered, mouth hovering over my breasts. "It's—" His voice trailed off as he pulled my nipple into his mouth and sucked. "Johnny," I panted, knotting my hands in his hair as he tormented me with delicious swipes of his tongue. "Don't stop." "Fuck." Releasing my breast, he moved back to my lips and thrust hard against me, so hard that the headboard of my bed banged against the wall. "Shite," he muttered, nestling his face in the crook of my neck. "I should stop," he groaned, but his actions proved opposite as he continued to feel me and kiss me and rock his hips against me. "Don't stop. I don't care. Just don't stop." "Shh." I gripped his hips and tugged him closer as the need of me blossomed and burned. I wanted him to push me deeper into this mattress. I wanted to feel every inch of him on me, in me, all of him inside all of me. I wanted more. "It's okay." "No, no, no." Johnny shook his head and groaned louder, shifting closer, nuzzling deeper.
I'm not thinking clearly.
His hand moved to my hip, jerking me closer and clamping down hard.
Tell me to go.
No. Heart racing, I arched against him. Don't go.
Fuck.
He groaned as his big body shuddered under my touch. He exhaled a harsh breath against my neck that caused my skin to erupt in goosebumps.
It's too soon.
I trailed my trembling fingertips down his stomach, not stopping until I reached his belt buckle. I don't care. Sliding my fingers into the waistband of his school trousers, I inhaled a steadying breath and tugged hard. Stay. His breathing was hard and uneven.
What are you doing?
He asked, breathing hard, as I fumbled with the buckle of his belt.
Shannon, we can't.
Please, I breathed, freeing his belt buckle and popping the button on his trousers. I want you.
I don't have a condom.
He groaned into my mouth, hips thrusting wildly.
I'm sorry.
Condoms, I moaned, bucking my hips up to meet his thrusts. In Joy's room? Raiding Joy's bedroom wasn't uncommon behaviour for me. Planning to steal from his condom stash was a different matter entirely. I had no clue what I was thinking if I was being truthful with myself. I just wanted him. Badly.
No.
Breaking our kiss, Johnny shook his head and stared down at me, eyes almost black with desire. Not like this. Do you want me? I whispered, feeling my heart sink.
You know I want you.
He panted, pressing his forehead to mine.
I only want you.
Then why?
Because I'm not taking your virginity in this house, Shannon.
He growled, jaw clenched.
On an after-school whim with your brother's fucking condom.
He shook his head.
I'm not doing that, baby.
I don't mind, Johnny, I urged. Honestly, I don't.
Well, I mind,
he shot back, pulling himself up on his elbows.
I'm not having sex with you and skulking out the door an hour later because your family will be home.
Groaning, he pressed a kiss to my lips and climbed off me.
You deserve better, and I'm not doing that to you.
Chest heaving, he walked over to my bedroom window and leaned against the sill.
When we sleep together, I want us to sleep together.
He looked over his shoulder, blue eyes blazing.
All night.
Scrambling into a sitting position, I didn't make a sound, too busy concentrating on trying to control the rapid rise and fall of my chest as his words speared through my heart.
I want to make it good for you,
he added, turning back to face me.
I can't do that on a timer.
Oh, I finally breathed, watching him watch me. Oh, okay.
That doesn't mean that I don't want this.
Exhaling heavily, Johnny walked back to the bed and sank down beside me.
'Cause I do, Shannon,
he said gruffly, pulling me onto his lap. Smoothing my hair back, I pressed a soft kiss to his lips.
I need to do right by you.
Okay, I whispered, burying my burning face in the crook of his neck.
Are you mad at me?
He asked hoarsely, nuzzling my bare shoulder with his nose as he trailed his fingers over my spine. I shook my head, keeping my face buried in his neck. No, I'm not mad at you, Johnny.
No?
He pressed a kiss to my shoulder.
You sure?
Positive, I whispered, keeping a death grip on his neck. I just want to keep you. He chuckled softly.
You can.
Promise? I croaked out, clenching my eyes shut and tightening my hold on his poor neck.
I promise,
he replied gruffly, pressing another kiss to my collarbone.
I'm already yours.
What are we going to do, Johnny? I dared to ask the question that had been plaguing me for weeks. When you get the call up? Johnny sighed heavily.
That's an if, not a when, Shannon, and a very big one at that. You're going to get the call, I strangled out, chewing on my lip nervously. What happens when you go? I don't know how that's going to play out, he finally replied. It's scary, I admitted in a small voice, thinking about you going away soon. I know, he told me, voice thick. It's scary for me too. Really? I asked shakily. Of course, Shannon, I don't want to leave you, he said, tightening his hold on me. But if I make it onto the squad, it's only for a month of the summer, and then I'll be back to you. I exhaled a ragged breath, panicked at the very thought of spending that long time away from him. I know. Don't be sad, he coaxed, wrapping me up in his arms. It might not even happen. It was going to happen. Johnny was going to leave, just like he warned me months ago. I love you, Shannon, like the river, he said then, breaking through my depressing thoughts. Only you. Leaning back so that I had no choice but to lift my face and look at him, he smirked. Like a crazy fucking amount. I love you too, I strangled out, voice thick with emotion, giving him back his words. Like a crazy fucking amount. Pressing a gentle kiss to my lips, Johnny pulled back and whispered, I want to make you feel good. My heart hammered wildly. You do? He nodded slowly, blue eyes locked on mine. Can I? I blew out a ragged breath and nodded weakly. Yes. Shifting us around so that I was beneath him with my legs dangling off the side of the bed, pressed the palm of his hand against my stomach, encouraging me to lie back down. I want to taste you, he told me as he knelt on my bedroom floor and reached for the edge of my knickers. Is that okay? Was it? Oh, God. Yeah. Nodding eagerly, I sagged back against the duvet, arching my hips upwards as Johnny slid my underwear off and pushed my thighs apart. My breathing was ragged and uneven as I pulled myself up on my elbows to see him, feeling both embarrassed and curious. With his hands on my thighs, spreading me open, Johnny dipped his head and trailed his lips up the inside of my thigh before shifting his attention to my other thigh. You're perfect, he whispered, lips brushing against my most intimate of areas. I felt his tongue swipe out, touching me, tasting me, and my eyes rolled back in my head. He did it again, and then again and again, until I was a panting, breathless mess, bucking wildly against his face. Oh, my God! Writhing on the bed, I reached for his head, digging my nails into his scalp as he continued to torment me with his lips and tongue and fingers. Johnny, I'm going to... Shh, Shan, he coaxed, dragging my hips to the edge of the bed and placing my legs over his shoulders. I'm just getting started. And then his mouth was back, tongue teasing me, fingers plunging in and out, causing my back to arch off the bed. Oh, shit! Biting down hard on my fist, I pulled on his hair, too delirious with sensations to control myself. I can't. My body shook violently as tremors of illicit pleasure shot through me. Oh, God, I need... Bang, bang, bang. Shannon! Darren's voice filled my ears and I wanted to cry. What are you doing in there? Oh, fuck. Johnny's head popped up from between my legs, wide-eyed and flushed. Your brother. No. Don't stop, I begged, tugging on his hair. Johnny, please. Shannon, if you don't answer me, I'm coming in, Darren called out. Don't come in, I screamed at the top of my lungs as Johnny lunged for the door and turned the lock. I'm getting dressed. Scrambling for my pyjama bottoms under my pillow, I quickly dragged them on, eyes locked on Johnny, who was digging through the pile of discarded clothes for his own. He tossed my shirt at me to put back on before grabbing his own. He's in there, isn't he?
my brother demanded from the other side of the door as I clumsily buttoned my blouse. That's his car parked up the street. Shite, Johnny mouthed as he slipped his shirt on, leaving it unbuttoned. He pulled his jumper on, only to pull it back off when he realised it was my jumper. I knew I should have moved the car. Open the door, Shannon, Darren demanded, banging loudly. Right now. Fuck off, Johnny mouthed, giving my bedroom door the middle finger. Asshole. Stifling a giggle, I darted off the bed and pushed open my bedroom window. You can climb out here. I can't jump down, Johnny hissed, gesturing to his crotch. My dick. Now I did laugh, loudly. Johnny narrowed his eyes. It's not funny, Shan. I only just got it back working. He'll kill you if you go out the door, I mouthed back at him. Johnny rolled his eyes. I'm shaking. Smirking, he added, You really do shake all over just before you. Open the damn door, Shannon, Darren roared. I'm getting dressed, Darren, I screamed back at him. God! Turning back to Johnny, I mouthed, What do I do? Open the door, he replied. I shook my head. No way. He nodded. Yes way. Johnny. Shannon. Shannon, Maud Lynch, open the fucking door or I'm going to kick it down, Darren bellowed. Johnny arched a brow. Your middle name is Maud. Cringing, I nodded. My parents hate me. He grimaced in sympathy. Ouch. I'm knocking this door down in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, I'm coming. Summoning every ounce of bravery inside of me, I inhaled a steadying breath, walked over to the door and flicked the lock. Just be cool, I whispered to myself as I cracked the door open just enough to pop my head out. Hey, Darren, what's up? Send him out, was my brother's terse response. Now. Who? I asked, playing dumb. Your boyfriend. My boyfriend? Darren's face turned purple. Shannon, pack it in. It's all right, Shan, Johnny said as he gently tugged me away from the door before swinging it inwards. Before you say it, I'm already leaving, he told Darren. And no, I won't do it again. Not so fast, my brother growled, folding his arms across my chest. Are you being safe with my sister? I'm not talking about Shannon with you or anyone else, Johnny replied, jaw clenched. Oh, you can bet your hotshot ass you're going to talk to me, Darren growled. I'm her brother. Her brother, Johnny agreed, folding his arms across his chest. Not her fucking keeper. Darren, I spluttered. Stop. Don't Darren me, he shot back, glaring at me. Your blouse is inside out and buttoned all wrong, and you're locked up in your bedroom. He gestured stiffly to Johnny, with him looking like every teenage girl's wet dream. Oh my God, I choked out, mortified. Stop talking. Are you protecting her? He continued, directing his question at Johnny. Are you being safe? Am I going to have to worry about her coming home with a +1? What I do or don't do with Shannon is none of your bleeding business, Johnny shot back, looking wholly enraged. So back the fuck off. It's my business if she comes home pregnant. No, Johnny snapped, interrupting him. It's my business if that happens, not yours or any other member of your fucked up family. It's mine. Turning back to me, he pressed a kiss to my cheek and said, Bye, Shannon, before stalking out of my bedroom. Bye, Johnny, I croaked out. Don't let me catch you in my sister's room again, Kavanagh, Darren called after him. Yeah, Johnny shot back, not missing a beat. I'll call you later, babe. Yeah, I breathed, staring after him as he disappeared down the staircase. Okay. If Mam had caught him in here, this would have ended very differently, Darren grumbled when the front door slammed shut. Unable to wipe the smile from my face, I walked over to my bed and flopped down with a contented sigh. Shannon, Darren pressed, leaning in my bedroom doorway. Are you even listening to me? No, I replied softly. I'm really not. Jesus, he muttered to himself. You're in trouble, girl. Didn't I know it?
49. Flying Bras. Johnny. I want a word with you, Jonathan Kavanagh, Mam announced, stalking into my bedroom with a basket of folded laundry in her arms. Right now. Jesus Christ, Ma. Scrambling for the towel I had discarded when I stepped out of my own suite, I wrapped it around my waist and gaped at her. Did you ever hear of knocking? I'm your mother, Johnny. I housed you in my body for 9 months, so no, I don't believe in knocking, she shot back, unfazed. And stop fidgeting around, will you? There's nothing you have underneath that towel that I haven't washed, wiped, and talcum powdered. Jesus Christ. Now, setting the basket down on my bed, she turned to stare at me, hands on her hips. Is there something you want to tell me? Like what? It'll be better for you in the long run if you just confess now, she told me, eyes narrowed. My mouth fell open. Was she serious? The fuck did I do? Is this about training? I asked, confused. Because you heard Dr. Quirk. I'm allowed to attend light sessions starting this week. I've been given the all clear by not one but 3 different doctors last week. I've been put through fitness evaluations, strength training, pelvic examinations, and a whole heap of other bullshit before they finally deemed me fit enough to return to the pitch. No, Mam replied evenly. Try again. I frowned. It's not about training. Nope. My brow shot up. Are you sure? Positive? I scratched the back of my head. Is it about rugby? Last chance, Mam said, tapping her foot on the floor. Make me proud. I would if I knew what I'm supposed to say, I choked out, feeling nervous. Well then, Mam said in that tone of voice that sent shivers down my spine, let me give you a little hint. Shoving her hand into the laundry basket, she yanked out a white cotton bra. Imagine my surprise when I was hoovering your room yesterday and found this under your bed. Oh, shite. Dangling Shannon's bra from her fingers. Mam arched a brow. Care to explain? Would you believe me if I told you that was mine? I offered weakly. It's not your size, Mam growled, before taking aim at me with the bra. In my house, she wailed, slapping me over the head with Shannon's bra. And then I went to tidy your bedside locker, and guess what I found in your drawer? She took another swipe at me with the bra. A box of condoms. Unopened, because I didn't do anything. Diving into damage control mode, I tightened my hold on my towel and ducked around her. Ma, we didn't have sex, I swear to God. I'm taking the lock off your door, she warned. I mean it, Johnny. You can't be trusted. Fine, I strangled out, backing up as she prowled towards me. I don't need it, because I'm not doing anything. Then why was your girlfriend's bra under your bed? Mam demanded. Huh? She got changed here after school a few weeks back. I lied through my teeth. She must have forgot the packet in her bag. Is that so? Yes, that is so. Feigning hurt and outrage, I glared at my mother. Jesus, Ma, I can't believe you'd think so little of me. Huffing out the breath, I added, I know I'm not perfect, but knowing my own mother thinks that about me really hurts. Mam narrowed her eyes. Don't you play mind games with me, Brains. I taught you everything you know, you little pup. Look, we haven't had sex, I said evenly, keeping my eyes on Mam, hoping like hell she'd believe me and release her death grip on Shannon's bra. I promise, Ma, we haven't. I held my breath and waited for her to make the next move. I just want you to be safe, Mam finally said with a heavy sigh as she sank down on the edge of my bed. No, scratch that. I want to go back in time so that you're 10 years old again. I'm not 10, I replied, edging closer with caution. I'm 18 next month. Oh, don't remind me, she wailed, shoulders slumping. The years are going by too fast. It'll be all right, Ma, I assured her, not knowing what else to say. Don't be getting upset. It's all happening now, she continued to weep. You're back to training this week, and you have a girlfriend. One of these days I'm going to blink, and you'll be gone on me, off to France with the rugby, and then what? Come on, Ma, I coaxed, sitting down beside her. I don't even know if I'm going to make the squad this year. I know you will, she replied, resting her cheek on my arm. And I'll be so proud of you. Then why are you sad? Because you're my baby, she sighed heavily. And it's hard to watch you fly from the nest. I'm not jumping any nest, I shot back. I'd die on my own. Johnny, Mam admonished in a sad tone. I'm being serious. So am I. Wrapping my arm around her, I give her shoulder a squeeze. I'm being deadly serious. I won't make it a week without you. She smiled. You think? I nodded. I know. Mam was quiet for a long moment then before asking, Are you excited for today? Wiping her eyes, she turned to smile up at me. Your first day back on the pitch? Terrified, I admitted. Concern flashed in her eyes. You don't have to go back, she hurried to say. If you're not ready, I can call your coaches. I'm ready. I cut her off by saying, I'm just worried. About what, love? Not being the same, I muttered. Not being good enough. You know how I feel about the rugby, Mam said. I've never made any secret of it. But you should know that I support you 150%. I know you're brilliant, love. And I know you're going places. You're a phenomenal player. And you need to remember that. It's okay to be nervous. You had a hard few months with your surgery and recovery, but now that there are other boys out there who would kill to play like you do on your worst days. You really think that? I've been on the sidelines watching you play since you were in the minis in Blackrock, Mam replied. And I can't count the number of coaches and other parents who have come up to me telling me that my boy was destined for the green jersey. Smiling, she added, I've always been proud of you, love. And I've always known you were brilliant. You've never said any of that before, I mused, scratching my jaw. Mam smirked. Because I'm still holding out hope that you'll take up golf instead. I doubt it, Ma. I shrugged sheepishly. Sorry. Well, just keep your brain safe out there, she muttered, standing up. Don't be letting any of those thugs hit you on the head. I'll do my best, I laughed. And no more naked Shannon in your room, she added, giving me a scathing look as she tossed a bra on my lap. For clothes changing, or anything else?
50. Let's make some bleeding babies. Shannon. Johnny had been back on the pitch a little over a week, and my anxiety was still through the roof. He was training full-time again, working his body to maximum capacity. It was terrifying to watch because I had a god-awful fear of him injuring himself, but I had to concede that it was different this time. He was different. He was talking now and addressing his pain, working with his physios, OTs, doctors and trainers, and following the orders laid down. Panicked and nervous, I sat in the stands of Ballylagan RFC on Saturday morning, knees bopping, as I looked on with my heart in my mouth. With a disposable cup filled with creamy hot chocolate, I clutched it between my glove-covered fingers and blew into the rim, enjoying the heat of the steam as it rose up and hit my cheeks. It had been hammering down with rain all day, and I was grateful to be sitting under the plastic awning in the stands. Like always, my attention was riveted to the boy in the number 13 jersey. He had a woven cap on his head with the club logo etched on the front, and a long-sleeved black body warmer on beneath his training jersey. Beneath his black training shorts, I could see the white support bandage strapped to his thigh, and it made me feel a little queasy. I watched him for the longest time, stretching and sprinting, following orders and completing drills with effortless ease. Let him get this. Please, God, let the boy make it. He deserves it. He's earned this. It's a training session, Shan, not a match, Claire chuckled, dragging me from my thoughts. If he keeps clapping every time he catches a ball or completes a lap, the lads on the team are going to give him a roasting. Oh. Mortified, I stilled my hands and tucked them under my thighs, knocking my empty paper cup off the bench in the process. I don't want to embarrass him. I'm just in love. She feigned swooned and dropped her head on my shoulder. I know. Proud, I corrected, cheeks flushed. He's worked so hard to get back out there. And look at him go, Claire mused, pointing to where Johnny was whizzing around the pitch like a bullet, outrunning his opposition with relative ease. He's on fire today. Yeah. I sagged in relief when Johnny sidestepped the big, beefy boy charging straight for him and threw the ball back to Feely, who ran straight for the posts. They all smashed against one another, Johnny included, and I groaned into my hands. God! Reaching up, I pulled my woolly hat down over my eyes until they had stopped pummeling each other. I hate this sport. You're so cute, Claire laughed softly. So, how'd you get out of the house? I scrunched my nose up at the memory of Mam screaming at the top of her lungs for me to stay inside, or my father would find me this morning when Aoife offered to drop me off at Claire's house. If that wasn't bad enough, Mam had followed me into the front garden, crying and wailing in full view of the neighbours. I didn't know what she expected me to do. Stay in my bedroom and rock? I didn't feel safe there. Truth was, I was more likely to see Dad sitting at our kitchen table than at the rugby club. Besides, I wanted to support Johnny. This was huge for him, and I wanted him to know that I was there for him, regardless of what was happening in my home life. Focusing on Johnny kept the panic thrashing around inside of me at bay. Being here gave me the escape I needed. I felt like I had a purpose, like there was a reason to not lie down and cry into my pillow, like there was a reason to fight back. You can do this, I mentally whispered, focusing all of my attention on him as I eyed him from my perch. I know you can. Can I tell you a secret? Claire asked in a low tone, hooking her arm through mine. But you can't tell anyone. Of course, I replied, turning to face her. And I would never tell. Something happened with Jared. My eyes widened. When you say happened, Claire blushed, but didn't elaborate. I hesitated, unsure whether to push for more or wait for her to tell me in her own time. Finally, I settled on, whatever happened between you two. I paused, trying to word it right. Did it happen recently? Kind of, she whispered, biting down on her bottom lip. Are you happy about it? She shrugged. I don't know. Do you regret it? I think he does, she strangled out. Frowning, I turned back to the pitch to where Gibbsy was stealing glances at Claire. Whatever it is that you did, I don't think he's regretting it, Claire, I told her, catching Gibbsy for the millionth time as he glanced up at where we were sitting. He's been watching it all morning. This is all a big game to him, she grumbled, and I'm going to lose. What? I shook my head. Claire, come on, don't think like that. The sound of the coach's piercing whistle cut through the air, signalling the end of training and putting an end to our conversation. Don't say anything about it when he comes over, Claire whisper-hissed as Gibbsy bounded straight for us, caked from head to toe in mud. Seriously, he was so dirty you couldn't make out what colour his hair was supposed to be. Please, Shan. I won't, I promised, slapping on a bright smile as he approached. Hi, Gibbs. Hey, little Shannon, he replied, before turning his attention to my best friend. Claire Bear, he purred with a devilish grin. I have something for you. Claire's brows rose in surprise. You do? Uh-huh. Nodding, Gibbsy leaned against the barrier that separated the pitch from the stands and crooked his finger. Come here, and I'll show you. Clambering over her seat, Claire approached him warily. You better not be planning on... Oh my God, Jared, don't! She screamed when he dragged her clean over the barrier and tossed her over his shoulder. Put me down! Are you sure you want to climb down my body? He laughed, purposely smearing her with mud as he lowered her to her feet. I'm such a dirty boy. You asshole! She strangled out through fits of laughter as he dumped a huge sop of muddy grass that clung to his thigh onto her hair. It's not funny. Then why are you laughing? He snickered, dodging her fist when she broke free and swung for him. I was trying to lure you into a false sense of security, she shot back, charging towards him. Hi, Shannon. Johnny's voice filled my ears, and I swung my gaze to where he was leaning against the barrier, smirking at me. Instantly, my heart fluttered wildly in my chest. Hi, Johnny. Blowing out a shaky breath, I stood up and moved towards him, only to hesitate. You're not going to do that to me, are you? I asked, pointing to where Claire and Gibbsy were having a full-blown wrestling match on the pitch. Because I'm not into that. Johnny laughed softly. Only if you don't come over here and give me a kiss. Smiling, I closed the space between us and wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing a kiss to his lips. Hi. Hi. With a tender affection in such stark contrast to his previous behaviour on the pitch, Johnny pressed his forehead to mine and nuzzled. It was such a primal male move that I could do nothing but stand there and reciprocate the dominant petting. Exhaling a heavy breath, he pressed a kiss to my nose and brushed my cheek with his thumb. Your cheeks are all rosy. And you're all grass, I whispered, plucking a few strands from his hair. How are you feeling?
I feel good, Shan, he replied, eyes bright and full of excitement. How was I looking out there?
Like a big, bright, shining star, I told him proudly. You were the best one out there by a mile. Smirking, he leaned forward and kissed my cheek. It was a soft, sweet act of affection and more intimate than if he stuck his tongue down my throat.
Come on.
Hooking me under my arms, Johnny helped me over the barrier before reaching for my hand.
We just need to change. We can get out of here.
I thought you had the gym, I asked, falling it a step beside him. I was going to go home with Claire.
I've already been,
he explained, hooking an arm around my waist to lift me over a giant puddle of mud. My brows furrowed. But it's only 3:30.
The early bird catches the worm, Shan,
he shot back.
I've been up since 5.
Whoa.
And they say chivalry is dead,
Johnny said in an amused tone of voice, eyes locked on Gibbsy, who had won the scuffle with Claire and was currently sitting on top of her, banging his fists against his chest in victory. They were both caked in mud, and Claire's lovely white coat was brown to match her now muddy brown hair.
Gibbs, get off her, you idiot.
There's nothing chivalrous about him, Johnny, Claire growled before popping Gibbsy in the stomach with her fists. Take that, you big donkey. Rolling onto his back in dramatic fashion, Gibbsy clutched his stomach and writhed on the grass, laughing his arse off.
Donkey!
Claire took that as her opportunity to counter-attack. Ignoring all of the other boys who were wolf-whistling and calling out suggestive comments as they left the pitch, Claire scrambled onto her hands and knees and lunged for Gibbsy. Keep laughing, she growled as she straddled his chest. But you're going down.
On you?
He shot back, waggling his brows.
Yes, please.
Gerard!
Claire,
he purred. She slapped a hand over his mouth. Don't you dare finish that sentence, she hissed, leaning close to his face. And stop licking my hand. Gibbsy replied, but his response was muffled by the hand Claire had over his mouth. Stop, she giggled, wiggling around when his hands shot up to tickle her sides. Gerard, I can't.
Claire,
Hughie barked, jogging towards us with Feely in tow.
What the hell are you doing?
Narrowing his eyes, he snarled,
Get off my sister, fucker.
Oh, great, the life and soul of the party is here, Claire groaned, dropping her hand from Gibbsy's mouth. I'm just killing your friend, Hugh. Relax. And your sister's on top of me, Gibbsy added, with a wolfish grin. Hughie's face turned a dark shade of purple.
Gibbs, I swear to God, if you don't leave her alone, I'm going to hurt you.
He took a menacing step towards them.
I'm not kidding around anymore.
Okay, Feely interjected calmly as he stepped in front of Hughie. They're only messing around, lad. Just relax.
She's messing around,
Hughie spluttered, eyeballing Gibbsy.
He's got an ulterior motive.
Johnny groaned beside me.
This is going to end in tears,
he announced, rubbing his jaw. What? I frowned up at him. Claire and Gibbs? Johnny nodded.
I can see it coming a mile off.
Calm down, Hughie, Claire huffed, climbing to her feet. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Purposely stepping on Gibbsy's stomach as she went, she stalked off in the direction of the car park. Like always.
Gibson, Kavanagh,
their coach roared from across the pitch.
No girlfriends at training, this isn't a fucking discotheque.
She's my sister, not his girlfriend, Hughie roared back. Don't insult her intelligence.
Yet,
Gibbsy offered with a snicker.
Ever,
Hughie shot back, furious, as he stalked off in the direction of the clubhouse. We'll see, Gibbsy called after him, earning himself the middle finger from Hughie. I'd call that a shitstorm of epic proportions, Feely mused. Keep it up with his sister, and I predict messy times ahead for you.
Yeah, Well, as long as the conditions are wet, I'll be a happy man, Gibbsy offered with a wink. Wow. Johnny shook his head. That was even creepier than usual, lad. Yeah, I just heard it there, Gibbsy replied, frowning for a brief moment before grinning sheepishly at him. To be fair, it sounded so much better in my head. Maybe some things should stay in your head, Gibbs, Johnny offered. Come on, you big idiot, Feely said, holding a hand out for Gibbsy, who was still sprawled out on the grass. Let's go before you get yourself in more trouble. You know I can't help it, lad, Gibbsy laughed as he climbed to his feet and headed off the pitch with Feely. Trouble follows me. Training's over, Kavanagh, the coach barked, and no girlfriend at training next week. Looking a little pissed off, Johnny scratched the back of his neck and called back, All right, coach. Turning back to me, he cupped my elbow in his hand and leaned down. I just need to change. He brushed his lips against mine. Then we'll be out of here, okay? I blew out a shaky breath and nodded. Okay. I'll be right back, he whispered, giving my ass a quick squeeze before releasing me, smirk firmly intact, never taking his blue eyes off me as he slowly backed away. I swear I felt the heat of his stare in my bones long after he disappeared from sight. Are you sure this is okay? I asked Johnny when we parked up at the back of his house a half an hour later. He was fresh from a shower, donning clean clothes and smelling absolutely delicious beside me. Your parents won't mind me coming over, I added, warily eyeing the black Range Rover he was parking his Audi next to. You're positive? Relax, Shan. She's not even here, Johnny replied, cutting the engine. They booked a night away in Killarney for tonight. They must have taken my father's car. Excitement bubbled to life inside of me. They did? We're all alone. Unfastening his seatbelt, he turned to grin at me, dimples deepening in his cheeks. Whatever will we do? With trembling fingers, I unfastened my seatbelt and climbed over the seats, not stopping until I was sitting on his lap. What about the others? I whispered, pressing my forehead to his as I thought about Claire and Gibbsy. They're following us over here from the pitch. They can wait, he growled, clamping his hands down on my hips. I really don't give a fuck. So, what do you want to do? I breathed, feeling him hardening beneath me. Just be with you, Johnny replied gruffly, pressing a kiss to the corner of my mouth. Spend some time on our own. I sagged against him. Me too. Do you want to go up to my room? He asked, lips moving to my neck. Yeah. I nodded and tightened my hold on his shoulders. A lot. Groaning into my neck, Johnny gave my hips a squeeze and pulled back, eyes blazing with heat. Let's go. Excited, I shoved open the driver's door and scrambled out and watched Johnny climb out after me. My heart was pounding in my chest as he caught a hold of my hand and pulled me along after him to unlock the back door. Are you sure about this? He asked, sounding excited. Nodding, I reached up and dragged his face down to mine. Ah, fuck. His hands dropped to my ass and he hoisted me up. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I held onto his shoulders and kissed him back as we stumbled into the utility, all breathless and laughing. We both froze and stared at each other. That's it. Our eyes widened in unison. You know how I like it. The little bollocks got here before us, Johnny hissed as he stalked towards the kitchen door with me still wrapped around him like ivy. Gibbsy, he snarled, swinging the door open. I swear to Christ if you brought some girl back here. Oh, fucking God! He roared, spinning around, only to give me a perfect view of his parents. What are you doing? He choked out, horrified. You freaks! Mrs. Kavanagh was sitting on the island countertop, and Mr. Kavanagh was standing between her legs. Naked, "Ah, Johnny, love, you're home early," his mother replied. "Ma!" Johnny hissed as he set me on my feet. "What are you? Oh, Jesus, what the fuck are you letting him do to you?" Clutching his stomach, he gawked. "I'm gonna be sick." "Hello, Shannon, love." Hi," I strangled out, blushing furiously. "Cover your ass, da!" Johnny roared. "My girlfriend's in the room." "Sorry, Shannon." "That's okay." "No, it's not," Johnny corrected. "Nothing about any of this is okay." Mr. Kavanagh moved to pick up his clothes off the floor, and Johnny let out a demented scream. "Don't fucking pull out," he choked out. "I don't want to see it." Johnny covered my eyes with his hand and pulled me into his chest. "Don't look, Shan. Honestly, baby, keep your eyes closed. I'm scared for life." "Relax, Johnny," Mr. Kavanagh replied in an amused tone of voice. "Relax?" Johnny spluttered, dropping his hand from my eyes. "Are you serious right now? I eat my fucking dinner on that counter." "Not anymore, apparently. No, I'm never eating in this bleeding kitchen again." Shaking his head, he pushed his hands through his hair, looking truly appalled. "And you had the audacity to lecture me over a bra. You too are a disgrace." Stalking towards his parents, he swiped their clothes off the floor and thrust them at them. "You're an embarrassment, and I am ashamed of the both of you." "You are supposed to be at the gym," Mr. Kavanagh replied calmly, popping his t-shirt over his wife's head. "You always go to the gym on Saturday." He smirked at his son, and that only seemed to push him off the ledge. "And you're supposed to be in Killarney," Johnny roared back. "We're going shortly," his father replied. "We got a little distracted." "Distracted," Johnny sneered. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed a finger at his parents. "Is this the kind of thing you get up to when I'm not around? Riding my mother in the kitchen? Huh? Where else have you been? Jesus Christ, tell me you haven't touched my room." "Johnny, love," Mrs. Kavanagh interjected. "Calm down." "No, I won't fucking calm down, Ma. I'm traumatized." Shuddering, he ran a hand through his hair and glowered at his parents. "You let him do that to you? Jesus, you both just ruined my life." "Hey, it's okay," I whispered, slipping my hand into his. "It's, kinda normal." "Normal?" Johnny spluttered, eyeballing me with unrestrained outrage. "Shan, there is nothing normal about these two geriatrics." I laughed into his face. I felt bad, but I honestly couldn't help it. "This is funny for you," Johnny accused hotly. "You're supposed to be on my side here, baby." "I am," I coaxed, holding his hand with both of mine. "I'm always on your side." "Sex is a beautiful thing, love. Don't you dare start that shite with me or I'm leaving," Johnny warned, swinging his glare on his mother. "I'm serious. I'll move out." "And where will you go?" "The fucking dog shed will be better than staying here with the two of you," he snarled. "Don't be so dramatic, Johnny," Mr. Kavanagh laughed. "You're overreacting." "The garage. I'll convert it," Johnny barked, still going strong. "I'll move my girlfriend in with me, and then I'll fuck her for good measure. Loudly. Repeatedly. In fact, we'll both quit school so we can fuck all the damn day long. 'Cause apparently that's the norm around here." Furious, he waved a hand in front of himself. "Visualize that, you inconsiderate freaks. Would you like that? I won't wear a condom. I'll get her pregnant. How about some grandchildren? Sound good? Shannon and I will become another statistic, and you'll have no one to blame but yourselves for traumatizing me." "Oh, you're so grounded," Mrs. Kavanagh told him, still smiling, still half naked. "Did you not hear me?" Johnny demanded. "I'm going to go out to the garage and impregnate Shannon. Think about that." "You're too smart to be stupid, Jonathan." His father shot back. Yeah? Well, we'll see about that. Grabbing my hand, Johnny dragged me down the hallway. Come on, Shan. Let's go make some bleeding babies. The garage is outside, son. Mr. Kavanagh laughed. Don't talk to me. Johnny choked out, upping his pace. Keep your bedroom door open, Jonathan. Mrs. Kavanagh called after us. Fuck off, the pair of you, he roared, pulling me up the staircase. And put some clothes on. My friends are on the way over. I don't want to make any babies today, Johnny, I croaked out, hurrying up the steps after him. Me either, Shan, he grumbled, leading me down the landing to his bedroom. And I couldn't if I wanted to because it's gone. Biting down on my lip to stop myself from laughing, I hurried after him. Stalking into his bedroom like a man on a mission, Johnny shuddered and muttered under his breath. Fuckers. He continued to growl as he paced the floor. Reaching behind his head, he yanked his hoodie over his head and tossed it on the floor. Rolling his shoulders to loosen them out, he continued to pace his bedroom floor, twisting his neck from side to side as he went. He was sewn into his blue t-shirt, his broad chest and shoulders filling out the fabric better than any grown man could. I'm ruined. Deciding on leaving him to his ranting, I gingerly stepped around him and walked over to his television, switching it on. Grabbing both controllers off the console, I sank down on one of his beanbags and set up the game. I'm not playing, Johnny declared, tone laced with outrage. My pride can't take another hit after that. Come on, I replied, stifling a giggle. It'll distract you. Doubtful. Grumbling to himself, he dropped into the beanbag beside me and pressed a kiss to my cheek. Very fucking doubtful. Lad! The bedroom door flew inward, and Gibbsy came barreling into the room, breathless and grinning like a demented puppy dog. You think your dad was just giving it to your mum in the kitchen? Eyes wide with excitement, he added. They were getting dressed when we walked inside. Oh, Jesus. Groaning, Johnny tossed the controller away and twisted around in what looked like physical pain. Covering his face with his hands, he hissed, Fuck my life. Oh my God, your dad is so hot, Johnny, Claire gushed, charging into the room after Gibbsy. She was freshly changed in what looked like boys' clothes, but at least the mud was gone, and her hair was back to its blonde glory. Did you see him, Shan? What a babe. Let me die, baby, Johnny choked out, dropping his head in my lap. Seriously, just kill me now. Shh. I stifled another laugh as I trailed my fingers through his hair. You'll be better before you're married twice. I'm only doing that once, he huffed, wrapping his arms around my waist. So I'll never be better. Don't feel bad, Johnny, Claire said, propping down on his bed as if she owned it. Your parents are both hot, and hot people tend to have hot sex with one another. Wow, Claire, thanks so much for the insight. Johnny deadpanned. I feel a lot better now. You're welcome, she chirped, sifting through a stack of magazines and papers on his bedside locker. Yeah, don't worry about it, lad, Gibbsy snickered, sprawling out on the bed beside Claire. Your father's a legend. Fuck right off, Johnny growled. Aww, Claire gushed, holding a newspaper up for me to see. Look at the two of you. My gaze landed on the huge 2-page spread from several months ago when Tommen won the schoolboys' shield. In the picture, Johnny had his arm wrapped around me, and I was grinning like a maniac at the camera. You should have this on your wall of fame, she stated, giving Johnny a scathing look as she bounced off the bed with the newspaper in hand. It's ridiculous that you don't have a photo of your girlfriend in here. I'm kind of in the middle of a personal crisis here, Johnny grumbled, nuzzling my stomach with his nose. I haven't had time to redecorate. Well, I can do that for you. Claire, I warned, feeling my cheeks grow hot. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters, she replied, carefully tearing the page out. "You're a babe," she added, standing in front of Johnny's desk, scrutinizing the corkboard hanging over it. "Now, which one of you is losing their thumbtack?" She made a clicking sound with her tongue before grabbing a picture off the board. "Sorry, B.O.D., you treasure of a man," she mused, pressing a kiss to the photograph in her hand. "But I need your spot." "Claire—" "Let her do it," Johnny interrupted. "I meant to hang it up ages ago anyway." "Do you want to get out of here?" Gibbsy asked then. "I'm bored." "You're always bored," Johnny shot back. "Because you're boring," Gibbsy countered. "If I'm boring, fuck off home and find someone else to torment," Johnny grumbled. "I can't," Gibbsy mused. "You might be a boring fucker, but I'm awfully fond of you, and I will always miss you too much when we're apart." Jesus. Grumbling to himself, Johnny rolled onto his back and said, "Fine. What do you want to do, Gibbs?" "I don't know, Johnny," Gibbsy replied, smirking. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go back in time and not see my dad boning my ma on the bleeding counter," Johnny shot back, lifting himself up on his elbows to glare at his friend. "But since I haven't perfected the art of time travelling, I'm going to go with bleaching my eyeballs instead. Sound like fun?" "Only if I get the full experience of seeing your mother naked too," Gibbsy shot back. "Although God himself couldn't make me erase the mental image of your mother—" "Get out of my room," Johnny snarled, causing Gibbsy to roll around on his bed laughing. "Why don't we go into the city?" Claire offered, as she rearranged Johnny's entire corkboard of pictures and autographs. "We could get a bite to eat first and go to the cinema afterwards." Dragging the desk chair over to the wall, she climbed onto it and reached for the pictures of the naked woman tacked to his bedroom walls. "Oh, and I'm confiscating these, pervert," she told him. "Just letting you know." "Go for it," Johnny replied, clearly unaffected, as he dropped back down to rest his head on my thighs. "What do you think, Shan?" he asked, looking up at me from his perch on my lap. "Do you want to go?" Embarrassed, I looked around the room aimlessly before leaning close to his ear and whispering, "I don't have any money." "I have," Johnny whispered back, holding my head in place with his hand. "And I'm paying." Pressing a kiss to my lips, he added, "So don't overthink this." "Are you sure?" I asked, feeling embarrassed. "I'm always sure," he replied. "Stop worrying." "If we're going, you're going to have to disentangle yourself from little Shannon and drive," Gibbsy interjected, "because I'm not comfortable with the roundabouts yet." "Yeah." Sighing heavily, Johnny released my face and stood up. "It'll probably be safer if I drive." Reaching for my hand, he pulled me to my feet. "At least we'll get there in one piece." "I haven't killed you yet, have I?" Gibbsy huffed. Johnny arched a brow. "Yet being the appropriate word, lad." "Now you're just being ungrateful," Gibbsy countered. "I drove your ass around for weeks when you broke your dick, and I kept you alive." "Thank you so much for driving me and my broken dick around and keeping us both alive, Jared," Johnny said, rolling his eyes. "How can I ever repay you?" "You're more than welcome, Jonathan," Gibbsy replied with a grin. "And you can repay me by not ejaculating on me again." "What?" Claire and I both laughed in unison. Johnny narrowed his eyes. "You're so fucking dead." "It's a long story, girls," Gibbsy snickered, diving for the door. "I'll tell you all about it in the car."